I kind of want to know the truth, but again,
I
I
mean,
think
I, I
you're
think
getting
you're I think you're giving a false comparison. All right, I think it's pretty self-evident what eating healthy and working out does to you. I think that's pretty fucking obvious, right? And
not with all things though.
self-explanatory. How is
Not with
this
all things.
okay? Okay, but explain to me how is it that this right here is more is
Like
more of that than
let
the
me give you an
example
example.
I
Let me
gave.
give you a better example, because obviously most people understand like if I'm a fat ass and if I eat better, I'll feel better. But like most people, like there's a lot of things you could probably do that might increase just maybe a little thing. Like what if I like wake up early in the mornings, or what if I take cold shower? Like little things like that. Most people would be like, "That's stupid. I'll never even do that. I'll never take a cold shower. That's the stupidest thing." Right? But some people do that. Maybe they feel like they get some benefit from it, right? So whether it's just a little thing that makes for some people, it's the little things that add up, right? But I don't know. I'm just someone that likes the
Yeah,
truth, regardless of.
so you're saying it's not like overall like the most important thing ever. You're just
Right?
saying
Yeah.
it's interesting. Then just
Yes.
say it, then just say it like that. Just say it's fucking interesting. Just
Well,
leave it at that.
what, do you, I mean, that's the whole point. I
But
mean,
that
we're not saying like, hey, you need to drop everything in life and only focus on this one thing forever and ever. It's like, dude, you still have
yeah, but hold
you
on.
still have a job or a career you want to go crush. Like,
Hold
go
on.
do that. But you can
Hold on.
still know
But
what the
you're
earth
the one
is.
that hold on, but you're the one that's taking this shit seriously. Cause like
Oh, really? I'm just here,
I
with
don't
my
know
boys.
anybody
Uh,
I don't
I'm just
know
here with
anybody,
my
right, who just assumes, right, just because somebody doesn't agree with them, that they're automatically an opposition. Normally, you don't behave like that unless you're taking shit serious.
It's just content. We're just trying to like poke up some conversation. That's all. Just a
It's
little fun.
it's a little bit
It's
blanket
not that
filler.
serious. Also, I'm just here with my boys on a Thursday night. Like I'm just here to have a conversation, and I'm glad you joined. But like when someone joins, it's like, oh, are you Glober or not? Let's talk some shit, man. Let's go. It's
It's
not
like a
that serious, but that's what
it's like
this
a
room is for.
fucking it's like a fucking virtual mosh pit.
How? I mean, I join. I love. I also love MMA, so I'll join like on Saturday nights. I'll join MMA panel and like we'll talk MMA. Is that the most important thing in life? No, but we're all gathered together on something we enjoy.
No,
And
no, 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 no. The whole reason why I keep asking that is because you were taking shit serious. That was the whole lead up to why I was asking that.
am I though?
I mean, at the time I thought you were. I guess not.
Okay. I mean, you should have heard the guy before you joined. Like, oh well, what's your premise too? Oh well, oh technically, well that's not a correct
Oh yeah,
premise.
it
Shit.
it
That was some
it,
crazy shit, bro.
it happens all the time. Like, bro, motherfuckers were in here shouting at the top of their lungs last night because they were arguing about like refraction. It's like, for fuck's sake, you guys not have a hobby.
What matters to you more? You think what's something more important than like a subject like this? You think to you,
Uh,
like you
well,
into
I mean,
politics or like
shit
global
that
warming?
shit that's more real. I'm gonna be honest. Like, shit. Like for me, okay, look at it like this. Because I care about people, right? And my ultimate value, right, is people, right? Uh, my subjects would be more or less people oriented or like policy or domestic policy oriented. Sometimes if it's like subjects that are like I don't know like a foreign threat or something as that, then I'll talk about like uh ways to protect our nation with like policy and stuff like that, like foreign
So
policy.
you like
But
politics is more interesting, or like more like you think more
I
pulls you in?
think I think politics is ultimately arbitrary, right? I think it's ultimately arbitrary. I think for me philosophy is more important, but like as far as like uh being pragmatic and being relative about it, uh I tend to focus more on domestic policy. I think that's more important.
So politics though.
Well, I mean, yeah, but yeah. I mean, yeah, politics, yeah.
So wait, do you like? Because
What?
I had my politics phase and I feel like I graduated from it. So, like, do you feel like you're still going through your politics phase, or this has been something you've been going through for a long, long time?
I think I mean Okay, so like I've already gone through like a phase of politics. I linger mainly on this now, right? And only this uh because there's a lot of shit going on in my country, a lot of shit going on, right, with my people that I kind of have to stay focused on it. Um Specifically where I live, right? My area where I live gets heavily impacted by domestic policy, so I have to pay attention to shit like that.
Mm.
And since I already focus on it, I kind of just went full in on it and started focusing on like nationwide domestic policy. But the
Now,
only thing I really debate is like I only like really break it down factual, right? So like if somebody's talking about, I don't know, some like trans shit with domestic politics, I'll only say the facts of be like, hey, these are what these people are saying and that's it. And that's kind of where the argument or the discussion kind of either starts or ends.
all right, well, let me try to buckle you to what we're here for. So, like, what do policies like, you know, pollution or like, oh, global warming, or we need to protect the planet, or space policies and taxes and stuff like that? Does that concern you at all?
I mean, some of it does, but global warming, like the whole fucking CO2 shit, that doesn't fucking bother me. I don't think that's nearly as important as we literally dumping chemicals into the fucking ocean every year.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
I'm with you on that big time for sure. But do you understand that there's a lot of people that are going to continue to push this idea that we need to save the planet, and and these things, the space, and like they're kind of involving this worldview that we're sort of trying to address.
well, we're not really growing as we're not really growing as a species, are we? I mean, birth rates, as far as I know, has declined in every single nation, right? And that could be caused by poor infrastructure and bad economics globally, like worldwide. But I think that's also because, like, technologically as a species, I think we've kind of gotten to a point where we either have to make a decision to either develop to a next step or we need to start making decisions to kind of keep what we got in check, right? I think that's kind of where we're close to getting
What?
to as
But
a species.
I got you, boys. So nonetheless, they're still trying to sell you this idea that, well, we need your money to explore planets like Mars and stuff like that. So what are your thoughts on that?
Um, well, okay, hold on. I need to ask, how much money is actually given to like places like NASA? Like
Even
how
if it
much
was just,
money?
even if it was just a little bit, even if it's just, it doesn't even have to be like, oh, well, they're taking like, oh, so much, or it's hurting us. Like, even if it's just like, even if it's just a small amount, like, why, uh, if it, if
Okay, okay, look at it like this. Look at it like this, right? I don't okay. I don't mind my tax dollars going to like for example like temp agencies or like food stamps, right? I don't mind that, right? So long as there's one thing in return, right?
yeah,
People that are in that progress to get off that, right? Like people that where if I put my money into like tax or into fucking temp agencies, that way people can get fucking jobs, right? That way more people can pay taxes, that way we have to pay less taxes because there's more of us working, right, and contributing to the economy. I don't care as much, right? So with
okay.
like NASA, right, I mean, it depends. Like, what is the argument getting made for me to give them my money, right? On top of that, how much money am I giving them? For what reason, right? If there's like an argument to be made that maybe in the near future, right, we can find, I don't know, fucking planet or something that has a lot more oil than ours and mine that instead of destroying ours, I'd be like, okay, that'd be interesting. If we could develop technology to get there and extort that one day, maybe be
You
better
see,
than destroying our own
this is
planet.
the problem on the
I'm just saying material gain or
hello,
benefits, right? Arguments
hello,
being made.
hello, hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Your your problem is in a bigger root basis because you're thinking like a glober. You've been sold this universal idea of how things work in reality, and it's just based on falsehoods. So the
Yeah.
policies that are being used on their day to days are a waste of time, basically. And people are arguing about who should waste the time better than the other one, who should be holding the keys. And it's just fundamentally bankrupt ideas. That's a root problem that we're having. You're thinking like a glober. The politicians are thinking like globers.
I don't understand what that even means. Like, see, that's what I'm talking about. Like,
What it means?
when I'm talking in general, that has nothing to do with positions on whether or not the Earth is flat or not. It's completely irrelevant. I'm talking about
Imagine deceiving and generations of people, lying to them about economics, how the realist level works, and promoting their energies into being used into wasteful, bankrupt ideas. And now we have the issues that we're having right now for pushing these policies into the nations. Waste of time, waste of resources, fundamentally bankrupt ideas, like
so that's why
going
I'm
to
talking
NASA.
about being more utilitarian about it and evaluating people's arguments. Like, if I were to say to you, like, okay, look at it like this. If there's a disease, right, that, like before modern medicine came out, right? If I'm a doctor and I'm trying to develop modern medicine to cure a disease, that way, like, I don't know, the common cold doesn't kill half the fucking species or whatever the fuck, would you really sit there and say, oh, you want to develop this medicine? You want to develop technology for our species to help better our overall general lives? What are you, a fucking glober? Would you generally
That
say
is
that?
definitely a globter bankrupt idea, 100%.
No, that's fucking brain dead and you know it.
Yeah, your brain dead.
I wouldn't sit there and say to somebody that they take a position just because they want to stop people from dying from
Yeah.
fucking, I don't
The
know,
the the health
syphilis.
the health approach that you're taking, is bankrupt from the beginning.
What are you talking about? If you have more people contributing to the economy, you have less people that are a liability on the economy. The reason why America, well, I mean, okay, it's not the only reason why America is going into debt, but it does contribute quite a bit. You have a bunch of people that abuse things like Section 8 housing, fucking welfare, food stamps, and all this shit. That comes from our taxpayer dollars, right?
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
but
they abuse these
you
systems
could be
and nothing
eating
comes out of it,
you
right?
could be
Versus if am
listen.
I not talking? Did you not bitch at me for
You
interrupting
could
you?
be you
You
could
bitched
be
at me
eating
several
ribeye
times
and
for
you're
interrupting
eating
you.
bread. You could be eating high quality foods and
And you could
you're
be
setting
listening to me and being a responsible adult instead you're being a
you're
child
you're
and
setting
interrupting.
down for bread and cereal. That's what you're arguing for. You're
Yeah,
saying, "Hey,
I'm not
we're doing all
talking to you
this
anymore.
stuff
I'm just gonna fucking
get
mute you.
I
so
think
we
it,
can get cereal instead
I
of
was kind of
ribeye."
talking.
I think
The
it'd be more responsible of me to not listen to you. You're just rambling senselessly.
okay, this was a subject that they fucking brought up, but whatever. It's not like I
You
wasn't
brought it
asked
up.
this question or anything.
Well, it's gone off the rails for too long.
That's because when people interrupt, it normally takes longer to speak.
It
But
might be
whatever.
time to interrupt this line of discourse.
You're
You want to
speaking
create a new subject? Go right
bankrupt
ahead. I
nonsense.
don't care. It's your room, isn't it?
What did you bring for globe proof? That's the real question.
Globe policies.
Oh, we got globe policies. Well, it must be a globe.
Very compelling.
I don't
He
care.
said global
People never
warning.
believed that the Earth was flat or a globe. I don't care.
Yeah,
Why'd you join this joke?
if it doesn't matter why they push it
Because
every day,
even though
they're
my
pushing
people
it.
don't care, that doesn't mean that I can't listen.
You're just going to listen to something you don't care about.
I'm not going to hold this subject close to my heart, no, and have my heart on my sleeve when talking to people in here, no. But that doesn't mean I don't like engaging with people or hearing people out or maybe learning
Yeah, you're a
something new.
pervert that like lying to
Isn't
people,
that the point?
lying to children. You
A
like people lying
pervert.
to children, and you don't care.
Like, God, I don't understand this. Like, weird alienated version of like social behavior.
Yeah, you love when people lie to children.
Have you guys talked to Tristan before?
No.
Is that Heaven Earther?
Oh my God, is that Heaven Earther?
Possibly.
Does he otherwise go as Tristan?
Tristan's in the chat. I was just curious if he wants to talk, or if you guys have spoke to him before.
I thought he was a pedophile.
Nice.
Listen, Tristan, it's very simple. I don't care if we agree or not. If you understand what I'm saying and what my position is, and you still disagree, that's fine. But
But I don't care about that.
that's not
So
even.
don't tell me that, because I don't care about that.
What do you care
Oh,
about?
I'm not talking to you, so I'm glad you don't, because I wasn't talking to you.
Well then, say no more.
Hang on, I thought Heretic was Tristan.
No, Tristan's at the bottom of the panel above.
Why would
Fred.
Heretic
No,
respond
Heretic is
to
Heretic. No,
name
Heretic is
Tristan, then?
Heretic, and Tristan is Tristan. Yeah.
Why would Heretic respond to the name Tristan?
He didn't.
Oh my god.
He did,
No, I didn't.
as if he was summoned.
No. I just cut in. That's all.
Oh, it's an interjection. My mistake.
Yeah. Just decided to take over the room. That's all.
That makes
Muscle my
far
way
more
in.
sense.
Wait, so Tristan's in the chat talking big now. I just curious. I want to just talk to him. Like, can you unmute? Can you talk to us? It's just weird when you do the whole like flexing from the chat type of thing.
Oh, this is why this idiot gets banned every time. He just
Tristan has a loved one that resides in the same one-bedroom apartment that he's in, and they get mad if he speaks.
Oh, so he's one of them.
And his cat hides under the bed.
And doesn't have
It's a whole
anything
scene.
to offer.
Oh, that makes sense. The soy. Gotcha. So he's a cuck.
Beta!
Do you love Jesus?
Are they mad because I said believing there was no? Why would we be mad because someone said flat Earth was stupid? Are you serious? If I just repeated the same thing to you for 7 years straight, would that continually make you mad? Would that just make you mad? It's funny because people project things outward, right? I guess that would make him mad.
Projection, that's redundant. Projection is outward.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, good point. Good. That's a good call out.
All right, Tristan. Either mic up or get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I agree with that. Pan away. It's so funny. Like you're like, they think that's some sort of weird gotcha. Ban me.
See you later, Tristan. Have a good one.
I win if you ban me. Like, okay. That's like, imagine being I can't say that here. Can't say it here.
Oh, does it start with N and rhyme with my favorite Winnie the Pooh character?
Tigger?
What?
No. Just imagine. Nah, can't say it. It's too spicy. Too spicy. I gotta wait till on Rumble. But that mentality is stupid. If you violate me, I win. Okay, buddy. That's the best I got. Nah, let me not talk trash. Where are the other good Globies at, man? They're not all bad. Where are the good ones at?
Bruh, I don't care about your fucking globe religion.
LGBT.
That's your religion.
Yeah.
I don't care about your globe religion.
Are you
That's
like a
your religion. Remember when you said global warming and global this, global that? It's in your head. It's your religion.
No, that was what that was Creation Bear that brought that up, and I only commented on what they said. So sounds like
But
to
are
me
you-
you have selective hearing and cognitive dissonance.
Oh shit.
That's not cognitive dissonance, you fucking idiot.
You
That's
fucking
not what the
idiot.
definition is. What the hell?
Damn,
Yeah.
suspect.
Cognitive dissonance is when you hold two opposing pieces of truth, and your
Yeah.
cognitive dissonance is your brain not being able to handle those two opposing ideas. You idiot.
Which is what he's demonstrated multiple times throughout our discussion and
That,
debate.
that example that you just gave wasn't cognitive dissonance.
Whatever you say, I was speaking in generality,
No.
but okay.
You're speaking in generality, but using words that you don't understand in ways that you don't know.
Yeah,
What?
sure. Okay. Yeah, like I wasn't debating them for, I don't know, well
I
over
don't care,
20
man.
minutes.
How's anybody supposed to understand what you're saying when you don't even understand the words that are coming out
I
your mouth?
wasn't even talking to you.
I don't care. I was trying to
Right.
understand you, and you made no sense.
Understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
What you said made no
No,
sense. I
right?
challenged
God
you on that.
damn.
Don't you like being challenged on the things that you say?
I don't mind being challenged on the things I
Okay,
say.
well, what you said was fucking stupid. I challenged you on that.
Semantics. This is
I mean,
It's
Drizilla,
semantics.
Drizilla, hold on.
Semantics. Words mean things. Yeah, you're damn right they fucking do. And when I don't understand the words that are coming out your mouth because you've defined them incorrectly with a bad example, I'm going to challenge you on that shit because I don't understand what you're trying to say.
yeah, fine. It's your prerogative.
Quite
Not
simple,
mine.
dude.
Just take a page out of my book. I think someone corrected me like 30 seconds ago. They were like, "Yo, that was redundant of you to say what you just said." I was like, "You know what? You're right. Let me correct myself. That's a good point. Jedi's got a good point here. You can learn a thing here too." So just take a page out of old CV's book, eh?
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
But yeah, no. Just to be clear, again, nothing in my even in my people's literature, culture, nothing throughout even my people's history have we ever mentioned or even fucking cared about where they're flat. So
What's
it's
your
not really
people?
it's not really a
Yeah,
big
who are
deal.
your people?
My were the Paiute tribe.
Oh, okay.
Well, this person has talked quite a lot about how they don't really care. Is there anybody in here who does care about the subject?
That's a good question.
Long Iron, how about you?
Oh my.
Carjar, Long Iron.
You got a lot of friends in here. It's very popular in here.
This place is lit.
You're goddamn
It's a fucking party in here. It's the best conversation I think I've ever had.
okay. I am loving this conversation. This conversation is so great. I am really enjoying this.
This conversation is cognitive dissonance.
Man, guys, remember when we talked about that one thing about that one guy about that one thing? And that was crazy.
He's loving the conversation. He's loving the conversation and clicking on his game at the same time.
Right. What are you like a simulation earther or what's your position though, dude?
The Earth is in the shape of titties. That's why they call it the Milky Way.
How do you know that? You never seen
the
titties.
simplest answer I've heard all year.
Yeah, man.
No, but for real, dude, like come on, man. What's your position?
Yeah, but titties.
And not that kind of position.
What are you talking about?
Hey, yo, hold up. Hey, yo, what you mean by that?
Hey, Hada, does the Poyote
Hey,
tribe
that's not flat.
speaks like that? Hada.
Hey, yo, hold up now. That ain't flat. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
That's just weird when people are like, nah, I don't think it's a globe, but I don't really want to think about really further than that. It's like, what? So what is your position though? I don't really think there's like a third.
Okay. Can I be 100% honest with you? I haven't
Oh,
heard.
No,
does that mean you haven't been honest before?
I haven't.
You're gonna be honest now.
I haven't heard. No. I swear on my mom, I was fucking telling the truth the entire time. Listen.
Stop the cap.
There's no
Well, I'm about ready to smack the fucking white off you. Shut the fuck up. Listen. Listen.
Like black though. So good luck.
virtual race or something.
Yeah, well, guess what? I'm a Michael Jackson. Yeah, so listen up. And you don't know, you're gonna learn today.
I'm already.
I'm gonna learn you something. Listen.
I doubt that.
I've heard some arguments about like fucking refraction and shit, right? And water is reflective, right? And I understand like the whole like prism shit
Refraction?
as far as
What's that?
like reflecting, right? What is like reflective, right? A reflective surface on our planet, right? But I'm gonna be honest with
What
you.
planet?
Throughout
There's
my
no
entire
planet.
time,
What are you talking about? Is it
throughout
reflection or
my
reflection?
entire time,
I don't get it.
throughout
I
my
don't
entire
get it.
yeah, the reflection of my
Reflection.
fucking my fucking face reflecting off your mom's ass cheeks. I shut up.
I was gonna let you.
No,
I was gonna let
focus.
you get it out. I was gonna let you get it out, but you got to stop there. So there's a couple things people want to address. Jedi, Gemzy, do you
He's using words he doesn't understand again. He's using
Yeah.
reflection and
I
refraction
mean,
at the same time.
you want to?
hold on, Thrill. Just does Gemzy or you guys got anything else? Because I got some smoke for him too. So
But it's interesting he went there. Like his face is reflected of some woman's bottom. What are you doing down there behind there? Come on, dude. That's too much.
all right, bro.
He
You
doesn't.
just you end
He
up getting
doesn't.
yourself
He doesn't know what to do. So go ahead. My bad.
Crazy.
you get yourself into trouble when you say things like, "Well, I know a few arguments," because all I have to do is ask
Yeah,
you for one of them.
yeah, because I mean
No, no,
the
no.
whole
No, I. No, I.
Snell's
No,
law.
I.
No, you
No,
have
I.
Snell's law. You have refraction, right? I've heard those be brought up in arguments several fucking times, right? From people arguing the Earth as a globe, right? As far as like that goes, I haven't heard a flat earther have a good argument against those. So I'd like to hear one if you got one.
Wait a minute. The
I got one.
argument is
I got
baked into that. I think Jedi can teach you. But you
one.
did you say that like that the Globers argue for Snell's law? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
that's what he said. Yeah, that was funny too.
All right, because like
That's
the argument
hilarious.
is baked into that.
No, I said I've heard them bring up those things, right?
Cool. So what's that then? What's
Right.
Snell's law? Tell us what that is.
What I'm talking
I wouldn't
about.
bring that up if I was a Globe Earther. But go ahead, Jedi's going to teach you why.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
tell me
go ahead.
Just tell me what Snell's law is.
Yeah, so
What's
like,
that?
all right. No, you were gonna ask. You're gonna ask about the fucking, or no, you were gonna bring up or what I said, right? You were gonna counter what I said about.
He's so confused.
I haven't
He,
heard.
he really is. He's learned lots
No,
of
I
people
haven't.
argue Snell's law and globe earthers. Right. So what's Snell's law then? No, what is it?
You want me to
Come
give
on.
you like a definition
Yeah,
point
I
by
just want you
point?
to very briefly explain to me Snell's law.
I mean, you could start.
No, I have it. I looked it up not too long ago.
What's that then?
Because I was talking about it with somebody who's discussing a flatter subject. So I have it pulled up somewhere. I know I do.
Okay, so what is Snell's law then? What is refraction according to Snell's law?
I mean, Snell's law is just basically a fucking formula that describes relationship between angles of what is it called?
Angles of incidence?
And refraction.
Angles on hitting
Yeah,
surfaces?
which is yeah, no. No.
Yeah, no?
The I'm hold on. I've got the formula for you right here. I've how I even fucking heard about this shit in the first place was because it was brought up in a debate between a glober and a fucking flat earther. And they were debating on it, so that's the only reason why I even know about this shit.
This is like high school physics, though.
But he said that the
Yeah,
Glober's argument was better than the flatter argument.
no, that's not
Or
what I
Snell's
said.
law.
What I've said is that I haven't heard subjectively. I have not heard a fucking good counter, right, to
All
any
right.
of those fucking
It's
arguments.
in Thrillzilla. The counters in
I'm
the
asking.
post, the counters in the post that you posted. Let's
Yeah.
read it.
Yeah, this is why I asked you about angles of instance, and you said, yeah, no. Well, yeah, because it's in the thing that you just posted.
Yeah, because
So the reason why I wanted to point it out is because if we were to take Snell's law as the law of refraction. All you got to do is read what you just posted. Between two different isotopic media, such as water, glass, or air. So when we're looking through the atmosphere, how many isotropic media are we looking through?
How many prisms are in the air? I don't
No,
know.
yeah. So when we're passing light through one media, then it hits the boundary of another media and refracts. That's what refraction is, according to Snell's law. When we're looking through one medium, the atmosphere, and light passing through that atmosphere, that's not what Snell's talking about.
Oops.
I'm confused because
Sounds like that flat Earth argument. That's the flat Earth argument.
wouldn't that apply to when you're looking at overseas, right? If it was a curve, right, you wouldn't see over the curve unless there was refraction, right? That's the theory or what that's the position that's being taken.
Drill. You didn't even. You're citing something. You reposted your definition, and you're saying something completely different.
Yeah, look at where it says talking about two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air. So when the ray, quote unquote, of light passes from the atmosphere, the air, and hits at an angle, the boundary of glass. Two media. When we're looking through one medium, where's the second? Is the atmosphere one medium or two mediums? Good. Thank you.
Dub. Easy dub. The flat earthers don't have an argument. He posts our argument.
What are you talking about? I told you a story about how I haven't heard good arguments, and you're trying to prove that
Our
wrong.
argument is in what you posted.
How do you prove that story wrong? You're trying to act
not a
like I said
story.
something.
The question, he asked you a question, Thrill. He asked you a question. When we look through
It
the
was
air,
in response to what I initially said.
relax. He's just asking you. When we look through the air, how many?
Sorry, but it's like you guys have like this disconnect from what happened.
Oh, listen,
Like,
your citation says two isotropic media. I've asked you, when we look through one medium, the atmosphere, how many mediums are we looking through?
so ultimately, what you'd be asking is how what would be the second medium in looking out over the ocean and seeing water, quote unquote, refract?
Yeah,
that's what you're asking. The second medium. What would be the second medium?
Yeah.
You've said in your citation two media where light passes from, let's say, air to water, and the angle of incidence as it hits that boundary between the two. When we're looking through one medium, the atmosphere, where's the angle of incidence going to hit between the boundary of another medium that doesn't exist? It's just one medium, dude.
Okay. All right, hold up.
Is it starting to set in now, or?
Where is it?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Is space real?
What, like height, width, length? What are you talking about? What's space?
I was under the assumption that most people had an idea of what space was.
Yeah. Do you mean three-dimensional space, height, width, length? Do you mean something else?
Oh, are you playing dumb? Wow, that's hilarious.
I want you to be specific, is what I'm asking.
Okay, not the space as in XYZ. The space as in outside of the atmosphere. A vacuum, if you will.
Oh, a vacuum of space? No, don't be stupid. That can't exist.
Can I ask you a question that would be equivalent?
Okay, so space doesn't exist. Okay, fantastic.
Can I ask you a question that would be equivalent? Let me ask you this, because I want you to feel how I feel when you ask this. Oh, he's not here for real. Yeah, he not here. He ain't here bad faith.
Hmm.
Usually. I think he's gonna rejoin. All right, cool. I got you. Hey, I wanted to just quickly ask because your question was a good question.
Mhm.
I just wanted to ask you like a kind of a similar or equivalent question, just to kind of have you feel put you in the shoes of a flat earther. Okay, so let me ask you this:
Huh.
Is there an outside of outer space, or is there an outside of the universe?
I don't know.
Okay, all right, that's honest.
Sick. Okay. So we've established that space is not a vacuum of space is not real, right? That's
So, like,
correct.
But you don't have an outside of your reality either, though.
That's fine. Yeah. No, I just want to understand what you guys believe.
I don't want you to like make it seem like, oh, that's a problem if you don't think there's an outside.
Well,
Like,
I'm
you
not
don't
saying
think
there's a problem here.
Let's
I'm just trying to
see
understand what you guys believe. That's all.
just making sure.
Yeah. Okay. So space isn't real, and from what I understand, you guys also don't think that gravity is real. Is that correct?
Have you got a scientific experiment that I can test to prove it?
Wait, I'm sorry. I asked you if you thought gravity was real or not.
Yeah, no.
It is real.
I mean,
Okay.
you could have gone through
My
that, but
understanding was that you guys just thought that it was denser things go down, right?
What?
Well, I'd like a reason to believe in gravity, but I don't see any evidence or scientific, any experiments for that.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm not like misinterpreting your guys' views for you. My understanding that I've been told before was that gravity is not real. The reason things stick to the ground is because denser things go down. That's what I was told. Is that accurate to what flat earthers believe?
Not really. It's more
really.
We can get on the same page just with this. Is there a scientific experiment for gravity?
I don't know. I have no idea how to establish that.
I know. I think Jedi knows. I think Heretic knows.
Okay.
So why don't we get on the same page there instead of like trying to like, well, let me psychoanalyze the flat. Let's just find out if we know the same things there, Trump. Let's find out whether there's a scientific experiment for gravity instead of just saying, are you denying reality? Are you calling all things fake?
Well, I didn't do that.
Things are real to begin with. I mean,
I didn't do that, so that's okay.
It's not like people are calling Santa Claus fake. They just know that it doesn't exist.
Also, you asked me before what were two of them. I figured it out. One was the ocean, the other one was atmosphere.
Looking through the ocean?
No, when light bounces off the ocean.
That's not what Snell's law is, though.
That's reflection, not refraction. When light bounces off the water.
Hold on,
it's
but
reflection.
there's also the atmosphere as well. Read what I put inside chat.
No, I got you, but that's not what refraction
All right, it's bedtime. Good night.
What are you talking about? You asked me for two, and I gave you two specific ones.
But it doesn't match Snell's law, though. That's not Snell's law.
All right, hold on. Fine,
Passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media. Are you looking through the ocean?
I'll find you.
Light still passes through the ocean, though. What?
You're not looking through the ocean, guys. What the hell are you saying?
Not what I.
That's not how light works, bro.
Then that's not Snell's law. Then
you've already posted it. I don't understand.
It's just light passing through two mediums. That's it.
We've already posted what Snell's law is.
When you're looking across the ocean, you're not looking through the ocean, you weirdos. Hell. Jedi gave you the answer too.
So you're saying light can't pass through the ocean into the air and then
No,
into your
good thing I'm not saying that. Good thing
Can
I
you
never.
see to the bottom?
I'm asking a question though.
Can you see to the bottom of the ocean?
Through the water.
Can you see to the bottom of the ocean?
Wait, what?
Can you see to the bottom of the ocean?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Can you see to the bottom?
Yes, you do.
You do. So from a boat on surface level, you can see to the bottom of the ocean.
All right, I'm just curious. Do you guys actually think the Earth is flat?
Yes,
hold on.
Yes, bro, it's flat.
Not the way you're thinking, Pickle.
Okay, explain to me your train of thought, please.
Well, what's your train of thought so we can get on the same page?
Well, as far as I know, that I was taught in the German education system is there is the center of the Earth. We revolve around that, meaning we're a circle, right?
I'm asking about the flat Earth. We all understand the globe very well, so I'm asking you your understanding of the
flat Earth. My understanding is that you guys think that Antarctica is like a wall around us, and that we're like this disc. I don't know. I don't really know much about it. All right, that's why I'm asking.
No, you're talking.
Let me just ask you this. Hold on, bro. When you come in, you're like, so you really think it's flat, and your idea is a disc?
He's asking a normal question. Why are you gonna take him in?
No, I'm being serious. Like I have no idea. Like I genuinely have no clue.
I'm trying to address your question. I can't answer it really with a yes or no. Like, well, yes, I think it's flat, because then your idea doesn't match what I'm saying. Right?
Okay, I think the Earth is a Minecraft cube. It's just flat, and there's nothing else.
So if you're asking, really?
Wait, why do you think that? That's stupid.
The answer.
No, I'm asking. I'm trying to get him to explain to me his idea of flat Earth. I'm trying to figure it out.
You really think this, which you made up? You could just ask, "Hey, what do you guys think?" So I can address what you think, and then go.
Bro, he asked a normal question. Why are you derailing so hard?
Oliver, I answered.
What do you guys think about flat Earth? Is that how you want me to word that?
That would be a good start, as opposed to, well, so you really think it's flat, and your idea is disc, and no one here thinks it's disc. That's hard to answer because most people don't know what flat Earth is. So it's
all right. Let's ignore that even happened. All right, let's just completely forget I said that. I just now joined. All right.
Trying to help.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Fuck. How do you want me to word that? I already forgot.
No idea. But welcome to the server. First time here.
Morning. Did I get muted? No way. Fuck.
You're not muted.
So, do you guys think it's flat?
But you don't know what flat is.
No, it's not flat.
It's not flat the way you're thinking.
Okay, the way you think it's flat, explain it to me.
All right, that'd be a great start, Jedi. You want
Sick. All right.
Okay, so the surface of the Earth isn't curving. It's horizontal in nature.
Okay. Well,
so the waters of the Earth, they do not curve over distances that they should do if the Earth was a ball. The water is observed and measured, keyword measured, to be horizontal, level, flat, whichever descriptor you want to use.
Mm-hmm. So just because the water is flat means the Earth is flat? Is that, or am I misunderstanding?
Yeah. No, you're correct. Being as we're told that 72% of the Earth's surface is water, we observe and measure that water to be horizontal and not curving, so the Earth can't be a ball then.
Hey. That's a big fallacy. That's the most stupid thing I heard anybody say. If you don't know the whole, how can you say you know the percentage of water?
Excuse me. We are. Did you not listen to the bit where I said we are told? So we are told that 72% of the Earth's surface, if it was a globe, was water. Did you not listen to that bit?
Why propagate that?
Because that's the claim, you fucking idiot. We're going against the claim, so we have to mention the claim.
Who's the idiot here?
You at the moment.
Is the people who trust what you say.
I'm mentioning the claim. Do you not understand
I think you're very smart.
Hold on,
That's brilliant. Mentioning the claim. We are told 72% of the Earth's surface is water, so that water should curve if it was a ball. That water's not curving, so therefore the Earth isn't a ball. You got a problem with that, Sunshine?
Mishu, you're halfway right there. You're like, oh, that's bullshit. Well, it's not that flat earthers are saying that though. That's the globe.
So, water. I have an empty bowl. Put my water bottle in there. Fill it in like a full, just one of the ones that you buy from the store. Fill it in there. The water doesn't curve, so therefore Earth flat.
Not therefore Earth flat, but if you were to have a bigger body of water, like I don't know, a lake that was miles from one end to the other, or a sea, for example, and you were to observe and measure that water would act no differently to the one that's in your cup. It would be horizontal, wouldn't be curved.
Okay, I actually kind of understand what you're
saying. It's measured like that.
Okay, I got that.
Cool.
I have no argument back, to be honest with you. I was just curious. Thank you for explaining this to me and not being a dickhead about it.
Hey, that's why I'm here. Not to be a dickhead about it.
Sick.
Jacob, you should turn off the light.
This
What next, CB? What next?
Did Homeboy leave or?
I don't know. He seems to
What
be quite happy with the answer.
was his name again?
I can't remember, to be honest.
Yes. Mishu was the other guy that left, but did Homeboy really just leave that quickly? Damn. Oliver's still here. Oliver, hey.
Yeah, mate.
Hey, I tried to send you a message in the chat. So, like, what if I said to you, so you stopped beating your wife, right?
Dude.
What would you say back to that? Oliver.
Yeah, can I help you?
What if I said, so you've stopped beating your wife, right? What would you say in response to that? Hello? Weird. Weird.
Yeah, I'm confused.
It's weird how people always get like when I'm talking to someone else, they feel the need to like then chime in and sort of white knight. Oh, look, let him speak. Oh, help. Oh. But like
Not
then
white
when
knighting. When you say stupid shit, there's obviously
there we
time and
go.
room to be able to
There he
reply, no?
is. There he is. There he is. So you stopped beating your wife, right?
I don't understand the correlation.
Yeah, it's
One is a belief, one's an accusation.
well, he said it perfectly. He's like, well, I think flat earth is a disc. Do you think that the flat earthers think the flat earth is a disc?
His initial claim was, do you guys actually believe the earth is flat? I don't think that
Right.
was an
That's
insult
what
or
he's saying.
disrespectful in any way.
He's saying, so you stopped beating your wife, right?
Once again, one is an accusation and one is a claim.
No, obviously, his version of flat earth does not match what I'm saying.
He doesn't have a version of flat earth.
He even said it himself. He's like, I think maybe it's a disc. There's not a single flat earther in this panel.
Because he kept asking him questions instead of asking or answering his question.
You keep interrupting me when I try to explain the analogy.
You're explaining his analogy or your analogy?
Get it out. Let it out.
Sorry, what?
I'm gonna let you get it out because you keep trying to interrupt me when I'm explaining myself. So just go ahead and let it out so I can explain myself.
Oh, I don't think I'm interrupting you. I'm letting you finish.
That's what it feels like.
Go
So
on,
again,
let me speak.
thank you very much. I needed your permission. So if I ask you, you stop beating your wife, right? It's like I'm already assuming something about you that isn't true. That's the analogy. So you wouldn't answer that with a yes or a no because it already assumes something that about you that is not true. So you wouldn't just simply answer that because you kept saying, "Well, just answer him. Just answer him." If I was like, "Well, just answer that, bro. Did you stop beating him or not?" Like, I haven't beat
You
my wife.
understand that one is a claim.
No. Again,
it's a contention of accusation, right? If I ask you, hey, do you really believe in God, bro?
Keep interrupting me when I'm trying to explain myself. So you're gonna let me finish or not? Or do I have
You
to mute?
finished your point.
No, I haven't.
Okay, go on. You can monologue a bit more.
Thanks. I needed your permission again for the second time. So you're assuming something about me that's not true. He's assuming that I think the Earth is a disk as well. I do not. So if he's saying, "Do you really think the Earth is flat?" That'd be like me saying, have you really stopped beating your wife?" There's not a yes or no answer to that question. What he's assuming about me is not true. I do not think the Earth is a disk. So yes or no. Do I really think it's a disk? Well, not yes, not no. That's not my position.
You done?
Me stopping and allowing you to speak is the cue for you to go. If you've been around life or the world for maybe, I don't know, enough years to figure that out, you shouldn't have to ask.
You seem like you need extra treatment because every time you stop and I start, you said you're interrupting me. You're interrupting me, so I don't understand, right? Anyways, you comparing the analogy between someone beating their wife and someone believing something is completely different, right? One's an accusation, one's a claim. He asked a simple question: do you guys actually believe the Earth is flat? Which you can analyze to saying, "Hey, do you actually believe in God? Hey, do you actually believe this is the answer to a math equation?" Not saying, "Hey, did you stop beating someone?" did you stop doing something? It's completely different, right? He asked a fairly simple question.
It's not a simple question. So we can just ask you
Then
this.
give him a complicated answer instead of making fun of him for 10 minutes.
I did make fun of him. Now we have to make fun of you because you don't understand simple things. So what is flat Earth to you?
What is flat Earth to me?
Yeah. What is flat Earth?
At the back of a curve? I mean,
Huh?
what else can it be?
Sorry, I just missed that. What?
The lack of a curve?
It's a good answer. But
I mean, what else can it be?
what shape is it?
What shape?
Yeah.
What did you tell me? What's something that has no curve?
But what shape is it though?
What shape is something that lacks a curve? Are you asking that?
Yeah.
It's flat.
Yeah, but that's not a shape though.
What shape is what is something that lacks a curve? You didn't ask me what shape is it. You
I'm
said,
just
what is the Earth if it lacks a curve?
Hey,
That's what you
listen,
asked.
you said it's a simple thing like asking what is do you believe in God, which I don't think is a simple question because your idea of God may not match my idea of God. So if you say, "Do you really believe in God?" and you think God is some I don't know, maybe you think God is something else, right? So that's not a simple thing. That's what I'm trying to point out. He
I
said
did.
himself, right, Oliver? He said himself he thinks it's some sort of disk. Flat earthers don't think that. So if he's saying, "Do you really think the earth is a disk? Do you really believe the earth is flat? Have you
So
really stopped beating your the point isn't that it's not about the act. He's accusing me of assuming or he's accusing me that I think the earth is a disk. Just like I would accuse you that you have beaten your wife previously.
but sure,
You're missing the point. It's not that I'm accusing you of something. It's that I'm assuming something about you that isn't true. He's assuming something about me that's not true. So that's why I was trying to point that out. It's not a simple question like, do you believe in God? Because June G is God, Julius J is God, Heretic's God, Heaven Earth is God. Those might be all different gods. So just me asking, do you believe in God? That's not a simple thing.
well,
Do you-
so your first premise is he said it's a disk. He told me it's okay. His initial claim was, or his initial question was, do you actually believe in flat Earth? He didn't say he thought it was a disk until you asked him, what do you think it is, right?
That's why I
And your
asked him to
second premise,
clarify. I already know that no one knows what flat. That's why we're asking you, what is flat Earth?
anyways, your second premise,
Because that would
do you
hide that.
believe in God?
Look. The only reason I'm asking you what is flat Earth because it just highlights my point that it's not a simple thing because no one knows what flat Earth is. So why don't you tell us what since you know?
Yeah, flat Earth is a Earth that lacks a curve. No, doesn't seem so complex to me.
I like your spirit. You'd make a good flat earther with that answer, but I'm going to be a glober and press you. Well, I need to
Sure.
know what shape that is, though.
You need to know what shape lacks a
Yeah,
curve.
have an edge.
Not sure.
Okay. Well, what shape is it then?
Something that lacks a curve.
That's not a shape. A curve isn't a shape. It's a description of a surface. I learned that from the
Well,
flat.
I don't care what shape you think it is or it isn't. What I think is flat means lack of curve. So if you want to know what I think the Earth is, I think it's something that lacks a curve.
I understand that. I appreciate that answer. But I'm like I said, I'm Glober mode right now. And does it have a bottom? Is there something? What's underneath? What's on the bottom side of the flat Earth?
Dig deeper and find out. I'm not sure.
That's a good answer too. I like you. This is good. Y'all been studying, huh? This is good. All right. So, do you guys have a model?
Does flat Earth have a model?
Yeah.
What do you mean by model?
I mean, you tell me. I mean, can I see a little Hot Wheels of the Earth?
Like a map? Yeah, you can go on Google and find a map.
Hey, this guy, you've been studying, haven't you? I like you.
What do you
Man.
mean by studying? When
Well,
you
these
ask for a map, if you ask anyone for a map, they're going to show you a rectangle piece of paper that shows where the continents and countries are. They're not going to give you a globe or something of the sort. Like if you see a sailor or a pilot, their maps aren't, they're not round or curved. Their maps are flat now.
Well, you have good answers. You're answering like a flat earther. I'm not going to lie.
I don't think the Earth is flat.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm proud of you because you're answering like kind of how I would answer as well. So you seem like you've got a good head on your shoulder.
My issue is the lack of observation of curve. That's the only contention I have with flat Earth. Besides that, there's other ways I think we can measure some sort of how do I put this? We can kind of come to a conclusion without like actual observations that the Earth isn't flat necessarily.
I understand that
It's
because
not
they say
strong
the Earth
enough.
is too big to observe the curvature. I understand that, but we have to
I,
then
I,
we have
I
to
don't know if
then
I
be able
believe
to
that
go out
either.
and then, huh?
I don't know if I believe that either.
But with your previous statement, that's kind of inherent with what you're saying. You're saying it's not observable. Isn't that what you just said?
Yeah, I don't think we can observe a curve. I just don't know
That's
why
my
we can't
point.
observe a
That's what
curve.
I'm saying. That goes with what I'm saying is that it's quote unquote too big to see.
That's the scientific consensus, yes, but I don't think that's like the only reason we can't see a curve, right? It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I'm not saying it's the only reason, but like that would be essentially that's one of the reasons they're saying that you don't see curvatures because the Earth is just a little bit, essentially it's too big to see it. But
Well, the issue
you're
is,
honest enough to say that it's observably not curved, so that's why you would have to go out and either measure or test it somehow.
I mean, I think there's something preventing. I mean, I don't think there's enough scientific evidence of anyone actually trying to figure out what the shape of the Earth is or what. I don't think anyone's looking into the Earth. I think that we came into agreement a few hundred years ago. Now we have organizations that we just listen to. I don't think there's anyone actually studying anything relevant to what the Earth is or can be or what it was. I don't know if we have enough um, energy behind studies to show why we can't see a curve, why we can't measure it or observe a curve. I mean, we have one scientist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, just saying we can't see it because we need to go higher. I mean, how high do we need to go? It's not really coherent enough.
But you wouldn't use science for that. You would use the math for that, and you can use the math to determine how high off the surface of a curve of a sphere with this certain size you would need to be to see the curvature. And so it's not based off of any testimony from any man or any science. It's based off of math. So that's something you could go out into the field and I guess put to the test, sort of.
I don't think anyone cares enough to do that. I think one day
sound like
people are just going to come to.
You sound like
What
a
was that?
Matthew. I mean, there's a character that comes along the panel from time to time, and he has a similar mindset where he's like, "Well, we have NASA and SpaceX and all these things, but they don't care enough to debunk flat earthers."
Yeah, I
It's
wouldn't
kind of
throw either of those far enough as I can trust them. SpaceX is run by an organization funded by the government. NASA is the government. I mean, do we really
okay.
trust the government?
Do you really move this way? Like, this is really how you think, or
What do you mean?
like you don't like all the space pictures? Like, you're not on board with any of those, or what?
Am I not on board with space pictures? They all look different to me.
So there's not a real one,
I
or
mean, if
like.
everyone claims they're all real and they all look different, what do you do then?
Well, I mean, you have to go to the field to determine what the Earth is actually doing. That's what I would say. I wouldn't use an all or nothing fallacy, but I'm just asking you if there is like a particular photo that you do trust, or you kind of do you just throw
Once I see a photo that shows satellites and meteorites and other rocks in space, I'll believe that one. Because currently we have photos that show all of the Earth with nothing surrounding it. I don't know how that works. I think there's a meteorite shower today in Australia, and apparently we still can't see meteorites.
This is
We
really
can't even see satellites getting hit. I mean, we're having meteorite showers every year, and not a single satellite has been hit. There's things that just don't make sense to me, and if it doesn't make sense to me, I choose not to believe it.
this is really interesting. Throwzilla says, "Funny how flat earthers accuse anyone who disagrees with them on any subject of being a globe earther." I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that's a little bit of an overstatement. There may be some truth to that. That I was like, "Oh, what?" I asked him like, "Are you a globie or not?" But like, I do appreciate these answers. These are really interesting answers. I mean, it seems like you've been. How long have you been sort of around the topic?
Yeah, a little bit, not too long.
Couple. Do you think you could pin it to a year? Like, because
Oh, God, damn.
most people like know what year they graduated school. But I feel like with flat Earth, for most people, it's like a starting year. Like I first heard
Um,
flat Earth in 2017, but a lot of
I
people have.
would say when I started to actually, sorry if I interrupted. If I started to actually try and, I started learning about flat Earth and globe Earth and why we can and can't see things when I started my postgrad in November last month.
Wow. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are slowly, just recently getting into this. So okay,
I
I
mean,
was just
if you ask your average person, hey, do you trust the government? They're going to say, probably not, right?
yeah, yeah.
And then if you go a bit further and say, do you trust NASA? They're like, yeah, we like NASA. They do great things, right?
Right.
And then you ask them, did you know that NASA hasn't actually done great things and there's all these conspiracies about them? There's observable proof that they're lying to you. I mean, the astronauts don't even know who they are, what they've done. I mean, if you ask a Christian man, swear on the Bible that you didn't kill, your dead wife or something, right? Like you'd like, straight away do it. Like, I swear on the Bible, I would never do this,
Can I
right?
go play Globy a little bit?
Yeah, go
So
for it.
I would say, well, how could they possibly, it's kind of a big organization. Like, wouldn't someone kind of come out and speak out if they were lying?
That lack of information doesn't necessarily mean everyone is lying. I mean, how many people in NASA do you think know everything?
That's a good point. That's a good point. I
I
can't really.
mean, do you really think, for example, that the press secretary of the United States knows everything about the president? Do you think the president knows everything about what's happening?
Right. I'm smart enough to know that. I don't think most people realize that when they ask that question. They're like, "No, but everyone that works there knows everything that goes up." Like it's like to me that highlights that sounds like you've never had a job before, because what you just described is exactly right. Even like someone like the second Secretary of State or whatever, it's not like they know what goes on in the Oval Office or whatever. So there's hierarchies. So I'm glad that you understand these things. But let me go back. Let me get back in globe mode. So yeah, but it's such a big organization. Like somebody would have to know. Like there would have to be some sort of whistleblower.
Yeah, people know. It's been happening. People like Alex Jones have been talking about this for a long time.
Yeah, but Alex Jones he's not a trustworthy source.
What would you consider a trustworthy source? Is the president a trustworthy source?
The president, yes. Also, the news,
If I
yeah.
showed you contradictions between the president speaking, straight lies, would you say the president is still trustworthy?
Well, the president gets new updates all the time. So he learns things on the fly. We constantly update the science. We're always learning. So if he contradicts himself, then that just means he learned new information.
What if it's a straight out lie? What if he said, for example, my son died in the Iraqi war and his son never actually went to Iraq? Would that be something that he made a mistake of, or would this be an outright lie?
It's possible that he had another son and that then it may be true.
A son that we never knew about? I thought every politician that runs for presidency is screened and public information, no?
Well, I mean, Drake, he had a son, and Drake's son was hidden from the public for a very long time, and he's a very public figure, and no one knew.
I
So
thought
it is possible that the president also, is a very large figure like Drake, could have a second son that people didn't know about.
I'm a bit mistaken. I thought Drake wasn't a politician.
But Drake, I think Drake is more well known than Joe Biden.
Does Drake have security screenings?
Through like the government?
Does the government screen Drake and other celebrities?
Probably not to the
Publicly?
same extent. Probably not to the same extent, no.
Oh, can
Isn't
you
he
show me
also
one
Canadian or
politician?
something? Not from the US?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Can you
but
show me
he's
one
Canadian, so he
politician or
doesn't have to get the
senator?
same screening. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for whoever said that. He's Canadian, so he doesn't deserve the same screening process. That's a good point.
Once again, whoever you are, if you run for any position, for example, governor, senator, your life is pretty much public now. For example, Joe Biden, he's been in politics for a very long time, right? Like, very long time. If anything about him was to be discovered, it wouldn't be today. It would have been 2 decades ago, right? He doesn't have another son. He said, my son died in the Iraqi war when he was speaking to a veteran that lost their family. I think this was just to cope and try and make him seem like he can experience the same pain that they went through. There's other examples as well. Recently, he said his father.
Conspiracy theorist, honestly, because it could be a potential that maybe he just had a second wife and he needed to cover that up, and they had a second son, and that's normal. A lot of people deal with this type of situation. I think you're just being a conspiracy theorist.
What sounds more ludicrous, the president having a hidden wife that no one knows about, or him lying? Like, really, man.
I mean, do you really think, because it's just too big of a lie? I think it's just the government can't possibly lie.
Are you trolling when you say stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi-Fi, we're doing a little role playing. I don't know if you missed
Okay.
that.
I just want to make sure not that dense.
Feel free to join in if you want.
It's entertaining to listen to it at the least.
We're just role playing because I'm trying to do my best Globy. I'm trying to do my best globe because a lot of I'm sure you've met people who are like lies. I can't be lied to on this level type of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a recent video that came out with the Russian government where Putin is shown a video, right? And he's.
Sorry. I'm just laughing. Did you actually believe me there for a second, Ty?
I'm new to this server, so I don't know anyone here really. So I'm still I can't gauge who you are, and I can't tell. So
I mean, I'm doing a good job. All right.
Yeah, no, it was convincing on some levels. So enough for me to ask. So
sweet. What do you think, Jedi?
Yeah, you need to stand back from that ball, man. You're a bit too convincing, huh?
Sorry to cut you off there, Oliver. Go ahead, please proceed.
Yeah, as I was saying, there was a video that was released with Putin being shown by his government officials a software that's operated by Google. Google software confirmed that the photos that NASA declared official moon landing photos were fake. And this was using Google's AI algorithms done by Russian officials, and Putin is standing there like, this isn't new information to us. There's also a public video I can show you if you'd like to see it.
Yeah, post it.
Yeah, one sec.
The moon landing. I wish we could do polls on Discord. I'm curious, like, how many people still believe in the globe but do or don't believe in the moon landing.
Yeah. It's a video on Twitter by some doctor. You can see the videos shows the faces of the officials, the face of Putin, and you can also translate them talking. Very interesting.
Yeah, there's no way we went to the moon in that piece of shit fucking foil thing, craft, whatever. I don't know. I really can't believe that the technology was actually there at that point.
Yeah.
And if I told you that the Russians discovered that the photos were fake, right, you'd be like, I can't trust the Russians.
Right.
What if they use Google's algorithms and Google's actual network? So American information.
I don't want to. We don't have to make a whole discussion, Ty, but I'm just curious. Like, with that understanding, are you Team Globe or are you on the flat side? Just out of curiosity.
Honestly, probably out of just laziness. I've never really done enough research or effort to really have a stance, and that's why I'm kind of just sitting here. As I could see it either way. I'm kind of just totally like, yeah.
No, I'm glad. I just wanted the panel to hear that because I just don't think it's as rare as people think that people don't believe in the moon landing. Like that, it's because they're like, you don't believe in it.
Is this like a bad time to say something, or are you guys
when somebody's in the middle of a sentence? Yeah, probably. You should have learned that from your parents.
Is it on subject, man?
Hey! I'm not a flat earther, but I would like to hear you guys explain your reasoning behind this. I would like to hear that.
Oliver, take notes. Oliver, watch this. We're gonna do the exact same thing. So, SF, what is the flat Earth?
Yeah. I have no idea. That's why I asked.
Great, perfect. Does Jedi? Do you want to tell him or Plum Bob?
No, someone else can. I'm about to nip out.
Okay, cool. Well, what do you think flat Earth is, SF Cam? Like, if you had to tell a 5-year-old, what would you tell him?
If I was to explain this to a 5-year-old, I would tell them flat Earth is a theory that the Earth is flat.
But But that's
That
not.
seems about the most simple explanation.
It's too vague. That's like saying like to a blind person, well, blue is just blue. Like that doesn't really help. Your X is X isn't the answer we're looking for. So we need something a little bit more than that. Like what is you have to kind of
Right.
give us some
Right,
more
I don't really have anything else for you, honestly. Although,
Okay. What
like I
about
said,
this? What
I
about
am
this?
interested in your reasoning behind
What
it.
if what if I were to ask you to like draw it? What would you draw for us?
Hmm. A flat line. There you
Ooh,
go. Not like a
you,
circular, not like a circle, because obviously that can be perceived in multiple ways if you just draw a circle. Just
you
do a
smart.
flat line.
You smart, huh? Okay. All right. All right. I like it. I like it. Fair enough. Okay, so I'm sure you've seen some imagery online of a flat Earth in space. Is that kind of what you're picturing now? We got the sun, Mercury, Venus, and then flat Earth. Is that what you were kind of thinking?
Yeah, something like that.
All right. And so this is Oliver. Why I don't I'm very hesitant to answer when people ask questions like, "So you really think it's flat?" Because in their mind, they're picturing kind of the universe, the solar system with a flat Earth in there, and so we don't think that. So,
Right.
um,
Mind your
yeah.
madness, isn't there?
Go ahead, Jenna. I'm sorry, I missed that.
There's method behind your madness, isn't there?
Yeah, there's some madness. I know some people are like, just get to it, but like, it's like you literally have to be a shaman for people. It's not an easy process, but
Right.
just like you can't load a GameCube Super Smash Bros. Game into an Xbox 360 because it's not compatible. You can't load a flat Earth into outer space and then ask me questions like that's my worldview or my position. And so, um, this is I say this a lot, and I'm sorry, this is annoying, but I think the better way to think about it for globe earthers is just think of your the worldview you already have. Right? Your worldview does not consist of just a globe. It's this really large space that hasn't been fully explored. If I asked you what shape it is, it's not like you would really know because you don't have this God's eye view of all of reality from some outside place where you could say, all right, well, it's shaped like this big blob or whatever. You don't have that POV. So you don't know what shape it is. You don't know where the edge is, if it even has an edge. You don't know a lot of stuff, right? It's it's all of reality. How could you really say you know what shape that is? Well, a flat earther thinks of the Earth like that too. Since we don't think of it as a pizza planet floating around in a galaxy, which is ridiculous. I really want you guys to drop that. That's a terrible straw man. If you want to think of flat Earth, you better start thinking of your current worldview that you already have, your universe. And I don't mean that in sheer size or anything like that. We're not saying the flat Earth has to be billions and trillions or whatever gillions of miles large. It just has the same characteristics that I just explained. Large, unexplored. You don't know what shape it is. Probably doesn't need to be held up by anything since it's probably all of reality, likely, etc. Right? So it has these characteristics, and so it's tough to. I can't just whip out a brochure or look around my room and pick up an object and say, "Well, here's a representation of all of reality." So I don't think the Earth or flat Earth is an object. We're saying the Earth is essentially all there is. It's not a pizza planet floating around in a large void. So, long answer, but hope you understand. If you want to think of the flat Earth, just think of your universe, not in size, but in character. All right. What do you think about that? That was who were we talking to? Ty or was that?
No, that was not myself that you were answering.
Who was that? Did they leave?
Well, I'll just jump in real quick. You stick with what's observable, right?
Yes. If someone's like, what does flat Earth look like? I just say, open your eyes, go outside.
Definitely. Yeah. You would never claim that you know like what the shape of the whole Earth is.
Correct.
Fair enough.
How could we even do that?
Right.
How could we do it?
Good question.
Yeah. So we're just limited to what we can actually prove.
Fair enough.
The
I
only
respect
reason the only reason people ask is because they're so used to being able to leave the earth, quote unquote, and take selfies from some outside place. Well, the flat earth isn't like the globe earth, just like men aren't like women. Sorry, I know people don't like to hear that, but there's a difference. So if you want to compare, you need to compare your universe to the flat earth, not the globe earth object to some flat object. That's where people get things tripped up. Because then they start asking, well, where's the edge I can jump off? What's hanging on the bottom of it? Imagine if I asked you what's hanging on the bottom of the universe. You'd be like, dude, that's a silly question. Whatever question you're gonna ask me, just think about it first. Ask it to your universe. Like, oh well, what shape is the flat Earth? What shape is the universe? Okay, I see. I don't know what shape all of reality is. So I guess the flat earthers don't know what shape all of reality is either. So
Yeah. And to be honest, I think that's what most people get fucked up because people say you're flat earthers when you're not flat earthers. You're observable earthers. You know, you perceive your world as flat, but you'll never claim like what the actual um, physical shape of the Earth is. So, my, is that does that make sense?
yeah,
Am I correct in saying that?
yeah,
In around that sort of way, yeah. I think the word flat, and we've had debates within our own community for years about which word is the best descriptor. Flat, horizontal, level, whichever way, really. I mean, no one's actually saying that the Earth is totally 100% smooth and flat. You just have to look around and see that the world is three-dimensional and 3D, but it's horizontal in nature. It's not curving anywhere. It's not a ball.
yeah. That
Right.
word
So
flat is confusing to people.
I have a question. Is it generally? I don't know how much there's parallels and beliefs on this stuff and like the quote society or whatever that exists with this, but do most people think that a flat world that we're on is something that is naturally occurring, or that this world was created
There you go.
specifically in this way, particularly?
He's right up my street. So yeah, you're
Get it?
talking about the ontological primitive, the dichotomy, two choices you've got when you're talking about how the Earth got here. Did the Earth spring into existence, matter created itself for no apparent reason, or did it intelligence design and create? You've only got two choices. Now, some people like to come into our channel and serve and ask why would they lie. I usually like to answer by saying this, because the spinning ball Earth comes with its own creation story where nothing created everything, devoid of the necessary antecedent for intelligence to design and create. If the Earth is a flat stationary system, and you ask that question again, like you just have, how many answers do you think you've truly got? Is it one or two answers?
So, I'm asking specifically if, like, do you think that there could be another naturally occurring flat? I don't want to say even planet, but just do you think there could be something else that looks like what the Earth looks like that's just naturally occurring, or is this something that was specifically created? You know, like this wouldn't just naturally happen because, I don't know what the theory is of like what the other planets are, or like why are those balls and ours isn't. and why what makes that happen that way? You know, I don't know. I'm just talking out loud.
Everything you can see is created, mate. If you want my own personal point of view, and I'll speak for, I don't know, 80% of flat earthers, we will say that this is a created environment. So whether it's the Earth, Moon, or Jupiter that you're talking about, whatever they are created.
Okay, no, that's what I was asking. So thank you.
No worries, man.
Effie, what like are you a part of a certain denomination of
Uh,
I guess? What do you fall into? I'm guessing some sort of Christianity.
Are
I
you
guess
talking
can
to me?
me?
Are you asking?
Effie, Jedi.
Oh, okay. Do I fall into any category of Christianity? If you wanted to put me into a category, you could put me there if you want. Don't mind.
Okay. You don't label yourself though, or anything like that.
I wouldn't label myself quote unquote Baptist or Catholic or some kind of denomination. I wouldn't necessarily do that.
Fair enough. But you believe in a creator. You think
Yeah.
there's a
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to, for the panel, I just want to highlight that any group of people, you're going to find some variety. I'll turn my camera off so we can get more people in here. But any group of people, you're going to find some variety. So, like, there are some misconceptions. I'm not saying Ryan's trying to mischaracterize us, but there is a misconception out there that like all flat earthers are a certain way, or all flat earthers are religious, or all of them are Bible believers or whatever. But if you really think about it, any group of people, whether it's mathematicians or just any group, you're going to find a variety within that group of people and what they believe in, or whether they're agnostic or not. And so people try to use that variety like, oh, that's a problem within the group of flat earthers, when it's not a problem within the church or whatever. So you're going to find variety in any group of people. So
Yeah, no.
that's not
This yeah. This is kind of why I was asking, because I know some young earth creationists who are flat earthers, and I know some that who are not. Kent Hovind is a big flat earth creationist who doesn't believe in the flat earth, yet he believes in a 6,000-year-old earth. And there's some like debate about that in the Bible. Effie, I don't know if you think that the flat earth is like biblically proven, or if there's evidence of the flat earth in the Abrahamic account.
Well, would you say that the Bible is primarily describing what God created? It was a flat Earth stationary system.
Say again.
Would you agree that the Bible, from God's point of view, what He created is a flat stationary system?
No, I would disagree. I think.
Okay, no worries. I mean, you've asked if the Bible is a globe Earth or a flat Earth book. There are around about 150 verses within the Bible which speak about God's creation, and that would be a flat, stationary, pressed out like clay underneath a seal kind of Hebrewic cosmology, which is flat and contained. So the Bible is definitely a flat Earth book.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be able to?
I'm not much. Sorry, go ahead.
Would you be able to point to me a verse or something within the Bible where it says that God created a spinning ball in space?
Oh, definitely not.
Right then. So
Definitely
does
not.
God? So would you agree that God has created an Earth on pillars, for example, and stationary, immovable?
No, I wouldn't agree with that either.
No. When I say agree with it, I mean, does it say that in the Bible? Whether you think it's true or not, does it say that in the Bible?
So I'm not much of a biblical scholar. I've heard, I've listened to some things from some different people about some passages in the Bible, and absolutely it does say things that I think you could point to, saying like if they were taken literally, passages if they were taken literally would mean that the Earth would be flat, but I think a lot of the Bible is metaphorical.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. As long as you say that literally the Bible says the earth is flat, for example, and stationary, but apologetics, that's metaphorical language. But as long as we understand that primarily the Bible is a flat earth book, and then you can interpret it how you like. But it's a flat earth book.
You keep saying it's a flat Earth book.
Well, it is. It's not a globe earth book. If you were to look at God's description of the world that he created, there's not a ball there. It's not spinning on its axis. It's not in orbit around the sun. It's actually antithetical to those things. So pressed out like clay underneath underneath a seal, immovable, placed upon foundations and pillars, those types of things.
Okay. Again, I'm not trying to defend the Bible. I'm not
No,
a Christian.
it's all right. Neither am I. I'm not kind of defending my point. I'm just saying what the Bible says. We can debate about whether it's true or not all day, and I'm happy to do that. That's fine. But we just have to understand what the Bible says in the first instance, and it's not a globe earth book; it's a flat earth book.
Totally fair enough.
Yeah.
I'll agree with you in the sense that like the Bible does say some there are quotes in the Bible that I think if taken literally point to saying that the earth is flat. Totally agree with that.
Yeah, that's fine then. No problem at all.
I would follow up with I think a lot of the Bible is supposed to be taken metaphorically.
I think a lot of the Bible is supposed to be read in a lot of different ways, depending on what the Bible was talking about at the time. So yeah, I'd agree with you on that point
Very
as
true.
well.
Very true. I don't think we really disagree here then.
No, definitely not disagreeing. Just coming to an understanding of what the Bible actually says. Doesn't matter how we interpret it.
True, and you wouldn't point to the Bible as like a
No,
piece of
definitely
evidence,
not.
right? Yeah.
No, not at all. It's usually very far down the conversation before anybody really gets caught up in any religious or biblical talk with regards to the flat Earth. One of my first experiences of the flat Earth was a bunch of biblical Christians just making stupid claims in the street with some a newscaster and a news crew or whatever. It looked really stupid because they were just arguing from the usual kind of biblical standpoint. God created this and blah, blah, blah. And when you're presented with that kind of religious ideology, most sane people just start switching off because it's just based on a belief, right? So, no, definitely don't bring up the Bible when we're talking about the flat Earth. The flat Earth proves itself. It doesn't matter whether the Bible says it or not.
Even if it did say that, you wouldn't stop there. You'd have to go out into the field to check if what it says is true.
Yeah.
And that's what globies don't do with their space picks. They stop at the picks. They don't go out into the field to see if it matches what it says. That was my point. Sorry, Jedi. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. So I'm not conventionally religious, so but I hate when people point to the Bible for proof of a flat Earth. I think that's sort of disingenuous when a lot of the Bible is interpreted metaphorically.
I feel you.
Anyways, sorry. Go ahead. Whoever.
Jedi, you have some more, Jedi?
Is there a mod in here?
Why? What's up?
I was just muted in the Christian chat, and I feel as though it was unlawfully done. So
Shut up, bitch!
Damn.
Why would he say that?
I don't know.
I didn't hear a word you said, brother. Can
But
you
like,
repeat?
you were unmuted immediately as soon as you joined. Are you good?
What do you mean? Oh, like when you leave the channel, you're unmuted? No, I was muted in the Christian channel chat.
What'd you do?
I didn't do anything wrong.
Cap. That's usually what people who do things wrong say.
Well, I guess it's, I don't know.
Every
That's,
guy in prison,
that's my
every
story,
guy
and
in
I'm
prison is
sticking by
innocent
it.
too, right?
Just like, so why did you join here though? Just curious.
I don't even think he knows where the fuck he is.
What'd you say?
So, like, why did you join here, though?
Because I was looking for help.
Help.
Help, bro.
So
I
what?
need
What can we?
help, and you're not helping me. Why?
I mean, you were unmuted, but like, we can only help you understand the Earth's not a globe, though.
We can't help you with something that you did in
Okay.
the Christian room.
Yeah. So, like, do you want to know that the Earth doesn't move? Like, the building that you're in's not moving? Like, we can help you understand that. Like, do you think
I
you're in a
don't
building?
think
Are you in a building right now?
I'm in a car.
Oh, okay, okay. So are you
It's
parked?
levitating.
It's levitating? Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Yo,
I mean, it
CB,
is
let's
cool.
talk about this after you're done with this guy about Earth moving and all that shit.
I'm not a
Anyways,
guy.
anyways, you go.
You
Oh
are
my.
definitely a guy.
I wasn't
Oh
talking to
my.
you,
No,
Mopper.
I'm not. Dude,
Brag.
Everyone loves that shit.
why did he call me that? Mods, are you a mod? Why don't you just let him say that to me?
My gosh, my fifis.
All
I expect
inclusive.
I expect you to be enough of an adult to be able to look after yourself. If you want me to go and hold your hand, I'll do so. But you can
Yeah,
look
I know
after
you
yourself.
called my hand, but I just wanted someone to moderate him.
Yeah, I'm just about to. So,
Moderate him.
are you blinking because you need help or something?
Said that.
Oh, well, he's being mean too.
All right, dude. For real though, like, do you want to know that the Earth doesn't move or not?
No, it's okay. I'll leave. I'm sorry to bother you.
All right, all right. Listen in or just kick rocks, whatever you
And
want
don't
to do.
mind giving you some attention if
Okay.
it's anything you need.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that sounds rude.
No, it's okay. I'll just go now. Love you.
Do you need some
That
attention, though?
makes one of us.
Who was saying that? Okay, hold on. Give me one second. I need to
Just
figure out
stick
who's
around,
saying
dude.
that.
Just stick around and learn that the Earth is flat. Just stick around.
Dude, but I don't know, like, what this conversation is even about, and like, why can't I talk
If you
here?
got, let's say you got a letter in the mail that said we want to bring you on to Dancing with the Stars. Do you think you would go there and lead the dance, or they would teach you?
I don't know. I'm really good at dancing. I'd probably
Oh,
like I'd
they would
fuck
teach
that
you how
shit
to
up.
merengue. They would teach you how to merengue. No pun.
Merengue?
No pun intended.
I don't think that that's a word, Bear.
It is actually.
Okay, well, what does it mean?
It's a different style of dance, like tango, merengue, baracha. They got all types of styles of
Oh.
dance. Right? Where's Jemsy at? But yeah. So my point is that you don't need to do. We got you, bro. We can lead the dance. It's all good. We know how to do the flat Earth rodeo. We can teach you the 1-2 step.
You're gonna have to tell me where that accent's from, though.
Mine?
Yes, mate.
Downtown
San Francisco.
San Fran.
I'm
Yeah.
from Florida.
Oh wow. Okay. Cool. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's cap. There's no gays in Florida.
Dude, I'm not gay. I'm a
Uh-huh.
straight woman.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, tell me.
I'm not kidding,
Stop the
dude.
cap.
Stop the cap.
Can you guys
That's
like
right.
not be like that? I'm for
No,
real.
my tolerance for homosexuals is negative.
Wait, you're a three
All right,
globe.
guys. Hold tight with all the sexual talk. Calm down.
Oh, it's not
Okay, well,
sexual. It's homosexual.
Whatever we're going to be talking about, let's just not.
that is
Come on, man. Even you would
untrue.
admit that's funny.
Jedi save us.
I don't know if I can, man. Listen to yourselves.
All right, so you're in a car parked.
Yeah.
All right. So, like, are you near a building? Are there any buildings nearby?
Yeah.
Okay. So, are those
Why?
buildings? Well, I'm just wondering. Are those buildings?
Why?
Are they moving?
Not that I can like tell or see.
Okay. Does the Earth move?
Not that I can tell.
Nice. All right. I'm just wondering.
CB, are you the one always doing the sound effects?
Do you like that?
Has this always been you?
Maybe.
Oh,
Not all of them. Big guy's trying to, like, you know.
I tried to sneak that one in like it sounded like you did it, but you caught me.
Big guy's trying to steal my thunder over here.
You caught me, bro.
Son of a bitch, dude.
But listen, Pants, PP, we just don't think the Earth moves. So globe earthers think that when they're in a building that it's moving. with the Earth. So if you want to be Team Globe, you have to say that buildings move.
Yo, keyword with
Wait,
Earth.
can you say that one more time? I actually wasn't tracking. Wait, one more time.
Well, I'm just saying that, like, if you want to be on Team Globe, which is fine, but if you're on that side, you have to say that the buildings move.
Why?
Because when you go to the airport and you put your luggage down on the, the little thing, the conveyor belt, and you go to like the other side of the airport and it's there, it's not like the luggage walked itself to the other side of the airport, but it's still moving, right? So this building is like the same thing. If the Earth is moving through space and rotating, then everything on the surface is moving with that Earth, not on its own. The building's not getting up and walking down the street away from the mailman. But if the surface of the Earth is moving, then the buildings are moving with the Earth.
Kind of a weird concept, isn't it? You don't really think about it.
I mean, I don't know if it's weird or it's just like
But do you feel
not
like you're moving?
factual.
Do you feel like you're moving at the moment? Do you think that
Yeah,
you,
I am moving.
well, apart, say for example, you're not in your car and you're just sitting indoors in your house, right? You're sitting on your sofa. Do you feel like you're moving?
It depends if I'm actually moving back and forth or
Well,
what I'm
you
doing.
are. No, we're just sitting still. Let's stop moving the goalposts. Let's just keep the goal where I'm putting it. You're not moving. The sofa isn't moving and the house isn't moving. All right. What makes you think you're moving?
Because I'm moving in relation to something that is solid and set in place.
Yeah. So the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? It's going round and round in circles. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's orbiting around the sun, so going in a direction. So technically, when you think about it, your house is moving, and so are you, right? You're going somewhere.
No.
No, you're not going somewhere. The Earth isn't spinning on its axis and orbiting around the sun and following the sun as it goes around the galaxy. The Earth isn't moving, or is it?
Okay, maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not really good at science. Like, dude,
It's
you know,
what
you probably know. I don't.
it's understanding your own story, right? If you think the Earth is a ball that spins on its axis and orbits around the sun, then you think that your house is moving, right?
No. Well, I mean, technically in relation to what the universe, but like, no,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, but I don't know.
When you observe the sun go across the sky during the day, what do you see when the sun moves across the sky? What's happening?
I don't know. I don't stare at the sun. I don't think it's good for you.
Okay, but you understand that throughout the day, say for 12 hours from sunrise till sunset, the sun moves across the sky, yes? And even though you don't have to stare at it, you can look up at the sun a couple of times a day and notice that it's changed its position, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. So what's
No, I don't know.
happening there? So what's happening there? From your worldview of the Earth being a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, what's happening when you observe the sun move across the sky?
I don't know. Can you
Is
just
the
tell
Earth
me?
spinning? Is the Earth spinning on its axis? So it looks like the sun is moving across the sky, but it's actually you that's moving in your house.
Yeah, I'm spinning.
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
moving.
So you are moving. This is what CB is pointing out. Your house, your sofa, everything, because it's on the Earth that is moving, is moving. So when you observe the sun go across the sky, the sun's not going anywhere, you are moving. So the next question is, do you feel the Earth moving?
No.
No. That's kind of strange, isn't it? Being as the Earth is spinning and also going in a circular path whilst following the sun in a direction, at least 3 different movements there, right? You don't feel a goddamn thing. Crazy.
Oh no. Is that bad? Wait, can I ask you something serious for a second? Dude, is that bad if I don't feel that? Like, does that mean
No,
something's
no,
wrong with
no.
me?
What we're pointing out is that no one feels that. It's
Oh.
our basic experience of the world around us that it doesn't feel like it's going anywhere. Feels pretty stationary, right?
Yeah, I'm moving things. I'm moving. And I'm moving. Well, right now I'm not moving. I'm pretty stationary, but I could if I wanted to.
Yeah, if you wanted to, but that would be independent of the Earth. But the Earth is always moving in your worldview.
No, I just said no.
No, you don't think the Earth is moving.
I mean, that's what you're saying, but to me,
No,
it seems
I'm
like.
asking you what you're saying. I'm
Huh?
asking you what you think the world is.
I don't really know. I'm looking outside right now and I see on the ground it's not moving.
Cool. So when
It's
you look
level.
outside as well, apart from the motion and not feeling it or noticing any of it, how does the Earth present itself? Does it present itself as expanding into the distance, or does it have a limitation because of Earth curvature? How does the Earth experience itself to you?
Well, there's a lot of trees, so it's
You ever been
like,
to the beach?
yeah,
You've been
I've
to
been to the
Florida, right?
beach.
Yeah, Florida. So when you look out across water, does that water look like it's curving?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you have coffee this morning?
No.
No. Did you have you had a drink today? Water, a soda?
No.
No.
Yeah, I had
Have you?
some water.
Yeah, cool. So when you poured your water into your glass, was it level on the surface?
Yeah, it still is. It's in a jug. I have a
Yeah,
water
yeah,
jug.
yeah. So have you had a bath recently?
No, I took a shower today.
Okay, fair enough. Have you been to a swimming pool recently?
No.
Have you? Well, when you've been to a swimming pool, when you've had a bath, you will notice that the water in the container of the pool or the bath is horizontal on its surface, right? It's level, flat. Yeah.
Mhm.
And when you go to a lake where there's water, that water presents itself to you again as horizontal and flat. So we started with a really small container of water, and we're just noticing that the larger body of water still presents itself to be horizontal and flat. So when you go down to the beach in Florida and you look out across the Atlantic Ocean, then you'll notice that that water is presenting itself as horizontal and flat. It's not curving, apart from the waves and stuff. No one's denying that, but it's horizontal and flat.
Oh, because you think the Earth is flat. I forgot what channel I was in.
Did you forget whilst you were
Okay.
here? That's fine.
What?
Did you forget whilst you were here?
Yeah.
Can I ask something really quick?
Yeah, sure.
And this isn't me trying to disprove anything. It's more just curiosity of where this all lines up. But isn't the counterpoint to what you're talking about of why we don't sense the Earth spinning is that humans don't sense velocity, but we just sense a change in velocity or acceleration?
Okay, so this is where we usually jump in and try to remind you that the Earth spinning on its axis isn't a straight line speed, right? Like when you get in a car and you reach 70 miles an hour and you stay in that stable 70 miles an hour and you don't notice any acceleration or deacceleration. When you go around in a circular path, because of the motion of that path, you are constantly feeling like you are accelerating. So rotating on its axis at 1,000 miles an hour around the equator, yeah, that's a circular path. Also, if you were to move north or south of the equator, the Earth would, because of the less circumference to travel, would appear to be slowing down. As you went north from the equator, the rotation of the Earth slows down. Not actually, but just its tangential speed. Angles travelled throughout an hour, for example. So acceleration or deacceleration there. And the orbital path around the Sun, that's an elliptical orbit, and that necessitates acceleration and deacceleration. So, yeah, there's lots of acceleration and deacceleration when we talk about the Earth.
So, with what you just mentioned of being at different points in the hemisphere, and those would have different values of acceleration or whatever, based on like a curved planet model. I guess with that logic, an airplane that would be in like a higher part of the hemisphere with that logic would cover a bunch more Earth or something. I don't know. I feel dumb thinking about this. I've never really thought about this
No,
before, but
you're fine. If we're talking about aeroplanes and we're talking about the Earth spinning beneath an aeroplane, then we'd have all types of problems. Of course, we would.
yeah, probably best not to bring an airplane into this.
No, aeroplanes definitely prove that the Earth is flat and stationary. This is how pilots are taught within their simulators. Their simulators are horizontal planes. They're not curved balls. They're not flying around the Earth.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't saying like an airplane is a smoking gun. I was just saying like we don't have to throw the airplane into what we're talking about here.
No, for sure. We're just talking about water at the moment.
Okay. But yeah, I'm not trying to disprove anything. More just curiosity. So thanks.
No, you're fine. CB, what's happening now?
I'm just setting trap cards in the chat. It's so fun, man. It's just so easy. That's why I love the moving buildings thing, because like homeboys in the chat's like, how is that possible that the building's moving? And then turns around and tells me why it is moving.
You triggered my trap card!
And it almost happens like this every single time. What? How are you saying it's moving? That's crazy. And then they turn around in like 90 seconds or less and they're like, yeah, well, it's moving because blah, 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 blah. It's like...
You triggered my trap card!
Bro, who is playing these sound effects? I have to know.
Me.
CB, you son of a gun.
I've been doing this, G.
I know you have, dude. Every time I talk in here, I feel like you're throwing up
The Deal or No Deal one's good, dude.
You like, that's not Deal or Deal. That's the Millionaire. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Yeah, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Yeah.
CB,
Yeah,
hit the.
That's the classic. Oh, you like that? Oof. Yeah,
You know
I
what I'm
hit
talking about.
Well, so if someone's like, well, yeah, there's no way that well, what homeboy posted a citation, or who was it? Thriller or Thrillzilla. He was like, yeah, so the globe earthers have this they say Snell's law, and you know what? I've just never heard a flat earthers say like a response to that. And he posted a citation with our rebuttal in the citation.
There you go.
It's like, dude, I mean, that's what that sound is for. It's like, dude, pay attention, man. Wake up.
I'm just reading through what Talon's been posting into the text room. Seems to be confused between things on moving things and whether they're moving or not. Like when you're in a car, Talon, are you moving or are you stationary but the car's moving? What's going on?
Yeah, what is that called?
I guess you're not moving relative to the car, but you are to
what you're talking about is inertia. But what happens after inertia and you reach the speed limit? What happens?
What? You're talking about being in a car and feeling it, bro?
Well, I mean, you're talking about moving buildings. You don't understand that, like, you can be on something while it's moving, and it doesn't like.
No.
Yeah. So that's what I'm pointing out.
Buildings are so even if the planet was spinning, there would still be buildings on it. Like,
So if you're,
I understand where you're getting this, like,
no,
where you think you got this trap card.
Oh, hold on,
buildings move.
Why is he so confused?
Part of my premise. Why are you asking me if my That's part of my premise. Obviously, that's why I'm asking if buildings move, because on a globe Earth, the buildings would be moving just like the cat on the turtle back. I do understand that. Why are you
So
asking
what's
me
the
if I
answer to your question? So what is your answer? Yes, buildings are moving.
No, buildings don't move. The Earth doesn't move.
Oh, well, I mean that's a separate claim. You haven't provided evidence for that.
Not a claim.
It doesn't matter if buildings move or not. It's totally irrelevant. Like you just like threw away your own point.
Broken, man.
What are you talking about?
I love introducing talent into chat.
At
What's up,
first,
man?
you were asking me how it makes sense that they move.
Why are you talking about buildings moving?
Bro,
Yeah.
first you said, how is that even possible?
Do you
Now
even
you're
like?
turning around
I
telling me
don't.
that they
I
do
don't.
move for sure. Are you like, how are you going to go the expert
I
on
mean,
me?
did you like think entirely through the idea of asking if buildings move?
Yes, that's the whole point of the question, because it's a shock. It has a shock value on purpose. That's why.
What are
I
you
asked
What is shocking about buildings moving?
Because look at what you did. I got
What?
you. And
I showed that you can clearly. I made it quite clear that you can do that. And you're like, oh my god, it's shocking that something can be on something else. And
No, it's not shocking. Why do you think I'm asking? It's hilarious. I just have to read it out because in the chat you're like, how is that even possible? To turn around and then 30 seconds or less and go, well, why do you think that's crazy? I don't really think it's, well, okay, I do think it's crazy, but it is your position, so it's fair to say that. I'm just mocking it at this point. That's all it is.
I mean,
The
I've
reason
been
why
mocking.
that's-
I've been mocking you, Bear. Like you are saying,
You can't be. I have
you
made
don't
no
even get
claim.
what you're saying.
I make no claim. You've contradicted yourself
You
by
just said
saying
that you just said that you asked a question for shock value, but then you said it's not shocking. Like you,
You
so
got it
like why?
wrong.
So then you just like gave. So then why are you asking it to shock people if it's not shocking?
You failed the test at first.
How did I fail the test? I proved you.
Let's read the chat.
Right.
Let's read the chat.
The
Let's read the
buildings are
chat.
moving.
Let's
So
read the
like you
chat.
have nothing to follow up.
Hold on. Let's
You have
read
no
the chat.
follow up.
Hold on.
Where's your follow up? There's the point. The Earth is flat. That's all you got.
No, I don't
Oh,
really
man, that's
have
boring.
a follow-up,
All
to be
right, I gotta
fair,
go.
but
I gotta go. It's 1 a.m.
All right,
Have a good night,
thanks
guys.
for the drive by.
Nice try. I love the work on the moving buildings one. That's a weak one. That's weak.
Awesome,
Wait,
man.
if you
Cheers, dude.
failed it,
Yes,
if
that's
it's
a fail.
so weak, if
I
it's
didn't.
so, if it's so weak, how did you fail the test though?
Talon, you out of weed?
What's wrong with this guy? He's weird.
He's out of weed.
Let me just read out his chat. Let me read the chat history. He posted a GIF of a turtle walking on a street with a dog standing on its back. And he said that I said, well, the dog is moving objectively with the turtle. He said, clearly it's not. I said, no, it is. He said, no, it's not moving. Right? That's his argument. He said that's a stationary surface. The moving turtle is a stationary surface. I said,
straight
no.
up. He's out of weed, dude.
I said, no, it's moving with the turtle. He said, how is that possible? Then he turns around to say, well, no, it is moving. And why would you not believe that?
That's the funniest thing.
Okay, folks, I want you to take notes. That's the whole point of the question. It gets people to do this every single time. They go, moving buildings, that's crazy. And then turn around and tell you you're crazy for not believing it. You're welcome. It took me 6 years to come up with that one.
Yo,
And
CB Jedi.
This guy thought he had one on me. He's like, yo, that's a weak one. Oh, if it's so weak, how come you failed on the first time I asked it?
Pop in
Dumbass.
real quick. I got
Go
a
ahead.
question. It's just, do you guys think reference frames exist?
Bruh.
It's just like, I'm just curious, like, how do you measure velocity? How do you measure any of this?
Dear me.
Like, when you say things aren't moving in relation to what? Like, what does that mean to you?
Some guy yesterday we were talking to, he's like, well, if you take the reference frame of a beam of light with eyeballs, like sometimes you don't like you got to consider that the only POV that you'll ever have is the one you have with your eyes. So like when people talk about reference frames, they'll be like, well, if you look at it from the sun, like if you're on the sun looking at, like, that's not a POV that you'll ever have. So I don't use reference frames like that. Well, if you're on the perspective of a bullet, like that's not, you don't get that perspective, dude.
I don't think it's a matter of using reference frames like that. I think it's a matter of, do you use reference frames at all? Like, the answer is going to have to be yes. You have to.
What
The
are the
only way you
reference
can
frames?
measure something moving faster than something else is if you have a frame of reference.
Yeah, yeah,
Is there
obviously
an
we can.
objective
Obviously
reference
we can
frame?
do that. But with regards, which ones do you think we deny?
That's a good question.
Which ones? What do you mean?
Yeah,
Which ones?
because reference frames can be applied for all sorts of things, right? So there's lots of types of reference frames. They're all conceptual, really, in nature. But what are we talking about? Which ones do we deny?
That's a good
You've asked
question.
us
What
if.
are we talking?
Oh
We're
yeah,
talking about
you asked us.
inertia.
Remember?
Yeah, I'm just talking about, do you believe that to measure like a velocity, it has to be, the only way you can measure that is if you're comparing it to something else. Something
No,
else
distance
moving
over
seem to be
time. Usual
stationary.
shit.
Distance over, you said distance over time.
Yeah, all
So
of that usual
distance,
shit. Distance travelled over time. Yeah.
right? Distance, how do you measure distance?
Well, it depends. Kilometers, miles, meters, feet. What do
Okay.
you want?
From one place to another, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you have a reference frame of a certain spot in space.
Mm-hmm.
I say space loosely, not outer space, but like space
Three
loosely.
dimensional space. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you measure that with something else over time, right?
Mm-hmm.
No argument there.
Good.
Fair
So we
enough. Okay.
don't deny. We don't deny reference frames, then, do we?
No, you don't. It's
No,
just
we don't.
I don't know how
Definitely
you guys
don't.
disagree with.
Well,
Then
it all depends which reference frame we're going to be talking about, though, doesn't it?
True.
So for example, is the Earth one reference frame, the rock and ground one reference frame, and the
Yes.
space above it a separate reference frame?
Yes, I would believe so.
Okay, so the Earth is a spinning in motion reference frame, and everything above it is not moving.
Is that what you're saying, or is that what
No,
you're trying to say
I'm
I'm
asking.
saying?
Well, like I said, it all depends what we're talking about. If we're
Okay.
talking about in one idea that the Earth is a ball in motion, is there, for example, two reference frames, one in motion, one not?
True.
Cool. So a Coriolis effect would be applied, right?
Can you explain? Can you
Well,
explain
if
that?
you're on the rotating reference frame, the Earth, and you're making observations in things that are not attached to the Earth, will they display Coriolis effect being in a different reference frame to you, the observer?
I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm
the
not sure.
Coriolis effect is defined by that two separate reference frames and one inertial and one non, right? So, for example, a merry-go-round and you on that merry-go-round and something like a ball being passed overhead of that merry-go-round as you rotate, the path of that ball is actually straight as it's thrown between, say, for example, two friends. But as
Right.
you spin underneath the ball, it appears to deflect to you. So, two different reference frames.
Correct.
Yeah, so do we observe that on the Earth?
I
Do things
believe
appear to deflect in the sky above the Earth as we watch them on the Earth as it moves?
so. Sorry, I'm still having trouble understanding the question. I'm slow. I'm very sorry.
That's okay. We're just defining what you asked us about reference frames, right?
Yeah.
If we deny them, I'm bringing up. We've figured out that we don't. Obviously, if we're talking about certain things, in this
Right.
instance, we're talking about two reference frames. The Earth spinning underneath one, so two reference frames, and the observations that would take place on those two or within those two reference frames. So, for example, the Coriolis effect would happen if the Earth was spinning underneath objects in the sky above that was not attached to the Earth, not in motion.
Okay. Maybe what would help me understand better is that, like, say, so we see things in the sky moving, right? Like, especially the sun. Like,
Mm-hmm.
imagine you were able to stand on the sun. From that reference point, from that inertial reference frame, would it
Bruh.
look like the Earth is moving
I just addressed this though, kind of low key. That's not a perspective that you have. You don't know what that would be like. So how can you say and then cash that in at the bank? That's a taking a blank check and just writing whatever number on it and then trying to have someone deposit it. You don't know what that perspective would be like to then go and turn it in and say, well,
just asking the
you
question.
gotta throw it out. You don't know. You don't know. You can't base anything off of that. What would it be
That's
like
what
if
the
you looked at the Earth from the sun?
heliocentric
Well,
model
you
got
don't
created by putting
Huh?
the sun at the center. That's how the whole heliocentric model got created, by putting the sun at the center. You know, and assumption from there on.
No, I was
Let's
just
yeah.
all I was asking is if like you were able to stand on the sun, then what would you see? What would the Earth look
No,
like?
that's not a
It would be
perspective that I can dude, I just told you. That's no different than me whipping out a blank check and just writing whatever number on it and then walking into a bank and hoping they'll deposit it for me. You don't know. That's not a as a hypothetical that you cannot cash.
Bro, come on.
No, I'm
Just want
just
to know if you can stand on the sun.
that's serious. You cannot do anything with that hypothetical.
I know you can't stand on the sun. I agree with you there.
No, not the fact that you can't stand on it, but that's not a perspective that you have. That you can say, well, here's what the reality would look like from this place that may not even be a quote place.
Well,
It's
I
not the
think
fact that it may be hot and you can't stand on it and melt your feet. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it's not a huh?
That's not what I'm saying either. I'm just saying I
Well,
think we
I'm just
can
saying, well, you keep
extrapolate.
saying like, well, what it would look like from the moon or stars or sun. I already addressed that all way
One
before you
sec,
even
CB.
said it.
One
Huh?
sec. Just
All
let
right.
me finish real quick.
But we
All I was
heard you.
asking,
I addressed it
I'm
before
just
you even
asking
said it.
about CB. I'm just
All right.
asking about reference frames, man. That's it. It's like imagine if the Earth, you know, what the globies think of a super hot ball. Just imagine if it was something you could stand on. What would the Earth look like if you were able to stand on the sun?
Bro, if you could stand in your nightmares and see yourself like reacting, what would that look like? I don't know.
No,
That shit.
CB,
It's
just
just
answer.
I'm still
Just
trying to
answer.
figure out what it's got to do with the Coriolis effect.
I kind of switched off the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Because I mean, we began the conversation with
Talking about reference
frames.
frames. Yeah.
Exactly, and so that's kind of what I went back to.
And the Coriolis effect needs two to be observed, which will be akin to the Earth rotating and the atmosphere and the space above not. Two reference frames. You ask if we deny them. Well, obviously, we don't observe a Coriolis effect, so there's not the two reference frames to begin with. You would say possibly that there are two reference frames, but we don't observe it, so maybe there's just one reference frames, but it's two sometimes.
Okay, I'm out of my depth here on Coriolis effect. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. But no, we don't deny all reference frames, just the ones that are stupid.
Gotcha. Only time.
Why the fuck is there so many people here?
Hey, cause we popping.
Yeah, but that doesn't really seem like it's popping. It almost seems like maybe two or three
some dance
people are
music in the
actually
background.
talking.
Well, because people are learning, bro. I mean, not everyone's got the smoke. You know what I'm saying?
He just wants some dance music in the
Yeah.
background.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I apologize.
For what?
I don't
You
mean
want
to
us all to talk over each
ruin
other
the
again?
room. Maybe people just want to listen, not me. So I
Yeah,
don't know. I'm gonna
what? You
leave.
want to be heard.
Hey,
You want to be
forgive
heard.
me.
You want to be heard. You don't want to listen. You want to be heard. You're doing that really well so far. We can all hear you.
Sorry about that. I just thought it's better than us all speaking together, isn't it?
Shout out to Turquoise Dragon.
Good morning.
I definitely want
What's
to be
up?
heard, but I also want to
Okay.
listen to.
What have you got to say for yourself then?
Tell us.
Better be intelligent. Come on, is the F flat or not?
Oh,
you want to be heard?
Wait, who
Do you
you
know?
talking to me?
Yeah, the one that wants to be heard. We want to hear you. Is the F flat or not? Is it a ball?
Where'd you go, dude? Give me attention. Here's your attention. Crickets. He left, dude. The guy's out of the call.
Yeah, the one guy left. He had a cat icon and he buggered off. Spent 9 lives.
Give me Faggot. Anyway,
I thought you guys were talking to me there for a second. I was like,
some guy named Lobo.
Don't you feel like you're failing when you run away and they don't even stick with you?
Some guy named Lobo joined the call. Probably should just change it to Homo. But
I didn't hear a word that other guy said.
nah, don't worry. He didn't really say much. No, but like, I don't know, man. Reference frame stuff.
Restaurant frames and shit.
They're always like, well, everything's relative. They only bring this up when I say that things can be objective. They're like, no, everything's relative. You have to have a reference frame. It's like, well, I don't know, man. Is there an objective reference frame?
I think that's true when it comes to
Everything's
like inertial
objective,
reference
then you can
frames.
just decide what you want to be right. I mean, you can just pick what you want to be the right.
I couldn't follow Jedi what you were trying to say about the Coriolis effect. I'm sure it has something to do with everything, but I feel like that was kind of
Well, why don't you tell us what you understand of Coriolis effect, and we can patch any holes. Pause.
yeah, sure. Here's what I know about Coriolis effect is that it's what like makes hurricanes spin.
Oh god. I don't think that's.
So there you go.
I have a very vague understanding, but I don't think that's what it is, though.
Jump off that. Somebody correct
It's not a
me.
force. It's an apparent. It's an apparent effect. Let's see. So me and you are on a merry-go-round together, and I throw a ball to you. To me and you, the ball travels in a straight line, right? But for another observer, it seems to travel in a curved path. It's something like that. But it's just an apparent deviation. It's not an actual force or anything along those lines. And it's an apparent deviation. It's not.
It's also got a bias in direction as well.
Very revealing.
I'll get you a. It doesn't make hurricanes. It's just something you see. You could see from two different perspectives. In one perspective, it's traveling in a straight line. In another perspective, it seems to be traveling in a curved path. But due to some sort of, I think,
Rotation of the Earth.
yeah, like some rotation. But like you can see this with an example, like on a merry-go-round. So, but it's not a force. It's just an apparent. It's like an apparent effect, I
Right.
believe.
So it's a fictitious force.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Yeah.
I'm looking.
Is that
I'm
what it
looking
is?
at the
It's a
Wikipedia
pseudo
page
force.
right now.
Pseudo
I
force.
like wives too.
What's the fictitious force? And the
Coriolis force.
Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on an object in motion within a frame of reference that rotates with respect to an inertial frame.
Awesome. So what's fictitious mean?
Define fictitious.
Yeah, what's fictitious mean?
I'm not.
Fictitious being
You can say it. It's
imaginary.
fine. Yeah. Imaginary, made up. So it's a made up force. So right there, they tell you.
Is a force that appears to act on a mass whose motion is described using a non-inertial reference frame.
Yeah, this is
Here we
all.
go with
This is a
reference
made up force. Yeah, this doesn't exist. It's imaginary.
There's
Because
two ideas of it, right? That's what it is in reality, but people have another idea of it, which is what you described, something that like makes hurricanes, and I think even I know even Call of Duty put it in one of their games, dude. You know what I mean? So,
So wait, hold up.
It's in people's mind.
So hold up on the Coriolis force, the fictitious force, in a reference frame with clockwise rotation, the force acts to the left of the motion of the object. In one with anti-clockwise or counterclockwise rotation, the force acts to the right. Deflection of an object due to the Coriolis force is called the Coriolis effect. So yeah, go ahead.
The Coriolis effect is the observation of an apparent deflection, like we were trying to talk about earlier. So it doesn't actually change its path, but we observe it on the rotating reference frame because we're moving. It appears to move. So hurricanes, that's actual movement.
Right. That's the idea they're selling you. I put an example in the chat of the apparent deviation that Jedi is describing you versus the idea that you're being sold.
CB, 17 minutes after the hour.
Remember what I taught you. Keep in mind variable humidity and wind speed along the body's flight path. At this distance, you'll also have to take the Coriolis effect into account.
Okay, so it's like they even put it in video games, right? Oh, you got to take in fact that the Coriolis effect. You know, like this is the one mission of the game where you shoot a bullet and it starts flying left or flying right. Versus when you play like multiplayer, you can do trick scopes and triple 720 scope, no scope, trick shots and stuff like that. This is one mission where they put the Coriolis quote effect where you shoot your bullet and it goes flying left or flying right. So yeah, they do sell you this idea that there's some kind of force, but all it is this apparent deviation. I posted an example in the chat. I'll try to get some more.
Is this example bullshit, CB? What is this?
I'm sorry?
Are you trying to say Are you trying to say the example you posted is bullshit? Like this
No,
doesn't
the
happen?
example I posted is that's what we're talking about. That's what you see.
Right.
So yeah, from one perspective, it's a straight line. From the other, it's a curved path. It's not a force that's making this thing go curved. You know what I mean?
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
So are we
I've
finally
always-
agreeing that we have to make adjustments for it, even though it's not a force?
No.
As in, like, there's a direction of it, like what we call this force, right? Because like with relativity, you can say the Earth's spinning thing, or the force is the direction it's spinning. And that's all.
Kind of hard to hear you, but no, just like you don't have to count for it in Call of Duty. It's just they put it into that one mission, they force it into that one mission, and then for the rest of the game, it's normal. You don't have to correct for anything. So in reality, it's the same way. Since it's not being, there is no Coriolis force. In reality, you don't have to correct for jack shit. You just if there's a target in your sights, you point and shoot. You don't have to aim to the left and hope the Coriolis force takes it where it needs to go, like in that one mission of the game. So,
Oh, my bad. I didn't think you were thinking about Call of Duty. All right, I'm with you.
Well,
Mate.
I'm just giving an example.
Yeah. Like, yeah, wait.
Yeah, and also CB, I agree with you too that I don't think the Coriolis force, air quotes, is an actual force. I think it's a product of something else, right? Like I don't think this is an actual force that causes things to like veer off, in this curved direction. I think it's the product of something else. And I think that's even what Wikipedia says. I mean, the Coriolis is a fictitious force that acts in objects in motion within a reference frame that rotates, So just like the thing you posted, in one reference frame, it's moving straight, and the other it's curved. And so I forget what Jedi, what you were, why we got onto this when we were talking about reference frames.
That's what it was, man. You asking us whether we deny them, and at the moment, no, unless it's got good reason.
Okay. I think the point that I was trying to get to when we were talking about reference frames is that even though the globe earthers claim that the Earth is spinning, If we're moving at a constant motion, you wouldn't feel that. Although rotational motion, it gives an inherent acceleration. But I would love to see how I would love to see what the calculation is on what the force we should be feeling given the claims about the Earth rotating 360 degrees in 24 hours. What would be the
You,
force, the rotational, the angular force or acceleration that we would feel?
well, we'd have to measure the Earth to be moving first, right?
Bars.
Well, this is the claim.
Well, yeah.
I'm
So
not
we'd have to
claiming that
prove.
you can't feel it.
Well,
Can we find
let's
some
put it
common
like this.
ground?
Let's put it like this. We don't feel it, so we've got two choices. It's either not moving, and obviously we don't feel any motion because it isn't in motion, or two, it is in motion, but we don't feel it because of whatever calculations that you think that you'd be able to provide. But we'd have to prove that it was in motion first, wouldn't we?
Oh, hold on. I thought this was one of your objections. Is that we're moving 1,000 miles, we're rotating 1,000 miles around the equator.
Whatever the claim is, we'd have to measure that to be true, wouldn't we?
Sure. Hold on. Are you hearing what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought this was one of your objections that like, oh, we're moving 1,000 miles around
Oh
the
yeah.
equator.
I mean, we're not. But if your claim is that we are, then we'd have to prove that to be true, wouldn't we?
Okay, how
Being
would
as we don't feel
Can I
any
try and
motion
mediate
at the
here,
moment.
please?
Yeah, of
Can
course
I
you can.
jump
Go on.
in? I just want to find some middle ground on some like agreements between us, right? Do we agree that there's an effect, but we're just unsure about the cause, right? The cause could either be the Earth rotation 15 degrees an hour, or there's not just like one option, is there? Like planes of referencing. If you're referencing the Earth being the thing that's we're scaling it off, could be the thing that they're scaling it off. Just, you know what I mean? Like we're agreeing that there's a thing, but we're just unsure about the cause of it. Sorry, I'm next to a busy road. I have to keep hearing something.
The only thing that I was arguing against before, way back before Jedi, was that like you were trying to claim that like, oh, we're rotating 1,000 miles an hour, and that was kind of like one of your points of that, like how ridiculous it would be for the Earth to be rotating. And I was
I
just
don't
asking
remember.
like how.
I don't remember it saying ridiculous. I just made the claim that is the heliocentric model. Around the equator, the Earth moves at 1,000 miles plus an hour.
Okay, I think it's disingenuous though to say that because it kind of gives off the wrong reality of it, and that like I don't think you
So
wouldn't
if
feel
that's not
because
happening,
the Earth rotates 360 degrees in 24 hours. Give me the
okay,
angular acceleration.
you can define that however you want to. But when you turn on the TV, for example, and I've done this a few times in my history, and you watch programs about, space and the Earth and what it does, and Professor Brian Cox comes and tells you that the Earth spins at 1,000 miles an hour around the equator, then I'm just telling the story as it's been told to me and everybody else.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with you. I
Oh,
mean,
so
around the
it does move on around the equator at 1,000 miles an hour because the Earth, to keep the numbers simple, is 24,000 miles in circumference. So it
I,
takes 24,000. What? Do you want me to stop?
oh no, I'm sorry. I
Okay,
didn't mean to interrupt.
no, that's fine. So it takes 24 hours for the Earth to rotate 24,000 miles because it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour around the equator.
What's the angular acceleration we would feel though?
No,
Would it be enough for us to notice?
I don't know, mate. It's your claim. You tell me. We don't feel anything. I'm asking for the measurement to prove that it is moving when we all understand that we don't feel it. And we're going to have calculations now to tell us why we wouldn't feel it. Okay, but we'd have to demonstrate that it's moving to begin with, right?
It's not really a calculation. It's more like our senses or the instruments we use only detect acceleration, and that's the idea that it's not accelerating. It's a constant speed, but we're still measuring something. So that's the debate, right? We're just arguing over what the causes.
I'm reading something here on just a random article I pulled up while this topic is happening, and it says that the Earth's speed has been dropping for more than 1 billion years, with days increasing by around 2 milliseconds every century. So that's, I guess, a figure of like the rate of change in acceleration, and
Well, it's physics. It's conservation of energy, right? It fits the model, right? So it's gonna, unless it's like there's not some more energy increase. The energy is the same, right? It's just dispersing, right?
right. So if it's what did it say? 2 milliseconds every century of change. How perceivable is that? Sorry, I'm really high if I'm doing that. But right, so two milliseconds every century, and how big of a effect would that? How well would we perceive that?
Oh, we fucking wouldn't. Why is nobody answering him? He keeps making that really weird
I
noise.
thought that I thought part of what we were talking
Wait, I
about
mute
was
this
that
guy.
we would feel the rotation.
Professor Tom Riddle, this piece of shit.
Okay, I thought that was the soundboard. I was like, "Fuck this sound effect."
No, Professor Tom Riddle, you piece of shit. Who
Yeah, I
talked to
would
me
never
like
do
that?
that, bro.
You piece
I'm
of
not on that
shit.
type of time.
You're a
So
piece of shit.
This motherfucker.
shut your fucking mute.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Got him.
Anyway, boys,
Got
please
him,
proceed.
idiot. Sorry.
Good question for
Wow.
Globers. Good question for Globers.
He probably thinks buildings move.
Yeah, what a fucking idiot.
Well, speaking of that, right? I've got a question. I've got a question for Globers. You know how have you ever been like at a railway track, you know, and you've had one of them, you know, like 30-car trains go
I'm
past.
still looking to figure out how to order Domino's pizza on Discord.
Why would you try and do that, you idiot?
Yeah?
Get him
Has anyone ever been near a railway track and like watched like a 30 car train go past?
Yeah.
Right. So you're seeing the side of the train move past you at pretty fast speed, right?
Well,
I'm usually pretty annoyed when that happens because I'm usually at a stop.
So how do I get into a position where I can see the ground moving past my face that fast?
You need to stop believing in a flat Earth. That's what you need to. That's how.
So if I'm talking conceptually, you would have to remove yourself from the Earth. Therefore, you would have to go outside of the Earth. Therefore, outer space. Which I know
How do I get up close in the experience?
Say again.
How do I get up close? Right, so I'm pretty near it. Like I'm near the train that's going past me at 70
Mate,
kilometers an
stand
hour. Or
behind the
whatever.
yellow line, man. Fucking hell.
Sorry, am I not coming through very well?
No, I'm just saying, make sure you stand behind the yellow line before you start observing.
Right? Yeah.
Space.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, behind the chain fence, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do I get that close to Earth to experience the ground, the surface of the Earth moving past me at 1,000 miles an hour?
Isn't it basically if you just look up at a satellite and see how fast it's passing you, then you're on the ground?
Yeah, exactly.
Where do I have to
I
go?
don't want to be on the train. Sorry,
Well, I have
sorry,
that
Jenna.
same question. It's all right. I have that same question when we talk about the Earth going at 66,000 miles an hour in a direction. Where do I have to go to observe that? The Earth going past me at 66,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's just if we're talking the globe model, you would have to remove yourself from the Earth. You know, remove
Obviously, yeah.
yourself from the.
How far away from the Earth? It's like what C-Dub's trying to point out.
So you like have to like self-delete or
Self-delete.
So, just kidding, just kidding.
Dude, you with this soundboard. It's hilarious.
I mean,
It is.
gotta lighten the
Did
mood. That was
he
pretty
call you
dark.
the Jew with a soundboard? What?
That was pretty dark joke there. I mean, you said you got to remove yourself from the earth to see the curvature or whatever. I don't know, man. I'm like, holy,
Take yourself out.
you gotta get out of here.
Don't kill yourself. There's always hope. But no, what I was trying to say is that
I know what you're saying. I'm just trolling.
I know, so am I. And the soundboard CB is sometimes funny, other times very cringe. But I appreciate you doing it. Hit me with the.
Nah, I don't just hit them randomly. All right, you know, it's got to be there's time and a place. All right.
Oh, now you're conservative with it. Okay.
When was the bad time? When was the bad time?
I'm messing with you. I'm joking.
right.
Anyways, yeah, you would have to remove yourself. How far would you have to be to see it going 1,000 miles an hour around the equator? I have no idea, no clue. So, sorry.
I mean, where are they getting this from in the first place, though? You would want to seek original primary, what is it, primary source information, or like where are they?
What I
even
know
getting
is that the Earth rotates 360 degrees in about 24 hours. I know we have leap years and all that shit, but somewhere around there. So
that's what I'm saying. Where are they
It
getting
takes
that?
all day, man. It takes all day, damn it.
That's
takes all
hilarious.
fucking day.
But where are they
True.
getting that from, though? You know what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
know, man. I don't know.
It's just part of the lore for that's usually what I say. It's not like it has a basis of like this is where we got it from. It's like, well, that's just how it would work. Well, we know how it would work. Obviously, divide.
I mean,
360.
if you're asking me,
I'm
guessing there's a reason. I just don't know what it is.
Okay, you know what I call that? It's called phantom expert syndrome. I mean, we have.
Oh no! Here comes another phantom expert. I love it, man. That's going to be used a few more times.
Wait, hold on, fellas. You guys know I'm not an expert. I never claimed to be.
No. That's what I'm saying. It's that you believe that someone out there has the answer. Figured it out. It's phantom expert syndrome because you believe someone else has the answer.
I bet the Earth's rotating 1,000 miles an hour around the equator.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. That's not really what I brought up in the first place.
He said, "Yeah, maybe."
I don't.
You know what's more amazing is that when you jump, you're flying through the air at 1,000 miles an hour, and you land back in the same spot.
Man, I wish I could just travel like that.
Reference frames, my friend. Inertial reference frames. That's what we
Did you say
started with.
emotional reference frames?
Emotional reference frames? I like that.
Inertial. Sorry.
Oh,
Inertial reference frames. My bad.
My favorite reference frame is either from the reference frame like with bullet with eyes or the sun. Those are good reference frames. I like that. I know what the Earth looks like from those perspectives, so I can usually compare reality.
Well, what if can I give you a hypothetical?
I don't like hypotheticals. You should be able to tell by now, but sure.
The globe is a hypothetical.
I compare those to
blank checks.
Blank checks that you try to deposit to the bank. No bank's gonna deposit that because you just wrote some random number on a check. There's no money there to support that. You know, can't cash it in anywhere. But go ahead, sure.
Okay, fair enough. As all I'm saying is that, like, imagine me and you were standing in a room, and I tell you, "Hey, I'm the sun, and you're the Earth." and you start running around me real fast.
Okay.
To me, it's gonna look like, you know, you're moving around me. You know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And now, what if we trade places? And now I'm the Earth and you're the Sun, and I start running around you real fast. You know, it's gonna look
Yeah.
like I'm moving around you.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. I understand what you're telling me, but what I'm trying to
Right.
do is to drag you out into reality and say you can't do what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand your point of view is that, well, if we have these two objects from this object, this other object would do X. I get that. But I'm just saying,
You-
like, in reality, we can't actually go and put that into practice and see if that's actually true. You know what I mean?
That's fair. I appreciate
So
that you
that's
believe that.
my
I
problem with it.
appreciate that you like can see my point of view at
Yeah.
least,
Yeah,
even
I
though
do.
you don't believe in it. So
Yeah. Because I don't think the sun is like necessarily like an object that you could compare to, say, the Earth. Like, okay, well, this object's doing this, so this other object's doing that, and we can kind of, you know what I mean, put them side by side and compare them like that. So, yeah, that's why
what do you think the
I
sun
try
is,
to
though?
get. I
Let's
don't
really
know.
get in, dude. Let's get into it. Let's go deep.
I have no clue. I really don't even know where to start. I don't
Okay.
know. Well, I will
Do you
say
believe
what's
it's
interesting
physical?
is like, nah, probably not.
No. Okay.
Like a burning ball of like hot fire, hot plasma or something? No, probably not.
I'm not
I
even
don't
saying
know.
that.
I would say it's more mysterious than something that you could probably figure out.
Can you place like any like physical object to it? I guess.
Could the sun be God?
Can you put something on a rainbow?
Can you put something on a rainbow? No.
I think the sun's even more mysterious than a rainbow's not that mysterious. We kind of have figured out what that's all about. But I think the sun's even more mysterious than that. But it's not like you can put something on a rainbow. And I don't mean to say that the sun is like a rainbow or anything like that, but it's probably closer to a rainbow than a burning ball of fire. So
Okay.
I don't know, man.
You're unsure about what the
I don't
sun
know.
would be.
I'm definitely no, I do not know what the sun is. I don't think anyone knows what it is. I don't feel bad about not knowing what it is.
But you
Oh,
don't
here's
think it's
one
like
thing.
a physical object, though.
I don't, but I want to point out one thing too.
Okay.
What does mainstream say about the sun? And this is one of my black pill ideas. I won't get too deep into this, but mainstream says there's things you absolutely must not do. Do never do this thing ever, ever, ever in your life. You might even die, right? Okay. One of those things is do not look at the sun, you'll go blind. Well, come to find out, there's this thing
Bro,
called.
do not tell me you have stared into the sun.
Well, I'm not.
Don't
We don't need
start
to go.
telling me that, dude.
We don't need to go into this. We don't need to go into it. But there is a phenomenon, an activity called sun gazing. People have gazed
Bro,
at the sun for a very long time, and it does not make you go blind. All right.
I saw you on cam earlier. He was wearing glasses. So
Well, okay. Well, I'll admit I'm actually not wearing glasses now, but I don't. I have good vision. It's not from staring at the sun, but no, it's people have looked at the sun for a very long time. Almost like I'm talking like you can no, that's what I'm saying. You can stare at the sun for like an hour long, bro. Like, it does not. That's what I'm saying. The sun isn't what you think it is. That's my point. They're telling you it's
no
this thing.
effect on vision.
It'll make you go
whatsoever?
blind. That's not true. What they're telling you is lies.
Bro, show me
I've
one
done
person that stared at the sun for an hour and is all good.
Dave Weiss will say he
In their
stared at
vision.
it for 45 minutes. I've personally done it for quite a while. It's not what you think. It doesn't make I have perfect vision. 2020. These have no fucking these are non-scripts, dude. I don't actually have bad vision. So it's like
Pull the cam up right now, dude. Let me look at your eyes, dude.
so we need like
They're white as shit.
We need 4 people to drop the call, 3 people to drop the call. I got the
Jedi,
glass.
what do you think
But
about
my
this,
point
Mel?
is that my ultimate point is
brainstorm.
that the sun is just not what you think it is, though. I mean, so like the fact that you can stare at it, not go blind, and they're telling you, oh, if you do this, you'll 100% go blind. Dude, I've done it. It's not true. What you're saying is cap.
You may not
So
go blind, dude, but I don't think it's good. I really, really don't think it's
do your
good for your
homework, dude.
vision to stare
Do your
at
homework.
the
Well,
sun.
that's because you're going off of what mainstream told you.
Oh
Okay.
man, dude, this
Not that
is like
bad.
that other dude that came in here one time and was trying to tell you drink seawater. Seawater is actually good for you to drink.
Yeah,
But you
man,
got
it is. It's really good.
you gotta
And
stop
he's
listening to the TV,
by the
dude.
way, hold on, CB. By the way, he sent me a bunch of papers about seawater, about how it's good for
Yeah,
you, but
it
he
is.
never he did not mention that it was like deep seawater. It was seawater gathered from a certain place about a certain
Well, duh. What did
depth
you think he meant?
underwater.
Just go dive into any ocean and start drinking. Is that what you thought he meant? Like, of course, there's
Yeah.
probably a source that you could probably buy it from and then drink that.
Well,
Maybe that's
I
probably what
asked.
you do.
Well, good question. I asked him, dude. I was like, "Where the fuck are you getting your seawater from that you drink?" And he was like, "I get it out of the Gulf of Mexico." He never mentioned anything about getting it from
Okay. All right. All
anywhere
right.
else. I'm just saying.
I
I
know who
mean,
you're
maybe
referring to. But no, not gonna. But you, dude, you gotta stop. You can't just go with what the TV says. They make up
I
all
get
types.
that.
You should drink fluoride. It's great for you. I haven't
No,
drank
no, no, no.
fluoride in like 10 years, dude.
I get
Like,
that. But do you understand when somebody says like, "Oh, go drink seawater"? Like when you just say that outright, give
but
no
you have to
context
research that. You
whatsoever.
don't just listen and go do it. You research it first. Just like with sun
Fair enough.
gazing, research it first. That's what I did. I didn't just go stare at. Oh, wait, let me just go stare at the sun.
I can
No, let me
almost guarantee
research
you
it
there's no
first.
benefit whatsoever staring at the sun for any period of time.
Dude, see, but that's when I hear that, I just hear a fat person going like, "Nah, there's no benefit for me working out," or stuff like that. Someone who's never meditated, like, "Nah, there's no point in me doing that." Like, you should
Do you
try
hear
it.
fat people?
People literally sun their balls. Like, I mean, like,
You sun your balls?
I've tried it. Not gonna lie,
How was it?
that was pretty good.
Yeah, I
Guys,
wish I could do that, mate, but I fucking live in England, bro.
yeah, sorry for you, man. I feel bad for you.
Yeah, yeah. I need to go to like the
Yeah, I'm not
sunning
gonna lie,
salon.
dude. I hope someone hears this and tries it. Not gonna lie.
Look, dude, I will not bash you if you try and
Uh,
sun your balls. But dude, looking into the sun, bro,
it's
come
not that
on,
bad,
dude.
dude. It's not that bad. I have
You say
perfect
that.
vision. I did that
Motherfucker
many
wearing
years ago.
glasses over here.
They're non-scripts,
Is it not UV rays though that come from the sun?
and they're what there are. They're blue. They're Blu-ray glasses. I don't like dark. I don't like light at night, dude. I like sleep. All right, you heard? So fuck this.
You just think that
Anyway.
makes him look handsome, dude. Pull up the cam right now.
Yeah.
You're a good looking guy, dude.
There's too many
I'm
people in
gonna
this
lie.
call right now. I would, but there's too many people in the call. But
Fair enough, fair enough.
dude, I mean, do your homework. Go research sun gazing. I mean, I'm not making it up. I heard of it. I researched it. People have done it
Bro,
before me.
throw me
They
one
didn't. They're
paper.
not blind. I'm not
Can you
blind.
throw me whatever you find? I mean,
Uh, I
whatever
learned
you've
about
read,
it through
just throw
Crow
me one.
777. I learned about it through Crow 777. So
I don't know who that
I don't
is.
have any like articles I could just pull up real quick. I've just like kind of listened to some really
Fair
cool
enough.
podcasts,
I'll
stuff
put you
like
on the
that.
spot. No worries. That's fair enough.
But it's
Please
worth finding,
God,
man.
anybody listening to this, don't stare into the fucking sun. I
Go,
promise you
guys.
it's
Go,
good.
dude. Do your homework. Go research Sun Gate. Don't just go stare at it blindly. There's things you should probably do, like take your shoes off.
I looked at it the other day through a welding mask, and it was still super hella bright. So, like, yeah.
It
You looked
obviously
at the sun,
depends
Tito?
on when you look at
For
it
a
and
welding
its
mask?
angle.
It
Wait,
probably
what?
depends on what
Let
things that
me
the
just say
sun.
this. Let
So
me just say this because what they say. Let me just give some more context because y'all got me over here sounding crazy.
I mean, that
You
is
don't
nuts.
go. You don't just go out randomly and just go. Well, let me just stare at the sun. Well, you don't want to stare at it during high noon when the sun's at its most peak or powerful. You either do it at sunrise or sunset when it's kind of a low hue.
Bro, my man
So
is out having a romantic date with his girl, talking about staring at the sunset. Dude, that's fine.
Nah, bro.
I
I'll be
never
on
had a
my own.
problem with
I'll
that.
be on my own vibe. I'll be on my own wave. I don't do that, dude. Girl, hey,
Well, that's
listen, man.
beautiful
I've
too,
already.
dude. I mean, staring at the sunset, that's probably fine.
I mean, if you've meditated, like you know what I'm talking about. You can go deep and just quiet your
I
mind.
have.
Y'all over here always talking about like you got something has to be happening. Like that's
I
what I'm
think you
saying.
can
Like, people who have
you can
never
probably
meditated before don't understand the benefits of it. People who don't know understand flat Earth don't understand the benefits of it. People who have never sun gazed don't understand the benefits of it. So try it, man. It's not gonna hurt you.
bro, but just make sure to say at sunset, not at high noon.
Yeah,
When
yeah,
you say
definitely not.
go
Do not do it at high noon. Do not go at high noon. That's what I'm
damn,
saying. Do
bro.
your homework first. Don't just go out and just let me see. Like do your research.
Oh yeah, you're
So
talking about the soul, dude. He says staring at the sun is good for you. Yeah, man, staring at the sunset's maybe good for the soul, bro.
yeah, yeah.
You have to be clear here, dude, because this is dangerous, bro. Some little kid hears you like, oh, go
Well, I
stare at the
hope that
fucking
people don't
sun.
just
He's
hear
gonna
people on the internet and just blindly run out and do whatever that person said. I
some
mean,
12-year-old's gonna hear you, bro, and he's gonna go look at the sun at fucking noon and have permanent eye damage, dog. I
okay.
mean, you gotta
All
be
right.
careful
Well,
with
let
what
me
you
just
say.
make it clear. Do not go out during high noon and stare at the sun. You're like, you do your homework first.
Yeah, yeah.
Research. I gave you the term sun
As a,
gazing. That's your
as,
homework if you want to try
as a
it.
general rule, within the first couple hours of sunrise and sunset, the UV or the energy, so to speak, from the sun is reduced because of the atmosphere it's getting through. So like there's a certain like twilight period of sunrise and sunset where they'll be beneficial.
Hell yeah, man.
Obviously, like
Look at a sunset,
What
dude.
it is.
Good for the soul, bro.
You
Fair
also
enough.
should like they say you should
Too
take your
fair.
shoes off, make sure you're connected to the earth, either in the grass, the sand, or something. Make sure you are rooted to the earth. Um,
and
make
it's a
sure you start
gradual thing.
slow. Make sure you start slow. You
It's a gradual.
squint. You go through your eyelashes at first and build up. Start slow, go a few minutes, then you can build up to a long time. You don't just go in and stare. So just do your homework, guys. If it's something that's interested to you,
Yeah.
homework first.
You basically just increase the time by like 30 seconds each day, starting on like 10 seconds. You know, it's not like you're starting on like 10 minutes a time or whatever. It's like literally just a couple of minutes.
Right.
You'll end up just a couple of minutes after about a month. You know, it's not too much progress, but it's very potent.
And people
Yeah,
wonder, like,
fellas.
well, what's the benefit? They don't see a benefit, but that's just like they do the same thing with flat Earth or things like meditation, or some fat ass will say that about like exercising. Oh, I don't see what that won't change anything but my body. It won't change my mind. You don't know that. Actually, it will. So
I've
you have
never
to
heard
do it first.
anybody ever say that exercise isn't good
Well, I
for you.
know, but
Come
that's
on,
such an
dude.
easy thing to understand. But like when it comes to other things, like little things, like maybe taking cold plunges, cold showers, meditating, getting up early in the morning, running,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
just it's these fine tuning things. People think flat Earth is supposed to just relieve you of life's responsibilities. Like, oh, now you don't have to go to work. Now you don't have to have, oh, your family, just forget about them. No, dude. If you have a family, you still have to provide for your family. If you still have a job, you still have to do your career, whatever that is. You still have to take care of your life.
CB, look, if you would have came out here with saying like, "Yo, take a cold plunge, run in the morning," I would not have gotten as as messed up as when you said stare at the fucking sun. So
Yeah, yeah.
that's
Well,
all, man.
I mean, hey, listen,
That's just me, though.
I didn't come up with it. I've just researched it. I tried it myself. I didn't go blind. I'm reporting back to the field. My homies, hey, listen. The TV says just like they said, I mean, I'm pretty sure this an old story like if you I mean, we're on YouTube, but I'll keep it somewhat PG. But if you if you're a guy out there, you'll go blind or your hands will grow hair if you do that thing boys aren't supposed to do. right? So there's certain little things out there that society says you absolutely shouldn't do that aren't necessarily, you know, like they say like, oh, you can't look at the sun. Well, that's not true either. I mean,
Wait,
do
you
your
talking
homework
about
first.
spanking the monkey, dude?
I mean, that's an old one. That wasn't my generation, but
Go
I heard
blind.
I
I
heard
heard that.
generations ago they're like, if you do that, you'll go blind or your hair go on
Yeah.
your hands and stuff like that. So like little stuff like that, society will say things like that to try to prevent you from doing something. Now, why are they preventing you? Maybe a whole other thing, but yeah, I'm just reporting back. Like it's what they're saying isn't always true.
Yeah, man, I
So
don't know. I'd put jerking off and staring at the sun in 2 different
well,
categories. To each his
like
own.
we can't talk about this for real, but like I'm sure there may be a little bit of a split amongst this panel on the Coco thing. They said you absolutely must do this thing or you're gonna kill your grandma. And like some
Coco.
people were like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And a lot of people were like, nah. But the TV said you should you gotta do it. 100 you must do this. Okay, so it's kind of the same thing. Not everything the TV says you have to do is something that you absolutely must abide by.
Wait, hold on. Give me another clue. What Coco
Uh,
thing? What are we talking about
three
here?
3 years ago, 2020, the thing you stuck in your arm, the cocoa, the juice.
Oh.
Uh,
Uh-huh.
so they said you have to do it, or you're gonna kill your grandma, type of thing, or you're bad if you don't do it. Do what we say, and a lot of people were like, "Nah, I'm not doing that," for many reasons. I don't know if that was you or not, but not everything the TV says is true. That's my point. So the TV is going to say things like, "Do this, it's good for you. Stick this in your arm, it's good for you." Or the opposite. "Don't do this thing, it's bad for you." Sometimes what they're saying is just blatantly false. So like I mean, those are two examples, but
Yeah.
you get the point.
I get the point.
Yeah, but I get mixed messages. I get mixed messages because it says, "Come to the football game," and but at the same time, I'm told, don't eat hot dogs. They're bad.
Yeah. Well, that's why you have to have your they live glasses on permanently at all times. Just leave them on because the mixed signals are out there, T-Dub. They're like, well, you can see the curve from an airplane. Oh, well, the math says you can't. So if you leave your glasses on, you'll be able to see those contradictions. Be vegan. Like they'll always try to contradict it, confuse you, contradict their position. So just leave your they live glasses on. You'll be fine.
Wait, CV, just curious. Do you feel, because you mentioned sun gazing earlier, do you feel the same way about getting butt naked and getting on a field and spreading your legs wide open and letting the sun shine directly into your asshole? That's a thing too, right?
That's funny. I don't know if you heard me mention.
Can we move away from this, man? What the fuck?
Sorry.
I was just curious.
Well, why? I mean, I already brought it up. So,
Oh, you
like, do
did?
we
Okay,
have to
okay.
bring it up again?
Okay, I wasn't here. Oh, well, just really quickly, is it legit or no?
I mean, I don't know, dude. You try and let us know what happened. What
CB,
report
you
back.
said you did it though.
Well, I didn't say my.
How was it
what
though?
he said. I
Tell me
said I sunned
how
my
it was.
I said I sunned my testes, not what he said.
Oh,
But
fucking hell.
You sunned your
All right.
balls, dude. Fair
All
enough.
right, sorry.
But
Sorry to bring it back up. I wasn't
uh,
here. I just joined.
just try it, dude. It's not, let me know what you think.
Yeah, bro, sun that asshole, dog. Who's gonna stop you, bro?
Okay,
What's
let's
the
just think
harm?
about it. Is it better to just leave it in darkness or a little
Well,
sunlight? Is that gonna hurt? Or, I don't know. You just
wait a
report
minute.
back.
Wait, but CB, you realize that's a very highly privileged thing to even have the opportunity to do, right? Like most people don't live in very like secluded private areas where that would even be a practical opportunity for them to take. I mean,
Maybe, or you just have a good window with sunlight that shines through your window, and you can just be like, "Oh, perfect! I got 5 minutes. Boom." I mean, it's not that hard to accomplish.
I'm
But
pretty sure anybody can find a place to sun their asshole in private. I don't think this is a valid. I don't think this is a valid complaint.
yeah, I mean, dude,
To be
listen,
honest.
it was like, all right, I'm not even gonna go into detail, but I'm sure you can make it happen if you really want to. It can be in your house, in a window. It doesn't have to be outside at the beach. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah,
That's not
man.
where
You put your mind to it, dude. Anything's possible.
a rooftop. Like, you can make it happen. All right.
I mean, as if getting sun exposure on just like every other part of your skin isn't isn't beneficial on its own. Like
It's not
you
like
know,
your ball. It's not like your. It's not like your forehead can make children. You know, or your toe, or your finger, or your anything. It's weird. Only your balls can make. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know, but
This is a good question, dude. Does sunning your balls make stronger children? This is what researchers should be researching, dude. Not
we got weak
cancer,
men out here.
not
Okay,
COVID, not any of this stuff, dude. Come
Gris
on.
says the sun don't shine there for a reason. You're hilarious. I mean, we got weak men out here for a reason. I don't know, man. We're trying to change the world one minute at a time in the sun. Okay.
Look, all I'm saying is, dude, if you want to sun your balls, go for it, bro. I won't stop you.
I'm
That
just
is your
saying,
right.
you guys are gonna go try it because you heard me say it. And you're gonna come back and be like, man, why didn't I try this sooner? Although it's like getting wintertime out here, so it's probably not the best time, but
Now, boys, get your asses out there. All right.
Earth curvature.
sun's out, buns out.
There you go.
Come on.
that's probably the closest thing you're gonna find to curvature. But
You saying I'm thick, dude? What are you trying to say, dude?
I mean, where else are you gonna find curve on the earth?
I got that cake. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I need to hear that today.
Jedi left. I feel bad.
Wait,
But I
CB,
did
you
not
don't feel
want to
this.
hear this shit.
Wait, CB, you don't feel the same way about drinking your own piss, do you? Because that's also a thing.
The fuck? I don't know. I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, urine therapy, or I think there's another name to it. Yeah, I mean it's legit. Like even like Dr. Amanda Vollmer, she's like a big proponent of it.
Okay, you know what? Vollmer, I've listened to a couple of her podcasts and stuff like that, but I've never heard her talk about that.
Oh yeah, I've heard her.
Okay. I mean, I bought some stuff from her website and shit like that, but I've never heard her talk about that one.
Yeah, you can probably find it somewhere on Instagram or some other interview. And yeah, she's not the only one in that sort of that space, the alternative health space. There's other people that like
Well,
swear by it.
what I'll say about that is that one has a bad misconception around it, just like flat Earth does. I don't know much about it, but I know there's some certain, just like sun gazing, there's certain like criteria and things about it. I've never done that, but for my little bit of research, it's not like you just like throw it back. There's certain criteria, but I don't know. You guys have probably all seen like those Bear Grylls or those surviving under what he's done that shit. He's done shit like that. I mean, to survive and stuff. But, I don't know. I don't know anything about it really. I've never been concerned with it for real.
Yo, what do you guys think about the Mandela effect? Like I've always heard
Trash.
people. Okay, I've always heard people bring it up in the past. I never really knew what it was because I never really looked into it. But then, after I saw, or yeah, after I saw a dude named Brian Stavely on like Flattoberfest from this year, and I checked out his channel. He's been doing like live streams dedicated to the Mandela effect recently. And that's the only significant amount of time I ever like actually looked into it. And I don't know, he was like bringing up some different examples, but I don't know who said it was trash. So is that like the opinion of all you guys? Like it's just nonsense.
I don't rock with it. I don't think a lot of people. I don't like. I haven't really noticed a lot of flat earthers that rock with Mandela, but
Brian
yeah.
Stavely led me to flat Earth.
Oh really? Damn.
Yep.
Are you a Mandoozler, Tito?
A little, but
A
yeah,
little.
no, it was hanging out amongst that crowd. Yeah, that's how I decided to like give flat Earth even half a thought.
Okay. Not gonna
So
lie, I was around the Stavely. I mean, I followed Stavely and the Brian. I mean, what's her name? Curly hair girl. What's her name? Karen B. I
oh
was
yeah.
there. I was in those circles, but I didn't really. I mean, I checked out Mandela to see what's up, but I never really went for it. But I don't think it's a huge common thing, like, oh, all flat earthers are on the Mandela train or anything like that. But what do you think about it?
I was curious to think what T Dub has to say if Brian Stavely is who brought him to flat Earth. Like, does he agree? Like, do you agree with Brian about the Mandela effect? Because he's a pretty strong advocate of it. Like he says, I mean, not that he talks shit, but like to him, he doesn't understand why
Oh
more
yeah,
flat earthers aren't part of it.
I know. He's very enthusiastic about it, and
Yeah,
yeah,
he is.
very passionate, yeah, about it. We're deniers, there's flat Earth like Mandela effect deniers. That
Yeah,
pretty much, yeah.
but
Um,
do you not agree with him?
No, I don't.
very
Personally, I
strange.
don't.
It's just,
Personally, I don't. But what do you think, T Dub?
I think it's possible that there's things that can occur, like supernatural, metaphysical things can occur in reality that takes some explaining. Got some explaining to do stuff, but don't necessarily not every Mandela effect possibly like the
Ugh.
fall into that category of being possibly that a supernatural event and could be explainable in more practical, like sensible terms. I don't know. I think I've just experienced some stuff that makes me go, hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Like what?
um, I don't know if we want to go down that road, do we?
That's fine. I mean, I'm curious because I can't say I have personal examples that I've like. I can be like, oh, this is what specifically happened to me, but I've researched it to know that people have definitely experienced certain changes with the Berenstain Bears or the Fruit of the Loom or things like that, which I have. I mean, I'm paying it. I've been paying attention, but and I notice how interesting and the implications are very interesting as well. But like, what have you experienced something in particular? I just know that I haven't. I don't think I've gone through anything specifically to say like, here's my experience. But I have done the research to say to understand what other people's experiences are, and I also understand the implications as well. I don't necessarily rock with the implications. I think that's my problem. I think the implications give a little bit of they give too much credit to someone or something that I don't think deserves that credit. Because obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but I believe in a creator. Like, I just don't believe that cakes make themselves. So I believe in some sort of creator. And with the Mandela effect, it seems like the implications are that, well, a creator may have made this place, but it made a mistake, or it's making some sort of mistake and something else is changing it. And so that doesn't seem to rock with me or connect with me very well. So, but I just understand. I understand it, but I just don't rock with it for real. But what do you want to add on that, T
I'll
Dub?
give you an example. One example, right? Okay, so I remember, like it was early 2000s, like before the Mandela effect thing was even talked about, right? I was going to video rental shops and asking for that movie about the genie with Sinbad in it. you got that? Getting told, and they'd look up on their computers and go, no, it's not listed. Sorry. And I'd be like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, I just wanted to show the kids, you know. And then the Mandela effect came out, and I was like, no fucking way. No fucking way. And it fucking sat me on my ass.
So for you, what kind of implications does that lead to? Do you think about that, or you just kind of focus on like, whoa, that was really trippy? Like, what is your do you jump from there to a conclusion?
Yeah, that, like I said, that there's just some things that we can experience that just beg explanation, and
Yeah.
nobody seems to have a decent one, and it just seems like something that is beyond comprehension as far as like our normal experience, you know, our material experience of reality. Like, right?
Yeah.
Got to be like you were talking about a creator, so you know, like I don't know. There's feels like there's invisible hands at work. Like, yeah,
I get that. I get that. Let's see. Uh, I think that the idea is really helpful for getting someone to wake up to the idea that reality might not be what it's presented to be, but maybe I just
right.
haven't gone deep enough into it. I just
Right.
I think it just leaves too much confusion because that might be contradictory because I like the mystery of flat Earth, but I just don't like the confusion of Mandela, where it's like, well, this changed and why? Well, it just I like the fact that it has that eye-opening effect where it's like, wow, that is really interesting. Maybe reality isn't what we were what we were presented, and I respect that
Yeah,
element.
yeah. Like the what if? Yeah,
Yeah, it does have that element, which is really strong, and I like that. But I don't like some of the confusion element. It's like, well, so then what? It's like, I don't know. It's still changing. I don't know. Maybe I'm mocking it. Maybe I don't understand it enough. But I just believe that the creator. It's like with the. Let me. Can I mute this server? The 24/7 thing. Server mute. No, I can't deafen it. Let's see. How can I say this without getting us canceled? Let's see. Uh, Probably can't say it. It's a little too spicy for YouTube. Want to talk about the V, but
I mean, can't you use like code words or euphemisms?
let me think about it here.
Like the potion, the juice, the Pikachu, the
The V.
poke.
Yeah.
You said Coke
Okay.
earlier.
Let me try. So I don't think the creator makes mistakes really. I mean, like, do you think that do you look at a flower and think that that was a mistake somehow, or um, I don't know, like coincidences or dreams, and think like, wow, this is just some sort of like chaos. It just seems something about it is too. It seems uh, there's just it's this intelligent design to it. So with Mandela, it's almost like the creator has been making mistakes all this time, and like, oh well, this has changed and this has been updated. it's so like with the that's part of the reason why I didn't go with the potion, because it's like, well, well, he messed up with you. We gotta fix you with you were born wrong, and he messed up, so science needs to fix you with this potion. I don't necessarily rock with that either. I don't think the creator like, oh, oops, he messed up. We can fix it. We'll slide in and take care of business. We got it. Where he messed up, we'll step in. I don't necessarily agree with that. So like with the Mandela thing, it's like it it's giving credit to somewhere else. It's like, oh well, all these things are changing due to this other thing, and I'm like, I don't. I just don't. I think it's giving too much credit to where it may not belong. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what's really going on with like the fruit of the loom. Did my boxers change logos or some shit? I don't know. Am I mocking it? Maybe, but maybe I don't understand it. But I have followed Brian Staley for quite a while, so I know he's passionate and stuff like that. So I don't think he's a bad dude or anything like that. I just my gut. I go with my gut a lot. My gut has never told me to like stick with the Mandela thing. So don't let me feel like I'm trashing on anybody. There may be some truth to it. Um, but I think part of the presentation is that it's just oh oops, the creator messed up, and oh, is he doing that? Is he trolling us? Maybe that's part of it. I don't know. Is he trolling us and changing things to try to get you to pay attention, or is the government changing things, or because I feel like that's more like part of the presentation where it's like some entity is like messing with things versus the creator is doing this to get you to wake up. That's not really part of the presentation from my understanding. Or like it's more like, some satanic thing is fucking with reality. That seems like the vibe that I get, and I don't like that. It tells me that, the creator messed up. I don't know. I don't even really get into that type of stuff for real, but it's just me.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen any of Brian's streams on it recently? Like,
Not recently.
okay, I'm not sure how long he's been like into it. I guess maybe it's been for a while
Long
now.
time, my boy. Long time.
Oh, really? Damn. Okay.
Yeah, because I used to follow him. I used to watch his streams, bro. I used to hang out with him and his people for a while. Like, I like Brian. I think he's a good dude.
Yeah.
I just don't rock with the Mandela as hard as he does, for real. I mean, he rocks with Karen B and stuff like that. She rocks with Mark Sargent. She's a flat earther. He's a flat earther. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, I mean, I don't know. What does he say recently? Is he on some new stuff?
Well, I mean, I only recently like came across his work. I only I only found out about him because of Karen B's Flattober Fest
Yeah. Okay.
documentary. Um, yeah. So, but yeah, like I subscribed to his channel, and then I saw that he was streaming about the Mandela effect. Then I mean, if I can remember, like I think maybe some things I could see what he was saying, like, and I can sort of like resonate with, like, as if they matched up with my experiences or like how I remembered how things were in the past and how they might have changed. Like one that sort of I can remember now on top of my head is like he was pointing out how the position of South America and even some other countries like around that area and like the between North and South America, like their position have like changed and shifted a little bit. Like he was saying how South America in the past was like more so directly south, right under um North America, but now it's like shifted over to the right a little bit. And like that to me, I was like, huh, I do kind of remember it like that, but of course, if Mandela effect means like it changes everything like going into the future and retrospectively into the past, there isn't really like a sure way to like find out like if that's really true.
Okay. Okay. No, I do like his presentation. I like the presentation. I just don't like the implications. I think that's my personal issue with the topic. Is where it lends the credibility after the fact. Because the presentation is very convincing and very interesting. That's why I took my time and like looked into it. I'm like, wow, I do remember Bernstein and not Bernstein. You know what I mean? I'm sure a lot of you guys probably would feel the same way.
Wait, it's not Bernstein?
Well, apparently not.
Bernstein.
Apparently it's Berenstain. If you
Oh fuck.
look it up, there's no history, there's no writing, there's no book, there's no print, there's nothing that says Berenstain. All the copies say Berenstain.
I actually used to say Barenstein.
Stein. Wow.
Yeah, Barenstein. Yeah.
Yeah, Berenstein. I remember saying that myself when I was young as well. Berenstein Bears. But like
What's the spelling though? How's it
all of
spelled?
it, all of it.
S-T-I-E-N? Or
No, but it's all
S-T-E-I-N?
spelled stain. It's all spelled stain though.
Stain?
Stain.
A-I-N?
A-I-N.
S-T-A-I-N?
Yes. That's what I'm saying. That's
Couldn't
why
be.
it's weird. It's like, wait a minute, I remember Berenstein. But if you go look at I mean, let me just go to Google right now.
Pull that shit up, dude. Post it.
Google.com.
I say Bernstair because there was like the intro song was like "We are the Berenstain Bears," the one that I remember.
Berenstain Bears.
I don't believe
Yeah,
you guys
dude.
for a goddamn second.
Look at this. Look at this. You're gonna love this. Google. Hold on. Back to the Discord.
Rebel. Rabel. Sorry. Are you Ethiopian? Or are you from Ethiopia? Or you have any
Yeah.
relation?
Yeah.
Are you Ethiopian?
Yes, I am.
Habeshan?
Damn,
Oh,
CB. Where'd you find
You don't
this,
speak.
dude?
Dude, just Google it. I mean, this is the only thing you'll find is Berenstain. That's the only thing that comes up.
Amaringa
Hulum Gabbai or yeah, Tinish like
almost not so bad.
Wait, how do I say
It's so bad.
Amharic Nagagar?
Amaringa ማውራት አትችልም. Okay.
Do you speak any English?
Damn, CB, you right. Bernstein.
Does anyone remember Berenstain? Because I don't. I mean, this is why the topic is interesting. I just like, again, I just don't like the
Yeah,
implications.
this was before my time, though. I don't know how old you are, CB, but
this is like, let me see. 2003. I was in 3rd grade.
2003? I'm looking at 1962. 1962 to 2012?
The first screenshot I posted said 2003, but let me see.
I think published 1962 to present is what I'm looking at. But
62? Holy.
Has to be, dude. I mean, this is old.
I'm guessing the
Oh wait, this was
series started in 2003.
No. Yeah. The books 100% were old, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, in the 60s.
Okay, yeah, the animated series started in 2003. I was in 3rd grade.
Oh, okay.
So the books
Yeah, that
must have
makes
been
sense.
before.
Hello, how's it going?
Yeah, the books were.
I can see the text, but somehow I can't write. What seems to be the problem?
I do not have.
But I am not I don't know much about the whole. I mean, I would not consider myself a flat earther. I'm not sure.
So I think it's a server rank issue.
Oh, maybe.
And whoever said hello, welcome. Yeah, welcome as well. I don't think we greeted you, so welcome to you as well. But yeah, don't worry. You don't have to label yourself a flat earther to understand the position of a flat earther. I think that's fine. I think, but you should at least be able to understand both sides. But the problem is most people come in with one perspective in mind. They imagine the perspective of the other side.
Yeah. I came here because I saw the Ethiopian flag and this guy's Ethiopian what's it Orthodox cross on his profile. I recognize that.
Yo mama?
Yeah, him.
Oh, that's Lulu. That's a girl.
Oh, really? Nice to
Yeah.
meet you.
Yes,
Fellow
queen.
girl.
Why is she muted?
Well, a lot of people just mute locally, just for respect, not to hot mic and stuff like that. But
Um,
we also have listeners. Lulu, say what's up,
she
girl.
said
Oh,
she
you
can't
can't.
talk at the moment. She said, okay.
Ooh.
Aber should flat earth nacho? Not. I mean, yeah, most there you have to be flat earth, but yeah, flat earther, but.
CB, you're not a flat earther though.
No, I'm a flat earther, bro.
No, you're not, dude. You're a non-earther.
Yeah,
You don't
I'm
claim
a.
what the Earth is.
Nah, I'm a flat earther, yeah.
You don't believe the Earth is flat though.
I know the Earth is flat, G.
What, bro? No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
How do you know that?
Well, I do know there's a dichotomy in the behavior of any surface. And so if you were to test the surface of the Earth, it has to be one of those two things being
There's
either curved or
what?
not.
There's
And
a
it's not
dichotomy
curved.
of what? You say that
Any
one more
surface.
time? My bad.
Any surface.
There's a dichotomy of any surface.
Yeah, yeah. So that being either that surface is either curved or it's not. Let's just look.
Oh, I got you.
Let's take 30 seconds. I want everyone to do this. Look around you. Just look at every single surface around you and tell me if you don't notice what I'm pointing out here. The dichotomy in the nature of any surface. I've got a mouse here. The surface of this mouse. Oh man, I'm not on camera.
I know that. So I understand what you're saying, but it's observably flat to you. But that doesn't make it flat.
No. But here's the thing. This is why the dichotomy is important because it's not about its observable its visibility. If you know that this dichotomy exists, you can still go out into the field, into reality, and test for this curvature, whether you can see it or not. That's the important part. That's why you need to know whether that dichotomy exists or not.
Okay,
So,
dude. See, this is my issue. Is that
yeah.
the Earth could be a sphere, but it could be very, very large. Say it's larger than the globers are claiming it to be, and it
Okay.
would appear flat.
I'm understanding. I understand that.
Yeah, you
That's
get
part
that,
of
right?
my example is that regardless of what it looks like, it still has to have the behavior, the characteristics of one of these two surface descriptions.
Has to have the behavior of the characteristics.
Like, so if it's a curved surface, it's curved always, no matter what. No
I
matter
see.
no matter what its size, it's
I don't know what
always
that
curved.
means.
Well, again,
What does
okay.
that
Well,
mean?
let's go
If it's
back.
curved,
Let's go back. Let's
yeah.
just go back to like looking around you. Right, look around you, bro. You'll notice.
I get that.
Every
I mean, you're talking about
Well,
sight. You're talking
tell
about
me where
human
you find a
eyes.
surface that's curved but has like a flat, like that's curved and flat at the same time. So it doesn't matter what size something is. If the surface is curved, it's curved. So like, oh well, if it's bigger, it's still curved.
Oh, I
So
agree.
it's not about the visibility, it's about its
But
nature.
do you agree a sphere can be so large that if you're on the surface of it, it would appear
Yes.
completely
Yes.
flat? Yeah.
But that's baked into my example. That the point is that you're supposed to go and test that nature of that surface, not just squint your eyes and flap your eyelids and look.
I
You have to go
agree.
out.
How would you test that?
Well, okay. Well, that's a good question. So look,
That is
with a curved surface, the example I love to use is a hood of a car. Because most hoods of cars are curved unless you have like drive like an old Cadillac or something crazy like that. 1950 Cadillac or something crazy. But
Or my
most hoods,
sick Honda.
yeah, your Honda probably has a curved hood.
A
So
souped Honda, bro.
Yeah, dude, VTech. But but like
Sorry, go
let's
ahead.
take let's take the hood of the car and just expand it to the size of like a country. And so what we want to now do is just test for curvature. Test um right, because we don't want to just
Yeah.
look, we want to test for it. So
Hell yeah.
we
How would we do
essentially
it?
just need a straight edge. So say if we were to shine like let's say we shine a laser over the surface of the hood. What we're looking for is deviation. So we've got our straight edge above the surface. If the surface starts to deviate and drop down away from that straight edge, well, we
Mm-hmm.
know right away, immediately we know it's not a flat surface.
But and what's
That
your straight
therefore,
edge? Like a
yeah,
laser?
yeah, I would say a laser is I mean a decent straight edge for that example. You
Okay.
probably could maybe come up with some other ones, but essentially the point is that we're looking for deviation. Any deviation disqualifies a flat surface.
I think any straight edge you could use in if we're talking in a physical sense, like in an actual experiment, there's no way you could make like a physical straight edge
I get that.
long enough, to span
I get
over the
that.
distance of what they're claiming the Earth to be.
I
A
understand that.
laser is where you're at. What if I told you somebody's already done this?
Tell me more.
And man, you already know it, dude. It was in a fucking Netflix documentary.
Oh,
You know what I'm
wasn't it
talking
a
about.
flashlight though? Wasn't it a flashlight though?
No, it was a laser.
A laser.
It was absolutely laser, and they were having a lot of trouble like getting the laser to be like to not like spread out a lot.
But I
So,
thought that
I'm
was a
sorry. Yeah,
flashlight.
yeah, yeah. No, you're right. Actually, at the end, they ended up going with like a really bright flashlight, I think.
Yeah.
And so they had like three of those like cardboard like cutouts
Yeah, yeah,
posted
yeah,
along a distance, right? And this
yeah.
motherfucker could not. So he was like, if the Earth is flat, then we should be able to see the flashlight at this distance. And they couldn't do
Was
it.
it level?
And he was like,
That's
yo, hold it up above your head. And
Hold it
they were
up,
at,
right? And then they saw it.
yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
that's not a laser. That's not a
Well,
laser, right?
yeah, that doesn't make any sense because was it level?
Was what
Was
level?
it light and the holes that they were shining the light through?
Well, so they put the holes like along like a river, right?
Yeah. The thing is, right, if it was level, right, then not seeing it, you would not see it if you held it up. You would not see it through the holes, and you would not see it holding it up either because there's a drop down and away from you. That's the test. See if there's that drop down and away from you. Otherwise, if it wasn't level, what was he doing? Shining it at the hump? Is
So
it a
you're
hump or a
claiming
drop?
that it wasn't level, like the river he was going across
No, I'm not. I'm not
wasn't
claiming
level at
anything
all.
about it. I'm not claiming anything about it because the test is to see if the surface drops down and away so that
Right,
the light doesn't hit the target. It will have dropped down and away from the light, right? Due to
right.
the Earth curvature. If you hold the light up, it's still not going to hit the target. Nobody's going to see it.
Why is that?
Wait,
Why is that, T-Dub?
can you say that one more time? Because I might have an image for this.
Right. Because right, sorry. Yeah. Because all right, so you're shining the light across the surface, right? And the surface is going to drop down and away from the light, right? Showing a deviation in elevation from horizontal. That's the test. That's the aim of the test, right?
Right,
To see if the light hits an observer or a target at distance.
right,
Now, if the surface is curving down and away from you, the observer is not going to see the light, and
right. At a
the light
certain
is
distance.
held. Right.
Right. So
Holding
wait,
it
what's
up
your
isn't
issue?
going to allow them to see it. What? How's that going to
Well,
allow them to see it?
it would.
No.
Oh.
Why would it not?
Look at what I posted in the chat though.
It's your straight edge, right? how is moving the straight edge up higher going to allow to be seen?
Exactly. You
Oh,
got to ask yourself: is it straight or curved? Your
I
light.
see what you guys are saying.
So yeah.
What are you looking for? A hump in the middle or a drop down and away from you? Essentially, what you're saying is the hump of the Earth, the curve of the Earth, blocked the light, stopped it from reaching the observer. But then you held it up, and it reached the observer somehow.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense because it's supposed to be down and away from the hump, down and away. So raising it up would only just raise it up and away more from the
No,
drop.
CB, I think this graphic is fucking
It's trash.
awful. I'm
I
sorry to
drew with
say.
my
Yeah,
finger.
no.
Dude, it's trash. I drew with my finger on my iPhone. It's
I'm
trash.
gonna draw one. Let
Yeah,
me
I don't
draw.
mean it to be like a good, but like the point is essentially saying, well, choose one. Are we on?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean your drawing was trash. I mean what you're trying to say is trash.
Oh, all
The
right,
example you're trying to prove in this is hot shit.
all
Let me
right,
try.
that's
Let me
fine.
try and draw. No offense, but let me try and draw
That's
one
fine.
now.
That's fine. I can upgrade it. But it's like you have to. The point is like you have to decide because most people think it's either the top or the bottom. The surface is curved either way. So, is the light not hitting the target because your line is straight and deviating away from your curved edge, or is it curving around the edge and then hitting the target?
Or is it being blocked by the curve?
Right. I guess I could have added that as well. I could have drew that as well, where you point it straight towards the curve and it hits the curve and you're not seeing the object behind. But I drew this because we have an example where we did a laser test because you're talking about a flashlight, but we did a laser test where it hits the target. And people are like, "Oh, well, So this drawing is more in regards to that, where it's actually hitting a target. But go ahead.
Yeah, can I post? I mean, this is a really simple drawing, but I think it illustrates things very
If you
clearly.
do you have image perms or
I don't know. Let me
try
try.
it?
I mean, if you know simple physics, well, I shouldn't say simple physics, but if you know, um, you
Yeah, I got
know,
image.
if you know what hydrostatic equilibrium is, you'll understand why our Earth is a sphere. You'd understand why God exists. You'd understand a lot of things. Flat earthers tend to be away from science and God, right?
Stevie, check that pic. Check that pic I posted though.
Okay. I see it. Can you just give me some just kind of talk
Yeah,
about
just
it?
real simple. Like, so you have you have somebody shining a light on one end, say that's the left side, right? And it is blocked by, um, the curvature of the Earth, as they say, right?
Okay.
And say the person, lifts the light up, so that would bring the light higher elevation, make it come over, um,
Can you
the
add a
surface of
few
the Earth.
things? Can you
Yeah,
add
yeah,
like can you add the target
yeah. Let me
spot?
add like the little post that you put.
Because I feel like the
We had
target
like.
spot would be at the end of the red line, so lifting it above wouldn't actually make it hit the target. You see, I think that's what Tito was trying to say.
Let me add a few more things on this
And
one
also,
because this is just
you
a.
haven't. That means you're not shooting it perpendicular from vertical
Perpendicular from
in your
vertical.
globe. You've
Sorry, one more
somehow
time.
managed to
Oh,
point it at the ground, right? Like you've
right.
pointed it down.
Yep.
Right, you're supposed to always be on the top of the sphere and it's dropping down and away from you, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Let's keep in
horizontal
mind.
lines can never intersect Earth in your
Just,
model.
just keep
They're
in mind.
always tangent.
This is not to scale. There's no way I can't make this to scale. So we.
Yeah, I get that. I get
Is
that.
that fair enough? I think that's a fair thing. Anyways, let me add a few more shit to this.
All right, all right. I love when people draw. This is the best when people draw stuff. That's good because then
You
we
love
can
some
all get on
paint
the same
shit?
page. I
Oh
love
yeah.
MS Paint, man. Dude, shout out to the MS painters out there. Even though my
Use
drawing is
Paint is
trash, it's
sick.
better than
one
nothing.
common sense. If you have water, you need centrifugal force to keep the water in rotation and movement, or else it will just fall. Everything will scatter, I mean,
Fall where?
it's
Wait, wait,
plain
wait,
and
wait, wait.
obvious that the Earth is a
Fall where
sphere.
though? Fall where?
It will just go into
Yeah.
outer space. It will just
Oh
dissipate.
wait, so wait,
It
but
will
noted,
dissipate
noted.
with low gravity.
Do you think that
I
flat
need to
Earth? I'm just
I need to
curious if you think
continually.
that what?
I'm not trying to kill your guys' conversation, you know, but I'm giving you hard science here, and if
Not really,
and
not really, because
science
you're talking about
glorifies
water
God.
not even being contained in the first place, though.
Sorry.
Because to have okay, to have water or any matter in the liquid state, you have to have some sort of container. And
Correct.
so you don't need to spin this container to have that liquid contained. Like just the container itself is what's doing the containing.
You need a centrifugal force because
No,
of
you don't.
how. Yes. Okay. Do you know, before you assume things, do you know what hydrostatic equilibrium
No,
is?
but you
Do
have
you
to
know
understand
what hydrostatic
I want
equilibrium
you to
is?
understand my position as a flat earther doesn't involve
Because gravity and pressure is acting. Because gravity
he
is
doesn't
acting
wanna he
inward.
doesn't
Listen.
wanna
Let me enlighten you.
he
Right.
doesn't want to address my position. I understand
Just
what
say
you're trying
I'm
to
going to.
Okay, look, I understand what you're trying to say, but you're not actually addressing my position. You don't have to
Yo,
explain
CB,
your position as if we don't understand, brother. Go
CB,
ahead,
check
bro.
that paint image now. I
All
added
right.
that shit.
But
I'm gonna.
I wanna talk to the new guy real quick though, because we can get back to this. But just with the
Hold
new
up.
guy noted.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, but he's new though. He thinks that flat Earth like he doesn't understand.
He is new. Let him listen and learn, dude. Let's keep going
Yeah,
with
you're
what we were
Do you
talking
know
about.
how a star is formed? Do you know how a star is formed? Do you know what
no, you don't have
hydrogen?
to tell me lore about the globe Earth that we already understand. Your
Well,
understanding of flat Earth is the problem here. Let's talk about that.
I mean, bro, we have centrifugal force is what
Oh, but
keeps.
noted. You don't have to explain the globe Earth like people don't understand it already.
So then, what are you talking about flat Earth? Then I don't understand.
I know you don't understand. I think that's probably what you should be we should focus on that more than like trying to explain like, oh, well, you don't understand how a globe would work. Like, dude, yes we do.
Actually, you still have an answer to hydrostatic equilibrium is because it will
Doesn't
clearly
matter. That's just you
nullify
explaining the
flat
globe
Earth.
and how it would work as if we don't understand already. I do.
I mean, that nullifies the flat Earth, bro.
No,
Because if
but see, that's the problem though. You don't know what flat Earth is, though. That's why we should talk about that. Because you're talking about nullifying a ghost. What
listen,
you think flat Earth
so
is
explain to me.
definitely not flat Earth. Okay, let me just promise. I can promise you that what you think flat Earth is definitely not what a single flat earther in this panel thinks. I guarantee it. So you're not nullifying anyone's position except for well, it would be a textbook straw man. It would be something you made up.
Is the Earth the shape of a sphere? Yes or no?
No, but you
Well,
don't know what flat Earth
then
is.
you don't know anything that I'm talking about.
No,
Clearly,
no, I
that
do, I do. No, I understand your position. I'm disagree with it, but I do understand it. So it's not that I don't understand it. It's that you don't understand my position. So I think
listen.
maybe
If you're even trying to say
is it okay if we just maybe you just ask like because you don't understand my position.
no, bro, you're rambling and you're not defeating my point. So go ahead.
No, well, what is my position though?
Exactly. So go ahead. Tell me.
Well, you were nullifying it previously. So what are you nullifying?
Listen, even if you're trying to even if you're trying to bring up an understanding that the Earth is completely flat, that would not make sense. Have you ever heard of the sun?
You don't know what that means. So I'm not actually saying what you're saying.
Listen, there's only two ways we can look at it. Either the shape of it is not is flat, or the internal is.
See, that exposes that you don't know what flat means. Because number one, it's not a shape.
Well, we're waiting. All of us are waiting for you to explain.
You see, this is the point, folks. This is why I love this. Because he comes in saying, well, X and Y and Z nullifies a flat earth. And now he's telling me, well, tell me, what is a flat earth? That's my ultimate point, folks. No one knows what flat earth is. So all you folks are doing is debunking A ghost that you made up. We can talk to you about flat Earth. Number one.
You're being ambiguous, so we're waiting.
I got you. Well, your first example was water falling off a disc. Let's take a look at the chat. Rebel posted an example in the chat. Can you see this image? 41 minutes past the hour. You should be able to see the chat here.
Yeah, I'm seeing the chat.
You see the water falling off?
That's ice.
So water falling off and then forming into ice.
That's impossible because of
Right.
how hydrostatic equilibrium
I
works.
understand. Yeah, I know. I know. So do you think that's my position as a flat earther?
Bro, I don't know what your position is. Don't know.
Yeah, so instead of saying, well, X, Y, and this nullifies flat Earth, and then you turn around 30 seconds later and say, oh, I don't know what your position is.
I'm not wrong in anything I've said, bro. So I don't know what you're trying to prove. Nothing have I said is wrong.
Pointed out the contradiction. I just pointed out the contradiction. So you can't say, oh, your position is wrong, and then, oh, I don't know what your position is. Maybe you should start with, well, what is your position, so then I could formulate how it may be wrong. That's probably the better way to go about it. Because your position is this example in the chat. You think we're talking about a flat pizza in space with water falling off, and it has to have some sort of centrifugal force to hold that water on. Otherwise, it would fall off the disc. Like, dude, that's not our position, brother.
It's more than that. It's more that I'm telling you that the earth cannot be flat. It's a
You don't know
sphere.
what flat. You don't know what flat is. You don't know what flat Earth is to tell me it's wrong. I see. This is what I actually got this example like 3 days ago. I went to Chat GPT. I said, give me a word that doesn't exist. It came up with the word floor blitz. So I came back to the chat because somebody in the chat said, I know flat earth is wrong. I disagree with flat earth. And I said, well, I disagree with floor blitz. And he said, well, what is that? And I was like, well, I don't know. I just know it's wrong. So that's what you're doing. You don't know what floor blitz is, but you're just saying you know it's wrong and it can be nullified and it's definitely falsifiable and it's wrong and like you don't know what it is though. Maybe we should start with, well, what is it? And then I can try to poke holes in it. Like you're welcome to do that, but maybe just ask what it is first. Because what you think it is doesn't match what anyone in the panel thinks it is. So what you're just gonna be debunking a ghost the whole time.
CB, before we forget, can we go back to like what we were talking
Yeah,
about?
we can get back to it. I feel like I got my point across, but go ahead.
Yeah. Can you see that new paint pick?
Okay, so the first circle to the left is the observer. The circle to the right is the target.
Yeah.
That's kind of big though, ain't it, G?
I mean, dude, I said it wasn't to scale, bro. I'm doing the shit in paint. Come on.
All right.
Give me like a little bit of slack here.
Okay. All right.
Does this get my point across though? About like
yeah, but you've got a hump.
Yeah, I mean the Earth. You gotta explain to me how that was done though. Like, why wouldn't he lift the light up? Was it able?
So you were pointing. So you were pointing the light down then? Is that what he was? Was he pointing the light down?
No.
Pointing it down. Why would he point it down?
I think the picture's confusing because it's not to scale. You got to think about this.
It doesn't matter that it's
scale.
not to scale.
Okay.
It doesn't matter that it's not to scale. The light source would have to have been pointing down.
Not to the observer. If the Earth
yes, to the observer. Yes, because if you're claiming that the light was being obstructed by physical Earth curvature, right? And he didn't have the light horizontal level, like perpendicular to vertical.
It depends on what you mean by horizontal and vertical, but I agree with you in a
perpendicular to vertical.
Perpendicular to what?
To vertical.
What is vertical?
To plumb. In
What
your
is plumb?
paradigm, to gravity, plumb, gravity, down
gravity
vector.
Okay.
Perpendicular to gravity, yeah.
I'm saying that it is. That he was. I don't
Not
know.
in your diagram, it's not.
Yeah, it's not to scale. I can't make this shit to scale. I'm sorry.
If it
You have
was,
to
if
extrapolate
no, I'm
slightly.
just saying, no, it doesn't matter to scale, right? Because if it was perpendicular to gravity on a globe, it would not meet the curvature. It would go out and away from the curvature, and the curvature would the surface would drop down and away from the light
Oh,
source.
I see what you're saying. You're correct.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so my diagram, this is wrong then. But
Well, I don't know how they. I don't. Sorry, go on.
No. I was just gonna redraw it, but go ahead, T-Dub. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, T-Dub.
I don't know how Jaren had it set up, so I don't know what he did. But just saying, like, if that's the case, right? He didn't have it.
Yeah, no.
He
I
didn't
see
have
what
it
you're
level.
saying.
Yeah.
Let me redraw. I think it still proves the point that I'm trying to make, though. Let me redraw, though. I'll be back. Give me like
I redraw
a few
mine, too.
minutes.
But I want to say while he's redrawing too, and I'm gonna post my little drawing, like my little version. But like, I don't really go off of this whole Jiren flashlight through holes thing. Number one, my issue with this. Imagine you had a lake or a pond or something in your backyard, and you wanted to put like 3 posts in the lake. Is the bottom of the lake the same? Obviously, there's gonna be a little bit of I don't know, deviation, some variety in the bottom of the lake. It's not gonna be perfectly smooth or flat there. So just putting a stake in the bottom of the water they're not all gonna be at the same spot. So just making sure they're all perfectly at the same, level, that alone is gonna be a challenge.
Are you
So
serious, man?
well, you can go off of this. You can go from the surface of the water up, but I'm just
That's
saying
what you do.
staking it in the water alone is going to be a tricky spot.
Yeah, but nobody would do that, right? And so what are you arguing against?
Then what do they do?
They
How do
took
they
it from the water level.
How do they root these in the water?
They put them in the ground and then put a mark at water level and measured up from there. It's pretty simple, man.
I know. I'm just saying that alone is the first step. That you have to make sure that they're all perfectly level, which is a challenge.
The same height from the water level.
But isn't the water curved?
And that's what he showed.
No, it didn't.
Really, you think?
Actually, wait. That was my challenge that I didn't get to yet. Is that like, okay? So let's say you do set it up right. You've got your 3 holes. Your lack of ability to shine a flashlight through the 3 holes doesn't connect to now the Earth is a sphere. This is what you guys do all the time. You guys might remember being a child, connect the dots. Right? Y'all are connecting dots that don't connect. The lack of ability to shine a flashlight through a hole doesn't now make the Earth a globe. That's called, the kids have a phrase
So
called
what does it? So what does it say?
That's called, it's what it is. I'm telling you. The kids have a phrase called reaching. It says you're reaching. When you say, well, you couldn't get this through a flashlight. You couldn't get this flashlight through a hole. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. That's called reaching, man.
If you say so.
No, it's just those 2 dots don't connect. The hole, you didn't shine a light through a hole. Your lack of ability to shine a light through a hole means that the surface of water is now formed into a hill. Those 2 dots connect, man.
No hill.
Yeah, that's your guys' claim. Yes.
No hill. No hill.
Hill. Yeah, hill.
Is it our claim? Is it your claim?
The bottom of the oil rig there.
Whose claim? Whose claim is it?
That's exactly
Between point A and point B, there is an arc of the surface.
Trap, you would actually listen. Maybe if you shut your trap for 30 seconds, you would actually hear exactly what I'm saying.
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
There you go.
That's your friend Bob.
You guys like Bob the Science Guy, right? That's your boy. How about one more time? One more time for the
Palindrome man.
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
There you go, Scott. What do you think, bud?
I don't know who that is. I have no idea who you're talking about. So.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't. Now you don't know. Now we're gonna just throw him under the bus. But regardless, that's
Oh, who under the bus? Who was that?
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
not a hill of water. So
Yeah,
Am I supposed
actually,
to
that's
recognize
exactly
that
what it is.
voice?
I don't know that
Regardless.
guy. He's not my friend.
I don't.
I'm not with him.
Who is he?
Scott, how come like I don't think
Yeah,
we've ever
yeah.
spoke, but
I
I
know,
know
right?
your name. You don't know who Bob the Science Guy is?
Bob the Science. There's a Bob the. No, I actually don't know. I never heard of Bob the Science Guy.
I
Does
know,
he go by
Bill.
some other thing?
Research
that
flat
too.
moon. Right?
Retired doctor. Apparently he's got some decent amount
Not
of
my
money.
check.
I don't know.
Oh, I think I know that guy. I think he goes over
Oh,
gems
now we know
sometimes.
him. Okay.
Dude, I never knew him by Bob the Science Guy.
What do you know him as?
Dr. Bob, I guess. Does he go by? He goes by Dr. Bob sometimes too, right?
He lost the doctor, I think. That's a touchy subject.
Okay. Well, this is him. Let's listen one more time.
There's
Very,
a pilot.
very
Lives in Michigan, right? He,
Okay. Well, let's listen to him very closely.
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
not a hill of water. So
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
So he's saying it's exactly what you're saying it's not.
Okay. He's wrong.
Okay, so he's wrong.
That's the beauty of the globe model. You can say whatever you want. It's your model. It's a hump. It's not a hump.
There it is, Jared.
Yeah, that's the claim. It's a bulge, sagitta, hill, mound, curve, whatever you want to call it. Hey, we can use your preferred pronouns. It's fine. But it's still curved water nonetheless.
Yes, it is curved. Yes, we agree with that.
See,
So a hill of
Soundly
water.
said it was obfuscated. Your vision was obfuscated by a spherical cap. That sounds the most poetic I've ever heard it.
Yeah, it's a curve.
Stop
That's
the
what
cap.
I think.
Yeah, so a hill of water, Scott. That's my point.
You know, a hill implies elevation change, and there's no
No,
elevation
you just don't
change
like
going
the
on.
sound of it, but that's what it is.
Why is it? Is a hill an elevation change or not?
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
not a hill of water. So
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Oh my God, give it up already. You're not adding to the conversation with that.
Already, that's the claim, dude. That's the claim. I know you don't like the sound of hill of water, but I'm going to continue using it because it's funny, and the fact that you don't like it,
Okay.
even though your claim, is hilarious.
If that's what gets you off, then go ahead, man.
Yeah, it's quite hilarious because even Bob agrees.
Make sure you keep the tissues with you, though.
So
Make sure you keep the tissues close.
I don't need tissues. I'm not jerking off to the globe like.
I think you are. I'm pretty sure you are right now.
Stopped simming the globe many years ago. All right, the globe's used up and ran through. You guys got to stop simming for the globe. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, I'm just move this along to something cohesive.
Somebody got to stop me because I'm just gonna keep cooking, man. So
Hey,
y'all better.
Stevie,
jump in.
I posted another pic. 53 minutes after the hour. I think this is more accurate to what we were talking about.
Oh, did I post mine? Let me see.
He
Did you
does.
see mine?
If you said no,
I
did
didn't
you post it
post it.
after mine?
Let me repost it.
Jerry doesn't seem to like it. This is a Jerry.
All right, that's my contention. Your angle is too weird, man. We're not looking at it down.
Wait, hold up.
like
You're
that.
using the old pic.
T-Dub,
Use
I
the-
know,
use
because
the
that
new
was a
one.
good one. That was a good one.
The old. I thought you guys didn't like that one. It was inaccurate.
No, that was good because, like, well, I don't know. T-Dub had an issue with that, but my issue was that your target was down there, not up there.
I agree with T-Dub because he was right. Because the viewing angle, I changed the viewing angles, I guess, because the person, he wouldn't be looking down into the ground. It'd be
But then
looking
you
up.
drew it looking down.
Well, no. And are you talking about the new one or the old one?
Well, the new one looks like you drew it down, like at an angle towards the surface.
Which one? The blue one or the red one?
Both. They're at the same angle.
So the red one isn't contacting the surface at all, though.
I know, but they're both looking down. We don't really look at the Earth like that when we go out into reality. We're looking kind of straight ahead, not down at the Earth like that.
I see what you're saying, but remember, this isn't to scale, so I can't make it to scale. But I
I
mean,
don't know what noted. What did you what were you trying to say there? I don't.
huh?
You just reposted what I posted.
Are you talking
Sorry,
to me?
I made a mistake. I was trying to
Oh,
try to
all right.
click on.
All right, my bad, my bad. Sorry, Brian. Go ahead.
No, you're good, CB. It's just I can't draw it to scale. T Dub
Well,
was right in my first pick in that like the first one's like the angles were technically like looking down, but in this new one, it's basically if you're standing, you know, on a spherical Earth of significant radius, then uh, moving the light up, i.e., from the blue line to the red line, would make the light visible through these holes. Is basically what I was getting at. I think that was what our argument started with. Was the experiment that what the fuck was that guy's name? Somebody said it. Jaren.
I just don't think like for me, it just goes back to those dots don't connect. Like that doesn't make the Earth a globe for me. Neither does even if even on the first try it shined through. That doesn't make the Earth a globe for me or flat for me.
Okay, fair enough. But
See what I'm saying?
do we think the quality of the experiment was like good? Do you think like what he was? I don't know. Was the underlying basis of the experiment correct?
Mm,
In that
I
you
don't personally
should have
think
been able
so.
to see if the Earth was flat. You should have been able to see this light pass through these three holes uh, down
Not,
this river.
not necessarily, because what are you basing that off of?
I'm basing it off the Earth is flat.
But okay, so how do you know what that's like?
What does that mean? What do you mean? If
What are
the
you
Earth is
once,
flat,
yeah, okay. What follows? How is that not what you just made up? Like the conditions of a flat Earth, are you not determining that when you say whatever follows? Like, well, if it's flat, then it has to be like you're saying that, aren't you?
I get what you're saying. Yeah,
How do
so
we know what a
I
flat Earth
guess
is like, really?
I get what
You
you're saying.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I guess in this experiment, when I haven't done this experiment, obviously, it's what I
okay.
saw, but my understanding of the experiment was you're kind of assuming a geometric plane, even though that's not the shape of the Earth, but it's observably flat, right? And if it
Yeah.
was observably flat for however long, you should be able to see this light pass through these
Well, that's where I'm
the
like, well,
three
how do you
things.
know? How do you know that? Like that's where my issue. I think I don't mean to characterize you this way, but I think a lot of globies do this, where they're like, well, if it's flat, it has to behave this way. Well, based on what? Why are you
I
saying it should be like
okay,
this?
I see
I
that,
just
but like,
just
why?
flat earthers are
What?
just saying we're flat earthers not because of the earth should be that way that you just said. We're flat earthers because of the way the earth is. I
Okay,
think
then
that's
don't
my
call
position.
yourself flat earthers. Then call
No,
yourself
no.
non-earthers or
What? No,
known
no, no.
earthers because you're not claiming the Earth is flat. Because if the
No,
Earth was geometrically flat, right?
no, it's just that when you say if it's flat, then it has to be like I say. That version, like that flat earth that you're talking about, we're not talking about that.
That's
We're
not what I'm
just
saying.
talking well, you kind of are because you're like, well, if it's flat, then I should be able to blah 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 blah, right? You're adding conditions to a flat earth that you say should happen that
Actually, you're right. If the Earth was actually flat, you should be able to see this, but you don't. So
That's my point. Like, what are you basing that on? Like,
I'm
how do
basing
you
it
know
off
what
of
a flat earth is like? You guys
I
are
don't,
coming up with a position that you don't hold. You're like, well, I don't agree with flat Earth. I don't know what flat Earth is for real. But if it is flat, it has to be like this. And since it's not like this, then it's not flat. Which isn't like you have to consider a flat earther's position, which is we go outside. That is the flat Earth that we're
what
talking
should
about.
you see though?
The
Performing
Earth.
this experiment, what should you see?
That's a good question. I
What
don't know.
should the
I would
person at
there's
the
probably
other end
some other
see?
variables. There's probably some other variables included, I would imagine, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
Huh?
Yeah. No, you're right, CB. There are other variables that can be confounding factors to be considered here. That's always what I've thought when Globers like first would obsessively use this clip from that Netflix documentary, with Jaron, his little experiment. Human error is definitely a thing. They're sort of assuming there's no sort of error, human error or factors that could have affected the results of the experiment. But what I wanted to say was, I didn't know actually that's what this whole thing was about. Now I understand the little diagram that Ryan is making. Um, I thought Scott was the only one appealing to it earlier. But Scott doesn't know him. I'm gonna ask Ryan. Ryan, do you know who FTFE is?
Like the flat Earth?
Yes. Do you know who he is?
Heard of him? I don't watch a lot of his videos.
Wait, you do watch or you don't?
I do not. I have heard of him though.
Okay, okay, but you realize he's like one of the most well-known people that yeah, I mean, not to use his
That
name,
like
but
flat Earth?
yeah, exactly.
I know. I disagree.
Wait, what do you disagree with?
That he's the main dude who fights a flat Earth.
When did I say that he's the main dude?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that's what you were gonna say. What were you
I
gonna
said
say?
I just said he's one of the most well-known.
Oh, I get maybe. I guess. Sure.
Yeah,
I have no
like
idea.
there's just a handful of people. It's him. There's McToon. There's Simon Dan. There's Professor Dave. Okay, there's there's a certain group of people that have a that have a public showing on some sort of media platform like YouTube or whatever. That
Sounds great,
most
man.
Not Professor.
What are you trying to tell me?
what I'm trying to tell you is, a couple months ago now on one of his streams, he publicly admitted and apologized for ever using that clip of Jaren from that Netflix documentary as proof of Earth curvature. He admitted that
Oh, did he?
Netflix deceptively edited that clip to make it seem like they were showing their experiment was showing curvature, but in fact, it was simply just an editing trick, and it wasn't proof of either flat Earth or the globe. It was just it was just propaganda.
Interesting. Okay. To be honest, I don't doubt it. Netflix. I mean, this was a Netflix documentary. But I would love to see the clip of him saying that.
I have the
Can you
clip
DM that
screen.
to me?
I tried to post in the side chat, but it says something about like because I don't have Nitro, like the clip is too big to send. It's like a little over 2 minutes long, so I might have to cut it down.
Can you DM
And
it to me? Is it possible to
I
DM?
Yeah, if you can DM it to someone like either Ryan or myself, maybe we could post it. I don't know if you can DM it with that
I
size.
try, CB, I tried to DM it to you, but it gave me the same message.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, cook it
Yeah,
up.
I
Then
just
maybe
got
give
yeah.
it. Give us the synopsis then. Like, what was wrong about the experiment? Why did he not like it?
Wait, what? No, well, we don't know exactly. I mean, none of us were actually there to know the exact conditions or factors to consider, and like whether or not that experiment was legitimate to begin with, right? But
Okay, I
the whole
agree. But
the whole
at
point.
the same time, I mean, is the experiment like uh, uh, false in like its premise?
Inconclusive. Inconclusive.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Was
Right? Because
inconclusive due to
well, well, you got to think of it this way. It should be a red flag as a globe earther that some evidence for the globe or like people the fact that people would even bring this up as evidence for the globe that flat earthers on Netflix proved it. Like you
So
should
this
have
wasn't evidence for the
way
globe, though.
better and
CB, though.
way more things than flat earthers on Netflix. Like, you know
CB,
what I'm
this wasn't
saying? A red
evidence
flag.
for the globe. This was supposed to be an experiment for
No, people
evidence
use
of
that as
flat
evidence.
Earth.
Dude, no, listen. They use that as evidence for the globe. They'll be like, "Oh, flat earthers debunked themselves and proved it's a globe because they
Yeah.
did that."
I would
That's what
disagree.
they
I would
say.
say it's evidence against a flat Earth. I mean, the Earth could be any number of shapes, and this experiment would.
If it's against the flat earth, that means it should be repeatable in every location.
And honestly, it goes against like based off of my presentation. If it's not flat, then it's curving. So like flat debunked either way.
I thought it was proof of the hump. I don't know.
But see, that's what I'm saying. People use it as proof of the curvature, which is like you
Well,
should
yeah, it humps up, right?
that should be a red flag. Is that well? What is the proof of the curve? Oh, these flat earthers on Netflix proved it for us. Well, where's the other proof? Don't worry about it. Just just Netflix.
Well, if it's a hump, then when boats sail out, they're actually going up from your position, right, Ryan?
Right.
Go ahead, say
I
it.
don't know. Jerry,
Well,
didn't me and you talk before? Didn't you tell me you weren't a flat earther?
oh, that's a tough question, isn't it, Ryan? That's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, so you lied about your worldview.
No, I asked you a question
Stevie.
just now,
My
and you
bad.
changed the subject.
Oh
I
no,
said
I'm
that I
sorry.
wasn't
I was
a
just trying to
flat
call
earther.
you out in front of all your friends.
No,
Anyway, go ahead.
I said that I'm not a flat earther.
That's
I could
fine.
prove it's not
Oh,
flat.
you're not.
No.
Wait, you can prove it's not flat.
Yeah.
Get him, CB.
You just measure elevation changes. There you go.
Wait, so you mean like not smooth?
Elevation change, like on Salt Lake in Bolivia, 4,000 miles square, elevation change 1 meter only.
There you go.
Get him, comrade.
There we go. In that it's 60 miles per 60 miles. It should change like more than 40 feet in every
Hey,
direction.
I didn't say it's a globe. I said it's not flat, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
It's three-dimensional elevation change. Height.
That's not what I was saying, though, and that's not what
Well,
Jerry
then,
was trying to
well,
tell me when
you're
we were
saying
talking
there's a
before.
hump, right? You're saying there's a hump, right, Ryan?
What a hump? What does that mean? What do you mean? A hump?
Well, that's
Yes, there's elevation change.
your picture depicts, isn't it?
I guess a hump. Sure. From
Right. So,
my paint drawing.
right. So when boats sail out, they're not actually going down; they're going up from your position.
It's not.
Right.
What does up mean to you?
Is that a hump or isn't it? I mean, he had to lift his flashlight up, right?
Yes, he changed an elevation of his flashlight.
Right. So he lifted it up. So when boats sail out into the horizon, they're going up, correct? In your little model, right? Or no?
Sailing up when people sail. Say that one more time.
Yeah, when the boats sail out.
Sail out. Okay.
Yeah.
On the sea.
Away from you. They're actually going up,
Sure.
right?
No. Incorrect.
Okay. All right. So I guess this quote unquote proof isn't proof, right?
I don't know how you came to that. No, when
Well,
you
because he had to lift the flashlight up.
imagine
But if
you're out
boats,
on a boat.
Visual.
right?
I posted a
Jerry.
visual, Ryan, in the chat.
Okay.
Look, take a look, right? Let's just look at H0, the blue arrow. Let's assume that's the where you're standing with the flashlight above your head, okay? The dotted line is our line of sight.
Mhm.
Green line is our curved earth. The red arrow is our target. Now, let's say with the dotted line, that's our first. We haven't raised it above our head yet. So we haven't seen it yet, right? It's being blocked somehow there. I don't know, whatever.
Okay,
How
so the
would
person would be like farther back.
How would no? My question is, how would raising it up give you like? How would it now, if it's blocked there? How would raising it up allow you to see it now?
Go ahead, Ryan.
Doesn't the picture I posted kind of demonstrate that? That's kind of what I was trying to
Well,
demonstrate.
your picture's trash. I'm sorry. Compared to
I
this is
know.
just off the Earth curve calculator. They're actually just scale and stuff
That
like
is a
that. So
nice pick. I gotta be
you
honest.
like that?
Very well drawn.
But the dotted line represents a line of sight, so raising it up doesn't allow you to like dip it now below. You know what I'm saying? Down
But
below the
that's
dotted line.
I
Ned got it
disagree.
wrong though, because that's assuming that Jaren was pointing the laser at a target.
Technically,
Right.
he was using a flashlight, so the light
Which
rays
is
went out in all directions.
yeah.
So really, one single
But he
line of
would have.
sight
But he
isn't
would have had.
technically
He would have
accurate.
had to for him to have line of to be pointing the torchlight. If it's, let's say he's located the target with his eyes, right, and he's pointed the light at the target. That's what would have to be required. So he hasn't used perpendicular to your gravity to use the light to determine if there's curve or not. I mean, how would you know you're pointing at the target?
So you're saying he was able to see like the third little cardboard thing with a hole in it? He was able to see that from where he was standing?
You'd have to, like,
Is that what you were
to
saying?
know that you're pointing your torchlight in accordance with line of sight.
So Jaren
Because
was holding the camera. The person at the other end was holding the torchlight, but I see what you were saying. So Jaren was able to bring that third kind of, I don't know what the fuck it was made of, cardboard or something. The thing with the hole in it at the end, right? He was able to bring that into focus with his camera. He was able to see that. I agree with you there. So wait, what were you saying?
What Creation Bears posted is incorrect. I mean, like, he's not incorrect, but where the source is incorrect, because that's not level.
What, the last thing CB posted?
Yeah,
CB, you
that's
already
still not level. That's assuming there's a mountain, there's a hill in the way, there's a hump. Are they looking for hump, or are they looking for drop from elevation drop from horizontal? They're looking for a dip or a hump in the middle.
They cannot look for the hump. That's impossible.
It's supposed to drop from horizontal, right, Scott?
This is a great question. This is a great question. Are we looking for a hump in the middle or a drop down the way?
Come on, Scott. Clear this up for us. You're the
From the
expert
relative
here.
position of the light,
Yeah,
it should
Scott.
be down and away.
Who is Scott?
Yeah, Scott.
That'd be me.
There he is.
Who the fuck is that guy?
My name's Ryan, bro. My name's not Scott. Anyways.
Yes, I know he's talking to me though.
Okay, sorry. You go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
He likes calling me out because he knows I'm onto him.
Ryan, my question: why you stick with that observation?
Oh my, you're on to
Why
him.
do I stick with what observation?
With that one, properly with that one, what we speak now. Why you are not stick with others' observations?
I'm sure I can stick to multiple observations. This is just the one we're talking about.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one what Netflix use. Can you use that one? Whatever one. What people were made a long distance observation. Anyone.
Say again.
Can you use from any flat earthers who made the long distance observation? Apart that Jaron from Netflix, that famous one. Can we use some not famous ones?
Can I use some non-famous observations by flat earthers?
Yeah.
I don't.
What was not? Can we use observation? What was not on Netflix?
No, I can't. Flat
No,
earthers
No,
usually don't
you
make a lot
can,
of
but
observations.
we can show you without Netflix. There is
Go
in
ahead,
Santa
comrade.
Barbara. There is in Bolivia. There is in Holland. There is in UK.
Yes, comrade. Show me,
But
please.
Netflix is how you know it's true.
Oh, okay.
Never said that.
Just a second.
There's just an example.
Let's go with Santa Barbara. It's in USA. Okay.
Yes, comrade.
There was not a very important flat earther, and there was not Globers. There was a guy who was recording the oil rigs, from the shore.
I keep assuming you as Russian, but I think you're Ukrainian.
No, I'm not Russian, but doesn't matter. I posted the picture in Santa Barbara. There are 2 oil rigs. There are no lights needed, flashlights, laser, only photo camera.
I've seen this
video
so
camera.
many times, dude.
And
do you understand it though? Do you understand it though? That's the thing, Ryan. If you've seen it so many times, you better understand it by now.
I bet you I don't. I bet you guys think I won't.
But it's telling you everything. The text above. The text above telling you everything.
Say again.
Text above the picture telling you everything.
Yeah, modus tollens, dude. Can you explain this to me, comrade?
That's it's telling you the size of the Earth and how much you can see with 1 foot observer height.
Okay, walk through it with me then, please.
Okay.
P then Q, not Q. Therefore,
Yeah.
not P. Go ahead.
If Earth has the radius of 3,959 miles, then every geometrical horizon distance from 1 foot observer height will be 1.22 miles.
Okay. And there's no such thing as refraction?
Well, hold on.
There is such thing like a refraction. That is phenomena. What is not giving you that mean distortion. That mean you can see less.
Bro, like,
if you have a distortion in the air, you will see less, not more.
Not always. That's not true.
That's true.
How so?
Okay, what do you see on that picture? Do you see any phenomena, or you see the real water behind the oil rig?
Talk to me about refraction. I don't care about this picture. Talk to me about refraction. Why does refraction?
You want to speak about refraction? I want to recognize the refraction on that picture.
Okay, let's recognize.
Okay, let's recognize refraction. Okay, where is the refraction on that picture? What refraction is doing on that picture?
You want me to point out refraction on a picture?
That's a picture took from video.
Okay, I can't point refraction out on a picture. I couldn't point refraction out to you on a video. Refraction isn't. Well, actually, send me the video, and
Doug, you don't realize
I don't have a video. I have only a GIF. If somebody has a video, I have a GIF. I have no video.
Refraction's not helping you. Let's not forget when they claim that boats go over the curve.
Okay, there is a GIF. Can you tell me what?
About no refraction, okay, and nobody care about no refraction when they said boats go over the curve.
I'm only gonna hear about refraction from Indio. If you guys can get Indio in here, then I'll listen.
No, but dude, let me.
Indio?
I'm not the tech.
Why you don't want to listen the normal thing? Like, for example, on that example of Santa Barbara, there is no refraction doing anything, changing the surface of the water.
How do you know that?
Because I see that. Because I see that.
What was the conclusion of that modus tollens? You only gave us half of it when you spoke about it. What was the conclusion it came to?
Who are you asking?
Well, whoever, was the guy who presented the modus tollens there.
Conclusion? Conclusion is this: geometrical horizon is 1,000 to 2,000% off. That's the conclusion.
Oh, it says it's not a sphere though in the picture you put. That was a conclusion, wasn't it?
Not P.
It's not a sphere. If it's not, How do I know? It's telling you there. It
Is
must
that
be
the
curved.
original P statement? It says not P. So what was P again?
3959.
I only heard half, so I was trying to, clear that up. I was a bit confused, trying to follow it. You only sort of spoke half of it, and you didn't get to the bit at the end. And I was trying to, connect the two, the result to the beginning. So carry on.
Well, he tried to call refraction mid-argument, but I feel like that leads to reset the table.
Hold up, CB. Give me a little
He's
bit more
using
credit than
an
this.
openly fallacious argument, and I don't know why nobody points it out.
Just give me a little bit more credit than that, dude.
No. Let me just reset the table so you can truly understand, okay? Claim, the original claim is the curve of the earth. That's the horizon. Boats go over it, buildings get blocked by it, etc. Did not a single glober give a shit about refraction when they claimed that? Not a
Yeah,
single
I mean,
one.
he presented the argument there. He was talking about the modus tollens, the argument,
Sasha,
what that was, and the P and the connection between the P and the Q.
We'll get to that. Just 1 second, though. Right? The rebuttal to that original claim was things like variables like refraction, weather condition, observer site, etc. They still didn't care. So the black swan was then dropped years later, 2020.
It's just, it's CB, this specific thing that you guys post every single time.
So the
Can
black
you
swan's
repeat
not
now
valid anymore?
what CP was meaning, and then we will understand that you understand, because CP leads you to understand, and you interrupted.
Just looking at the argument, mate.
No, I just understood that it was withdrawn. Has it been withdrawn then now, the black swan?
Yeah,
They're saying, what about refraction now all of a sudden? You have to consider refraction now.
But that's not in the P or the Q, is it? It doesn't mention refraction.
Neither was the boats going over the curve, was it?
No, exactly. So what's the modus tollens then? The P and the Q bit. What's the clarity about that? That's what I was seeking.
Right. So
refraction, the premise, and then the Q at the end, and I was wondering how they connected.
Right. Well, just homeboy, I think he can understand the logical consistency, but he just thinks that the refraction is some sort of
It's fallacious.
It's some
There's
sort
no
of
consistency. It's fallacious.
What? No, the modus tollens is not fallacious. It's that
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, Bev. Relax. The refraction is not a get out of jail free card. That's what my point is.
It doesn't mention refraction in it.
Sorry?
It doesn't mention refraction. It just mentions the distance that you can see, supposedly. It doesn't say anything about refraction in the argument, does it?
Why does it
the argument's not about refraction, is it?
Does it need to be?
Yeah, because that's
the modus tollens is meant to be clear.
I don't think I'm trying to figure out what your guys' argument is. The modus tollens doesn't need to have anything to do with refraction because the claim is
fallacious.
No, it's not. Bev. No, it's not.
Do you want me to make through it?
Yeah,
Isn't that what modus tollens is to create clarity?
Can we just have explain why it's fallacious?
Okay.
Modus tollens is in the form if P then Q. Antecedent consequent relationship. And the modus tollens states not Q, therefore not P. Right? Now, you have to maintain the P's and Q's. And this argument ends up with not P, and then Earth is not a sphere. But that's not the P statement.
Yeah, it is.
The P statement's different.
No, it is. It is.
Than Earth is a sphere.
Yeah.
So it's fallacious. The actual modus tollens, as wrote, is fallacious.
I don't understand this. It's the same statement. The P statement is what? Repeat it.
So what does the P statement say?
If the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, if P.
Stupid. And what's the not P at the end?
The Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3,959
Doesn't
miles.
say that, does it?
Yeah, it does.
Stupid.
What does it say?
It says
So
Earth
if I
is not a
remember it
sphere.
correctly, if,
So what?
okay, so
It's
What's
there, it's rotating.
Yeah,
I'm
Bev,
looking
hold on,
at
Bev. Just some. Are we talking about just some vague sphere or a sphere with a radius of 3,959
We're
miles?
talking about the modus tollens that somebody
Yeah,
posted. Who posted that? Why would stop the cut? Posted
I'm well
it.
aware.
That's
Thank you.
just so you're all referencing the
Here,
same thing. That's what
we're
we're
not
talking about.
talking. Holy shit, Bev. We're not talking about just some vague side sphere. We're talking about a very specifically claimed Earth that we're all supposed to be living on, which is a sphere with a radius of 3,959
We're talking
miles.
about a modus tollens.
Which is the P statement in the modus tollens, Bev.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, so not fallacious, Bev.
Well, it is because the P statement's changed.
No, it hasn't. I just pointed
the
out
P statement at the beginning and then the not P
Oh
statement
my
at the
god,
end.
we are looking for the radius, doesn't matter that. We are looking for that drop over distance. Come on.
It doesn't
You're
matter
looking
about
now.
the fallacious modus.
No, I just
Are we looking for a drop over distance in reality, or we are looking for the changing the sentences in the modus tollens?
No, he thinks
We're
that
looking at the
there's
argument.
some other side
Oh, we
sphere.
are looking the argument. Are we looking argument because of drop over distance in reality, or we are looking at argument because of philosophy?
I thought the point of bringing the modus tollens was to be very specific and to cast out any doubt from the
It is
argument.
specific. It's telling you the geometry of this earth, and it's telling you how much drop should to be there. It's not telling you how much drop should to be there. It's telling you the math.
It doesn't.
That's
it. Doesn't. It questions the distance.
Yeah.
It doesn't
And
say
what
anything
distance
about a
is
sphere.
and what distance is to the oil rigs?
It's just, it's a question about distance. It doesn't
And
say
what
anything about the
distance
sphere.
is to the oil rigs? What is
You may
distance to the
assume
oil
that.
rigs?
It doesn't matter
What is
about that. You
distance?
may assume. You may.
There's no
we're talking
oil
about the
rigs in the
argument.
modus tollens.
Doesn't matter. They're not. That's you don't. How do you not understand the argument, Bev? I don't understand.
Well, now you guys have mistaken a picture for a black
not a
swan.
picture,
But
ding dong. It's a video.
we're talking about the modus tollens, the
Which
argument.
isn't a picture. It's a logical. That's a logical form. Like
Yeah, and that's why we're saying it's fallacious because the P's don't match.
yes, they do.
Okay. So, is there a way, from your point of view, Bev, to write this statement out better so it isn't fallacious?
Just write out the actual P statement at the end. It's what we've been telling everybody all along.
Bev, what is in the final P statement? Is it just another sphere with another size?
It's shown to be fallacious.
Is it another sphere with another? Are we talking about just a vague sphere with no size or another sphere with another size?
Mind your P's and Q's. It was told.
Yeah, we are. I don't know how you can't follow along. This is very simple.
He's saying the P's have to match, dude.
They do.
That's all.
Good thing. It's a good thing they do. So
No,
we're just
they don't.
One,
don't.
one
Actually,
says,
folks.
one says it's
Hold
sphere
on,
of
Jerry.
3950.
Hold on, Jerry. Because we need to get a control of the panel. It's like hurdling children at this point. How you guys can't understand this?
Well, that's the point, isn't it? To ask the
Earth
question.
is a sphere, right? If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, this is the claim. Once we get to the end, are we now discussing a sphere with another size or a sphere with a vague size? Or neither?
We're discussing the P.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. So there's no
What is
confusion.
the P?
Thanks.
What's the
Yeah,
P?
exactly. You're right. We're discussing the P. There's no confusion here. Thank you very
All right.
much.
Yeah, but what is the P then? What are we investigating with the P?
Well, how are you
specifically?
confused? It's right there.
No, I'm asking you. What are we
No, you
investigating
asked me.
specifically
You know
in the
the
P
answer. It's
statement?
right there. If you can read, it's right there. There's no confusion on your part.
Are you investigating whether it's a sphere or that has a?
I don't know how you're confused. We already explained to you. We're talking about a very specific claim, an Earth with a specific size. So once we get to the end of the argument, it's not that Earth with that specific size. We're not now talking about another Earth with another size or a vague Earth with no size. We're talking about that Earth with that specific size. How do you not understand this, guys?
But that's a fantasy. Can you not see? The consequence is that you could do something that is impossible.
It's not impossible. It's been done.
Well, what's the measured distance to the horizon? What was your best measured distance to the
Past
horizon?
1.22 miles.
Oh,
Bev, this is
okay,
no
so
different. I don't know. Hold on. I don't know how you. This is really no different than, like, since we have to dumb this down for you. I don't know how you guys can't understand this. It's no different than if someone had claimed they were a specific height. Okay, well then that height has certain requirements. If I claim that I'm a 6-foot man, well, there better be what is that, 72 inches? Or yeah, 72 inches there. So if I go on to reality and then you actually measure my height and I'm not 72 inches, then my original claim is false. How are you not understanding?
Yeah, but it
How does
doesn't
it
make you
confirm it's a
not.
sphere?
Yeah, it doesn't make you not a
Oh,
man,
well,
does it?
It makes me not
yeah,
what I
there you
claim
go.
to be. It makes me not what I
Yeah,
claim to be, which
it's
is
not that there's
yeah.
no height
Wait,
mentioned in.
Ev, it makes me not what I claim to be, which is a 6-foot man.
it
How is
might be an issue there, DB. Just very
If
quickly,
the
mate.
Earth,
Maybe
yeah,
go ahead.
I'll,
sorry,
I'll just spitball with you. All right, if you claim to be a man of 72 inches, and when you get back from measuring yourself, you're not a 72-inch man. It just means you're not a 72-inch man. You're still a man. So if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, and you come back and it's not that because of the horizon measurement, then you're still a ball.
Okay,
Horizon measurement.
I can adjust my
No,
analogy.
I'm just trying to get through that conversation very quickly.
A distance
Because
to the horizon measurement.
well, no, because within the globe Earth model, there is a claimed measurement to the apex of that curve from an observer standing at altitude on that curved surface. Right, that's the physical claim. That's what we should be able to measure.
Yeah, the dogmatic model. Yeah.
That we're testing, that dogmatic model that says something. Right?
Yeah,
That
it's dead easy to prove that. Dead easy.
Yeah. Okay.
But one of them is like saying this thing. I mean, you can't make a modus tollens about a dogmatic model stating that all distance measurements that are impossible would have to be something. I mean, the idea of a modus tollens is brilliant, but this one in particular is fallacious at its outset.
No, fallacious. It's always fallacious. Modus tollens can never be non-fallacious.
What?
Yeah, it's fallacious always.
Wow, brilliant.
Yeah, that's what you sound like.
Whenever you guys are done this conversation, I have a question for the flat earthers in this call.
It'll probably hurt the quality of the conversation, but whatever you say, bro. Because we're actually trying to talk about like some high level shit. So if you're gonna just lower the quality, of
You say not that to a claim, but you don't say not that to the not claim, right? You don't change
but
it.
you haven't answered my question, Bev. Are we now talking about some other vague Earth?
No, we're talking about a modus tollens.
You're not answering my question, Bev. The answer is simple. No, we're not talking about another Earth once we get to the end of the argument. We're talking about the same
We're just
Earth
talking about
before.
reality.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but the argument is fallacious as wrote.
No, it's not.
isn't the purpose of the modus tollens to take away the imagination? Or that it could be, or well, what about if it's this and that? It's making a clear statement about something, P. It questions something and it's looking for the answer. But the question doesn't relate to the answer given there. The answer should be something different, or the P should be something different.
No, it all checks out. You guys are just bricked.
No, because there's from what you're saying, there's an amount of imagination that has to creep in there somewhere.
Where?
In order to change the Q at the end, in order to change that, because that's not what I asked in the beginning in the P. It's questioning. What's it questioning in the P?
I don't know. Honestly, Erdeberg, you did so
Is it
great.
questioning the? Is it questioning the sphere?
Trash. This is trash. You were doing really great when you actually were talking to a globe earther, but I don't know how you were like trying to debunk the black swan. This is crazy, dude.
No, I'm not. It's the argument, not the argument. That's was brought up. That's what I initially asked.
The argument is
But to
sound.
me, it doesn't make sense
Yeah, well, that's
as an
maybe
argument.
a fault of your own because the argument is sound.
No, it's not. That's the modus tollens, isn't it?
Which is sound as
It's
well.
not asking about. It's not asking about the sphere in the beginning, is it?
Yeah, it is. Very specifically, details it quite clearly.
If the Earth's a sphere, not the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, that's the claim.
Yeah, and how are you going to try and measure that?
What do you mean measure
What's
what?
the attempt in the? Well, the question is to ask, something about it.
Well, that's the claim.
If
Yeah,
something
you're going to test. You're going to
if
test that
something is
claim.
if something is a thing, so if the Earth is a sphere, then it will display the attributes of that sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
right.
not
If
the
something is a
initial
thing.
P statement, though, is it?
That's a fair take, though, right?
What? I don't
No,
understand.
that's it. That's the problem.
These guys
Fair
are
take isn't.
flat Earth light. This is crazy, dude.
Wait, what do you mean fair take? Sorry, who had an issue with the phrasing of fair take?
I don't know.
Well,
I'm just calling these other guys
No. Sorry, who
It's
was
about
that?
specificity. That's what it's about.
Hey,
It's about the question.
Who had an issue with the idea of fair take?
I don't think anyone did. Just relax.
Yeah.
No, the man vocally did. What's up, dude?
Obfuscation.
It was probably me, but I was talking to the other guys. I didn't have any issue with what you said.
Fair enough. Sounds good.
Who was my man talking to?
I don't know who he's talking to, dude. Holy.
I think this has been great, dude.
This is crazy.
So I have a question for some of the flat earthers here.
You might as well just say.
Can I just finish this? Because I mean we've been talking about this for ages.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. It's your room.
Okay, so the idea of the modus tollens is to say not P, but if you change that P statement, then it's fallacious.
Bev, you haven't answered my question. Once we've gotten to our P statement in the modus toll in the black swan, are we now discussing
in the black swan?
It's not. No, this is the modus tollens, dude.
I understand that. Holy fuck!
He said modus tollens in the black swan.
Why did you call it?
Hey, black swan is like
there's no black swan.
a stock nigger. That's a piece of.
Relax. So, Bev, please answer my question. Once we've arrived to the not P statement in the black swan, are we now discussing some vague sized Earth? We don't know now, or some other sized Earth.
Well, it makes it obvious, right, that you don't understand the form of the argument and what the argument.
Answering the question because it's just a simple A, B, or C. I've asked this like several times. We're just looking for an answer. You can explain yourself afterwards, but can I just please get an answer?
A radius.
You're muted, clown. You're muted. Dude, Bev.
Yeah, wait a minute. Does negating a singular radius negate a shape?
Dude, are we talking about a specific size Earth, a vague size Earth, or some other size Earth? Please answer.
We're talking about a particular radius.
Yeah, thank you very much. So that's not in question. We're not confused.
Why does it say at the end it's not a sphere?
We're not confused once we get to the end of the argument because we know what we're talking about.
It says at the end that Earth's not a sphere, not that Earth's not that particular radius.
You just said it's a particular thing, not a vague thing or some other thing.
Well, yeah, it doesn't negate the shape taking away one particular radius, does it?
So is it another radius, Bev?
That's why
Well,
it's
possibly.
a fallacious.
It's not
Yeah.
fallacious.
It is.
You-
Not.
Obviously.
It's
The
like when I
argument.
pointed out that you're still a man
Sorry,
when
go
you
on.
go and measure yourself at 72 inches. You're still a man, you're just not 72 inches.
But if you're 68, are you a woman?
No, you just haven't stopped being a sphere. That's why
No.
Bev's
Well,
saying
that's the
radius.
question. The question is
Hold
about
on,
the assumed radius.
hold on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why Bev keeps saying radius. That's a specific
that's the
size
question.
ball. But still a ball then. Just a different size ball.
You haven't disproven it's not a ball.
There you go.
You've only put into question the
All right, look,
radius.
we get it. We get it. You guys are globe heads still. It's fine.
No,
You
no,
can
no.
globe.
No,
It's
it's about
fine.
the modus tollens, about the structure of the argument. That's the point. But QE doesn't want to stand by it anymore.
Why do you guys think
Nathan
water?
gave it to Brenda.
Why do you
But
guys?
you
think water
guys are still using it.
Why do you think water curves?
Why do you think
It's
you
nothing to do
want
with
to
the P and the
defend
Q.
a fallacious argument?
Why do you think water curves? Because you're defending a curved Earth, ding dong. You're saying
Definitely
that the
not
Earth is
doing
still a
that.
globe. It's just a bigger globe. The fuck?
The modus tollens
Would it be a fair argument to
questions.
say that the reason why the ocean curves is because our eyes are round and
You need
therefore
to
our
stop.
lenses are round or
Stop.
something like that? I don't
That's
know.
retarded.
I'm high, so
Wow.
I'm just
There we
kind
go.
of.
Then probably
Great.
stop it even more. Just shush.
Yeah,
The
The
you're
modus tollens questions the assumed radius.
That's good.
dude. Yeah, and it
And
don't
using the data and the figures that you then employ in that.
Bevan,
Okay, that's what you're testing, the radius.
Of
Yeah,
the
and the
eye?
radius gets debunked, but you guys are saying it's still a globe. You can still be a globe, or it's fine.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It just questions the radius. That's the question.
Yeah, that radius gets debunked. That's the whole point, guys. Wake
Okay,
up.
so what would that answer? What would the answer be then?
So
That
it's
the
not a
radius is different,
it's
or
not
that
a
it could
radius.
be a bigger ball or a smaller ball?
No,
It
you
doesn't
just say
disprove it's
exactly the same thing. So if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, every horizon distance will be at 1.2. Q,
and it could
every
be.
horizon distance isn't at 1.2. Therefore, the Earth isn't a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Well, what would the radius be then,
It's
given
not
those
giving you.
figures?
It's not answering that question. It's just
You would
saying
No,
it's
but
not.
from what can be seen, from what can
It's
be
just
seen in the
saying.
Black Swan, that would give you an idea of a different radius.
Well, this is the thing: the horizon moves, but the modus tollens isn't answering that question. The question, like you and Bev, and I'm just speaking as far as I'm understanding at the moment. So when you say the initial P statement, it has to be the ending P statement. Obviously, it's just disproving that initial P statement, and that initial P statement is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So not a sphere with that radius of 3,959 miles would be your last P statement, because it's the same one.
And
It
that's
just means it's a different radius. It's not saying it's not a sphere. It's just saying it's a different radius. Now you can do something else to figure out where the horizon is.
the important thing, though, like, is that is the claim. No one's claiming that. Well, there's a potential that there's another radius. They're saying this is the radius. Shut up, if you're a flat earther, keep quiet. This is the Earth. Go back to this. Keep your mouth shut. This is the radius. No questioning. So, like, the fact that you guys are like, well, maybe it's another radius is super weird.
I was gonna ask, does any flat earther
Pulling
have
out from under your feet or saying that it is a sphere or it's not a sphere. That isn't what was questioned.
And then the fact that you would turn around and say, well, what's another radius is you presupposing that the Earth is a sphere to begin with, you weirdo. You were doing so great with a glober. Why are you so weird?
3959. That's all you could conclude.
What?
All you could conclude from that is that the radius isn't 3959 or it is 3959.
Dude, that's the claim on the table that we're mocked for not believing in, you absolute weirdo. They're not mocking us for not believing in another sized Earth, dude. That's the claim of the size of the Earth. That claim. So that's the claim we're going to address. To turn around and say, well, maybe it's another radius, is you presupposing that it's a sphere to begin with, making you an ultra.
Well, I didn't. I'm just looking at the measurement that's claimed and how that was debunked or attempted to be debunked in the question.
So am I.
And I can see that there's supposedly a different distance than would fit
you do that?
a 9 model. And so the answer would be that it's not 3959.
Yeah, we know. So why would you presume that it's still a sphere in some other size? That's your idea now. You're coming up with
No. I think you're missing the point here.
He's
the
not
idea. No. I mean, I'm saying this man here. The idea is that they might be mocking people because they've taken on a fallacious argument at the core of their. People thought this was a proof of flat Earth.
Dude.
But it's just a fallacious argument.
Not, Bev. You're just repeating yourself.
You've got. They've got you to repeat it for.
You're the one saying it's still a sphere. You absolute goofball.
What about
just saying the argument does not make it a not sphere?
Okay,
because
the
Q
way to do that, Bev. My word,
it doesn't do that.
How are you guys still saying that? Oh well, it's still a globe. You guys are weird as hell.
No, it doesn't say that.
Wow.
It says the radius it is 3959 or it's not 3959. That's what.
Okay,
that's
so
what
is there another claim on the table we should deal with?
Yeah, but if it turned out through the calculations that the radius.
Listening, dude. There's not another claim on the table that we should be dealing with. That is the claim. You told me you're okay. Well, Jedi did kind of debunk me on the man thing, but I don't know why you guys are presupposing that. Oh well, there's another radius claim on the table.
Just telling you that the argument's fallacious.
Oh, I've already addressed that
openly. I'm just saying, try not to use it. Whoever it was that was posting it, try not to use it.
You're repeating yourself. You haven't addressed what I've said.
At least fix it.
You're just repeating yourself. I get you don't like the argument, but I've already addressed that part. Why are you guys still saying it's a sphere? You're the one presupposing now that it's still a sphere with another radius. That's your idea now. You're coming up with that. There's no claim on the table of that. The claim on the table is this claim that has been debunked by the Black Swan. Wake up, dude.
59, and according to the distance.
Still talking while muted.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, well done.
So I wanted to ask,
so you don't want this? All right. It's been useful. Thank you very much, guys. Hopefully we can have this discussion with other people.
Yeah,
You haven't addressed a single thing I said. So, W. It's just fallacious. It's just fallacious. I just don't like it. All right, well, you're the one saying it's still a globe, weirdo.
He was saying that it was fallacious for like at least 3 minutes. Like in totality of everything that he said, it was at least a span of 3 minutes.
Well, here's the good news. It's not fallacious. So
do you have a model of the flat Earth?
Do you have a model?
Well, hang on. Let me ask first because I was waiting to ask something for a little bit.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if any flat earthers have any substantive and recyclative evidence and proof that the Earth is flat.
Can we make sure we don't have double standards? Do you feel like you have that for the globe?
No.
All right. So if I don't have that, well, let's just double check.
I'm just curious. That's where I'm sitting from because my stance on like the whole flat Earth theory is pretty new.
All right.
So I don't know where I sit, so I'm trying to figure myself out on it.
Just curious.
My assumption is like if we have some kind of substantive proof that the Earth is round, then I would assume that it would be like under some sort of mathematical presumption and measurement that way.
Yeah, there would definitely be measurements for sure. That'd be a good place to start.
Now, like whether or not those measurements are accurate and the mathematics are accurate, then that's like up to, you know, people reading the evidence to make up for that decision for themselves. But other than that, I don't see a reason to believe that the Earth is flat because of that kind of evidence. I haven't seen the evidence. I'm not going to sit here and claim that I've spent like 10 hours reading everything about how the Earth's gravitational and atmosphere and all that. I'm not going to sit here and say like I did that, but you know,
we get it. You don't know much. We can help you, but it's hard to say you don't believe or you know something's not true if you don't understand what that thing is. All I would have to do is ask you what flat Earth is, and we would quickly reveal that probably don't know what that is, though.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Which isn't really a fault of yours. Most people don't know what that is, but it's hard to say. Well, like, I don't think it's flat. You know, like, well, what do you think flat is? I don't know. I just don't think that's what it is. It's like, well, how do you know that? So, like, I think that's most people start with the faulty step one. I just think it's wrong. Well,
is your model of like the flat Earth? Is it like the one with the ice wall? Like, have you seen like those memes online of like the ice wall, and it's like beyond it, there's like Asgard and all these other like hidden mythological places?
No.
That's disappointing. Because at least that's fun, you know.
No. Because what people want flat earthers to do is to close their eyes, imagine some crazy shit, and then tell you what I imagine reality to be. But all I can do as an honest person, as a flat earther, is tell you, well, you ask me, well, what does flat earth look like, or what is flat earth? Bro, we're just going outside. The earth out there. That's the flat earth. I don't.
Do you mean like the empirical experience of like
I'm not
seeing
able
Earth and never seeing it be?
Imagine all of reality, my friend. Just like you can't, even if you believe in the globe and outer space and all that stuff, you can't close your eyes and then imagine what all of reality looks like. So I don't have that ability either. So I'm not going to sit here and say, well, beyond what I've ever seen with my eyes, I know what is out there. I don't know any of this stuff, dude. I don't have a God's eye view of all of reality to tell you what that looks like. So what is flat earth? The only POV I have is with my eyeballs when I go outside. How else am I supposed to look at the earth? So like,
I think that's a fair assessment. The only thing that I would argue back against you is if I were somebody who did know all of these things about the Earth and the geographical anatomy of it, you know, and then have like an expertise knowledge on it, and then coming in here and telling you like, oh, there's this mathematical equation that proves the Earth is flat in this, or round, you know.
You a math guy? You like the math? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people in here like we can get technical and give you some math if that's what you like.
I kind of, the reason why I like math and the way that we're talking about the flat Earth here is because it's like it's a visible representation of like what can be imaginable, you know, unless it's like impossibly large numbers like a Googleplex or something like that, which it won't be, but you know.
Well, if we're going to talk math, what we're going to do is just address the claim that's on the table that the Earth is a specific size. So we're just going to go out into reality, test if that size is true, and that's math that's been provided from all of us. No one has to come up with these data. No one has to measure anything. It's already been provided for you. That's why I call it. Maybe you guys are familiar with the term BYOB, right? Bring your own booze. A lot of parties are like, well, dude, you bring your own. Kilo, you got some background noise. Might want to mute up there.
Yeah.
So this is like a bring your own bullshit.
The goal is to not do that, right? Because the claim of the globe Earth is on the table for everyone to address. It's very clear, concise. So it's not you're not able to, or you shouldn't bring your own globe claims.
Right.
Right. So based on the claimed globe, it has a specific size, right? A radius of 3,959 miles, and then you can break down some math from there. So the distance to the horizon at a certain height is gonna vary. So if you're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, the distance to the horizon would be 1.2 miles. If you're a 6 foot guy, the claimed distance to the horizon would be 3 miles, etc. Right? This is
Yeah.
all based off of the claimed size of the Earth. So if you like math, you can go and put some of those claims to the test in the field. And I would highly recommend you do that if you're a big math guy, if you like doing, you're a big numbers guy.
Yeah.
So something that might interest you.
I did dive into it a little bit, like maybe yesterday, for like maybe 30 minutes, and I was like, okay, this is interesting, but I didn't find anything too entertaining to the idea. The only reason why I would want it, like I have like a certain bias with it, like I would want the Earth to be flat because there's a certain like fantastical idea about it, in my opinion, because if the one that like some flat earthers claim for it to be is the one with like the ice wall, having like that reality of like having like those mythological places really exist, that makes life more fun, you know?
I get it, but let me just say this. The ice wall is not, that term is really misleading. I've been around flat earth for a long time. I've been hanging around flat earthers. We don't sit around and talk about ice walls. The people that talk about that the most are people, yeah, thank you, Head Central. The people that talk about that the most seem to be on the globe side. And if you go and do some homework, if you just Google it, like I think like the 7th or 8th result will be like or like a .gov article that has ice wall in the article like 19 times.
Wow.
It's not a flat earth term, it's not a flat earth idea, but if you tell someone that flat earthers believe in ice walls, they kind of picture this like huge wall like Attack on Titan or some bullshit like that.
Yeah.
But that's an like people who believe in the globe refer to Antarctica as an ice wall because it's the quote unquote the highest land on Earth. It's not some flat Earth shit. So like you keep characterizing it like, oh well, like this mythical land, the ice wall, like it's some fucking like I don't know, what is that show? What is that show? House of Dragons and
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. Yeah, like that's what people
You're thinking of A Dance of Fire and Ice.
like yeah. I don't.
I have like a picture of the meme. I'll put it
You
in
say
chat.
ice wall, and that's what they think. But when you say ice wall for real, like that's I'll post the link for you guys with the .gov. Yeah. I just personally you're not gonna catch flat earthers talking. Hey guys, man, I can't wait to get to the ice wall. Like that's Globies talk about that. That's not us, man.
I'm gonna post the meme that I have because it's pretty funny, but it's also cool.
I'll post blogs at NASA.gov. Expeditions
I'm
tag.
into all that like that Greek mythology stuff because my family lineage is pretty well. It's not like super Greek, but I learned from my dad that my family lineage comes from the island of Patmos. Why? That's why I'm like super into Greek mythology and all that.
So, guys, what evidence is there for a flat Earth?
Well, you see, this is what this always
It just
starts.
asks the same
I
question.
can't find a good website on it.
If you're looking for a website that's going to tell you how the Earth is a pizza planet floating in space, you're never going to find
I
it.
just posted it in chat.
But if you're looking for a website with proper information about this topic, you found it.
Yeah,
Look no further. You're here.
No, this is not a website. It's a voice channel.
Yeah, but it's a manner of
There must be some website.
manner of speaking.
Wait, so you need a website? You need like a daddy to tell you what to think? You can't like, go off.
We have got lots of information on our own Discord server.
I just want to run through it and be like, oh, like what are these? What are the claims? What are the supporting evidence? I can't find anything.
You want like a brochure?
Do you have one?
No. I mean, why don't you just like go outside?
That's
what
I did.
No one gave me a brochure.
Hold on, he did go outside. What did you notice when you went outside?
Isn't there like a compendium of
Why do you need to be spoon-fed?
like evidence and tests and theories, and you can be like, look, this is what we did.
You don't actually want. You say you want those things. You don't actually want them. The answers are right in front of your face. The Earth is right there. Like, what do you? The Earth is not hidden from you. You need like you need it to be written on paper first. That's weird though? Like, Earth is right there. You can go test the Earth yourself, but you need someone to write it on paper, then tell you, and then you'll believe it.
Well, I mean, if that's your epistemology, then good luck.
That's
Okay, so I'm outside right now. What do you want me to look at? Because I'm also next to the ocean. I can look at anything you want me to look at.
There you go.
Well,
you found it.
I mean, I've got my camera. I can show you anything you want me to look at. I'm outside right now. I can show
go
you.
and look at the ocean and
So
see
if you want me to, you say just go outside. I'm outside right now. Anything you want me to look at, just
okay, you said that like 7 times. Go and look at the ocean and see if you see it curving.
No, but the thing is,
Okay,
so
I'm gonna.
creation,
I'll tell you. Go to the ocean right now. I'll show you guys. Let's
All
go.
right, great.
Is there anything that can prove the Earth is flat out there? Let's have a look at it.
Wait. Did you just say look at the ocean if it doesn't curve?
Yeah.
Are you saying that just because I can't
we
see
were
it
told.
curve, it
We were
doesn't
told
curve?
all we have to do is look at the ocean or look outside.
Dude, holy! You haven't even taken a breath.
Yeah, you're out of
Just
control.
Address what you're saying, dude. Central's trying to address what you're saying.
I already did. He won't listen to it anyway because he's just going to railroad it with the same thing they already said 20 times.
but
before.
creation,
That's all he's going to do.
creation bear. The thing
Well,
is,
hold on. Can we address what Homeboy's saying, or like what's this dog?
I wanted to address what you're saying.
Look
I just
at
wanted to
the
address what
water.
you're saying.
King chimed in and said, "Oh, just because you can't
Oh,
see
dude,
it, curve,
Adam.
does that mean that it doesn't?"
Yeah, because that's a dumb argument.
Look,
Not a
creation
dumb
bear,
argument.
creation
It's
bear.
not
So
water
That's a pretty
does.
crazy representation of.
Guys,
shut
relax.
up, dude.
Gotta get the mutes out because everyone's
Yeah.
everyone's so stressed out. We're cock blocking the arguments now.
Well, they're so triggered by flat water, but you know it's flat. You pour a glass of water, it seeks a horizontal surface equilibrium. You look at the water in the toilet, it does the same thing. You pour a bath, it does the same thing. You fill up a pool with water, it's all horizontal. The lake is horizontal, the ocean is horizontal. It doesn't matter the scale you expand it to. For as far as humans can measure and observe, it's always seeking a horizontal surface
Oh my god, are
equilibrium.
people actually believing the earth is flat? Like, unironically?
It's always the same thing every time.
Shut up, whoever that was. That was King's answer. What say you, King?
All right, King, go ahead, dude.
I'm not addressing that. I'm saying just because you can't see something does not mean it doesn't exist. Right? You're saying just because you can't. Hold on. Let me address what.
King. I already addressed that. I told you for as far as we can observe, for as far as we can measure. I'm not talking about going to the beach and eyeballing it, you as a human, just eyeballing it and seeing, well, I can't see any curve. I'm saying you measure for it directly, you don't find it. You do a long range sight test, you don't find it. I'm talking with equipment, telescopes, high zoom cameras, whatever you want. It's not there.
Right. So creation, I wanted to address what you just said, which is just go outside. But fair enough. Problem is of scale, right? So
You don't have a reference to scale.
So even if, just a second, even if let's assume for a second it's a sphere, like it's not a flat, it's curving. If the size of the radius is big enough at sufficient distance, or let's say at eyesight, it'll seem flat.
You're telling me things I already know, bro. You're not gonna get know about progress.
on.
Yeah, but it's not a useful test. That's all I'm pointing out. So that's what
it is. There's nowhere else you can go, Jedi. You gotta just go. Man.
Are you saying, my friend, that because of scale, we're really small and the Earth's really big, that we wouldn't be able to perceive the curvature of the Earth. Is that what you're saying? Yes
The
or no?
sky is very big. The sky is very big and the Earth is small. Is that what you said?
No, that's not. I'm paraphrasing what you
Sorry.
said, so I understand what you said, so I can continue. So you understand what I said was just a paraphrase of what you said, right?
No, I didn't hear you. I think you cut out. Can you
Are
repeat,
you saying
please?
because of scale? Are you saying because of
Scale.
scale that we
Hmm.
can't perceive the curvature of the Earth because we're so small and the Earth is so big?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So by saying that, are you saying that the Earth doesn't obscure things at distance over that curve then?
Earth doesn't obscure things
No. So,
over
for
the
example,
curve. If it's a curve, it will
so
obscure it, of course. If you go
it,
over the curve, right?
yes, so we would be able to perceive that, would we? Say, for example, I was at a beach and there was a boat and it started moving away from me towards the horizon. Would eventually the curvature of the Earth block my ability to see that boat?
Yes, assuming
It's
your
not a
line of
question.
sight
So it's
is
not.
very, very high.
It's
Let's
not.
say an eagle. Let's say an
Yeah. So we
eagle.
can.
Yeah.
So no, doesn't matter about that. We can perceive it then.
We
Right,
can
according to you.
perceive
The curvature of the
yeah,
Earth because it's obstructing our view of things.
yes, it will. Yeah.
Okay, we can then. But you're saying we can't. Originally, you said we wouldn't be able to perceive it because it's an issue of scale. The Earth is so big, we're so small, we can't see curvature. Then when I bring up it gets in the way of boats as they move away from you, go, oh yes, we can perceive it.
Yes, but the thing is, it wouldn't come across as a curve, right?
It wouldn't come across as a curve along
Yeah.
the
So imagine
x-axis away from you.
looking at that. So imagine looking at that boat right now,
I
right?
get it,
And
but
it's
you're
going
gonna look
further
at
and
that
further away
something
from
that's
you.
curved.
Just a second. It's going further and further away from you.
Oh my god.
And after some point, it disappears.
Yeah, you're gonna tell me that's curved.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
If you only have that observation, that just tells you that the boat disappeared, and maybe you would be scared and say,
Every
"Oh my
glober in
God,
this
did
panel
it
is gonna say
fall off?
that's
Did
curved,
it
period.
disappear? What happened?"
Every glober in this panel is gonna say that's curved, period. Nothing else.
No, you would say it's disappeared.
Yeah, and every glober is gonna say that it can't be flat. That's a
Because
globe.
years ago, they would think it fell off.
Tiny Earther.
I have a question.
So that kind of test does. What I'm trying to just point out is that that kind of test isn't useful.
No, dude.
So, for example, saying that type of
It may
test
be.
isn't useful, the Earth curve calculator that suggests that 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet to denote Earth curvature and obstruction for things at distance over the curve of the Earth are useless, according to you. Okay.
No, you would need to take refraction into account and a few other things.
And you would have to take what into account? Sorry, the radius of the Earth, your altitude, what?
Refraction of light.
You didn't take that into account when boats go over the curve. Okay. End of story. That's
No. The thing is, that's just an observation, right? And then
Sorry,
if you're
what's
curious
refraction?
enough, you use that observation to be like, "Oh my God, what happened to the boat?"
What's
And then you
refraction?
launch an investigation and ask people for money on GoFundMe.
No, we ask you what refraction is. What do you think refraction is?
Bending of light.
How?
Oh shit, what was that? The index changes because the density of air, was it? I think it was density of air. I forgot exactly.
Density of air, no.
Wrong. I think so.
No,
What
refraction.
was it?
No, refraction is defined as the light passing from one medium to another,
Oh,
and the angle of instance as it hits that new medium's boundary, and it refracts
right.
because of that intersection with the air. So that's two different mediums. It's looking through the atmosphere, two different mediums.
Right. So, like, why do?
Yes. No,
why
not
do?
right. Not right. And another question to me, yes or no, is looking through the atmosphere one medium or two?
Yeah.
No, not yeah. One or two. Which one is it?
One medium.
It's one medium. But refraction, as defined in Snell's law, is the passing of light from one medium into another, and the intersection angle as it hits that new medium's boundary. So two mediums. So you said refraction, which is two mediums, but looking through the atmosphere is one medium. So not that then.
Right. So do you know why refraction happens?
Yeah, I've just told you. Apparently, well, 3 times now.
Brother, you don't know what refraction is, which we just demonstrated. So
So refraction happens
go back a little bit.
because there's different.
No. You don't get to go insta expert when we just taught you what refraction is. I'm sorry.
Right. So refraction.
I don't think so. You don't know what refraction is, which we just demonstrated.
Do you know like why between two mediums?
When you put your leg into a swimming pool and it looks like it's broken.
Yeah, but do you know why that happens?
Yeah, that's refraction because of the light passing between the two different mediums and the intersection.
No, but why does the light
the boundary
bend?
Do you not listening?
He thinks he's here, brother. You just debunked yourself as soon as you said one medium you're looking through over the air. That's why I hate the sound effect. You're supposed to pay attention. You just stepped on the ant, my friend. So now is your time to listen.
Wait. Stop doing that. Let me have a discussion.
Nah, I don't think so. You now you're trying to learn things, right?
It's just kind of
Why
funny.
not?
It's about refraction.
Is this discussion or is this abuse?
Well, because you're trying to be like, well, we're so refraction.
No, I'm talking to the guy. Relax.
You don't know what refraction is.
Relax.
Don't know what
Okay, so
refraction
the other guy who was talking about the swimming pool, I agree with you. That happens. I agree that happens because of two different mediums. But what is it about the two different mediums that changes the light, makes the light bend?
So for the 4th time, I need to tell you, the angle of incidence of the light as it hits the boundary between the two mediums and passes from one to another.
No. Why that happens?
Why? What do you mean why?
Like, what is it about the two different medium that makes refraction happen?
I told you the intersection between angle.
Huh? No.
I've told you the intersection angle. As it hits from one medium into another.
Right. So it hits from air to water, right?
Yeah.
And then it bends, right? And if we have a rough understanding of the angle of incidence, we can figure out the angle of refraction.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. What I'm saying is, why does this phenomenon? What is the difference between the two mediums that makes this phenomena happen?
Brother, you don't really have anything here because when you look across the ocean, how many medium are you looking through? One or two?
Just a sec. I'll answer your question.
Is it one or two though?
It's one.
Okay, so you're trying to make so what's different about the two when your example involves one?
Right. So what makes refraction occur between two mediums like the swimming pool? Is the difference in optical densities between the two mediums.
Your Earth only has one medium, my friend.
Okay. So that's why it happens. So as for refraction over long distances.
Oh, so this is different then. So not refraction as defined within Snell's law.
This is the funniest shit ever.
DB, are you
Right,
on the
so-
soundboard right now? Who is
So
doing this?
if you have the same medium but different optical densities over the distance, right, of the same medium for various reasons, pressure, temperature, whatever, you will notice refraction occurring.
How many mediums?
Even if it's the same medium. So you, for the purpose of your I don't know, experiment at the time, you could say, okay, these are, for this purpose, two different mediums because the optical densities are different enough
Can you post a
for me to
citation
consider
for that?
them as two.
Can you post a citation?
That's what happens.
Can you post a citation for that?
So when you look at a long distance,
Can you post a citation for that, please?
You don't need a citation, man. Just Google it.
Yeah, we're gonna need a citation for that because we just posted a citation in the chat that just states very clearly you need 2 medium. And you're saying, yeah, you don't really need to. You can just have one or a bunch of like little ones or whatever you said. So we're gonna need a citation for that. It's still refraction. You don't need 2 medium. You can still refraction. You can still have refraction. We're gonna need to see that instead of you just saying it. I'll repost the Snell's law. Oh well, all of our chats get deleted, so it's gone. But I'll see what else I can find.
I wish that they had like a better storage for chat so that like people that are just joining the call can roll past and understand what's being actually talked about.
It's I don't like.
Do you have a soundboard, by the way? Is that how you're doing it? The sound effects that you're doing?
Bro, CB is hot on the soundboard, dog. He's
That's
fucking
awesome, dude.
nice with it.
There's a
Well, good
Wikipedia
for
article if you want the easy stuff.
Just grab the citation from the. I mean, you know how to
There you
post a citation,
go.
right? Oh my god!
There you
Do you know
go.
how to post a citation?
It's there, man. Chill
That's not
out.
a
It's basic
citation.
stuff.
That's not a
Basic stuff.
citation.
It's basic
Basic stuff
stuff.
is how to post a citation.
Basic
How do
stuff.
these guys not know how to post a citation, dude?
Because none of them go to college. And nothing. I know what it is.
Anyway.
Holy
Anyway.
fuck!
So
How does
we
this
have
work when you're in the
atmospheric
same
refraction,
layer of
right?
optical
So
density?
even if it's
Dude, you're not in a position to be telling anyone like things, dude, right now. I'm just trying to talk to you. I'm trying to tell you what a citation is. You just grabbed a link that says atmospheric refraction. What is the citation that backs up what you said specifically, dude? How do you not know what a citation is? You're supposed to cite specifically the thing that you said, not just grab a random link. That would be a source. Whatever. You said it's basic stuff. You don't even know what a citation is, ding dong.
Wait, hold up, CB.
What is a citation?
Will you even
Have
care
you
if
ever
you
taken
post
an
it?
I just
English
told
composition
you,
course,
dude. A citation would be the citing specifically the thing that you just said. It would be backing up specifically. You said that, I don't even know. You said some other bullshit. You said you only need one medium. So you would go get a citation from the source that you posted. You would grab the specific citation line for line. You would take that part out, post it. This is a citation from this source. You just grabbed essentially a source, having me to go look for your citation, which I
CB
guess
though,
could be
would
essentially as
you,
elephant
if he
hurling fallacy.
say
Go
he
ahead.
posted the citation, would you give a shit? Honestly.
Yeah, I want to see because I'm challenging with what he said is bullshit.
Man,
So
I
I
feel
want to
like you
see.
say this to me a lot of the times. It's like, man, but you don't believe that, you know? You don't care. It's like, are you even gonna care if he
I've
posts
said
it?
that in other ways. I have said that in other ways, but I don't believe what he's saying is true. So I want to see if what he's saying can at least be cited. Well, he's at least not just making up some bullshit he just made up. Oh no, you don't need two medium. Okay, well, where are you getting that from? Your mind, or did you learn that from somewhere or what? So I do in this example, I think it is concerning. I'm sorry if Jedi. I can pipe down. I don't want to scare off the panel. Heretic, take over, dude. See, then this happens. So, what is it, guys? Y'all want to talk or what?
Who we got on the line?
Speak up, boys, because if it goes quiet, I'm gonna start talking. So I
No,
can't
it's all
get
good.
mad at me for talking if y'all don't
No,
talk.
no, it's all good. No one else is taking it right now.
I don't
Or
wanna-
is Jedi still here? Or
He left.
not?
I don't know if he left for like another reason or not. I just me unmute Bundy. Sorry, I forgot you were.
No, it's good. You've been keeping it moving for a few hours here. I've been busy. I can't keep this place going.
But CB, like, why would anyone talk to you if you abuse your mod powers?
My apologies. I forgot to unmute you, dude. My bad.
No, but it's not about I forgot to unmute me. You just
Don't whine. Let's just get to the subject.
Seems like you weren't really addressing what.
see, just like heretic.
Yeah, just don't whine. Yeah, just like heretic, that's whining. So let's just get to the subject.
Just address.
He just gets off on it.
No, I just want to bring it to the subject. That's all.
No, you do.
No. See, you still want to whine. Let's just get to the topic.
But it's important.
Well, what's important is the topic. Always
It's
the
getting in
topic.
the way of the discussion.
Always the topic, dude.
Bindi.
You're getting in the way of the discussion with your feelings. Okay, so let's just put those aside and get to
It's
the
not
discussion.
a feeling. You're abusing your power.
Blah blah blah. Using the power has nothing to do with the surface of the earth. Nothing. Forget about heretic. It's not about heretic. It's not a heretic question. It's the surface of the earth.
But it is.
All right, Bindi, you're gonna go. You're gonna go on mute permanently for the rest of the night.
How will? Okay, think about it this way, heretic.
Listen, no. I want to think.
See, we can't even talk to you.
I want to talk about that, dude. I want to
can't talk to you.
I want to talk about the earth. That's it. I want to talk about like your issue, your feelings with this VC. Just don't care, man.
Bindi, it's just weird, man. You talk about basic stuff and you post a source instead of a citation. Holy! I mean, maybe you can redeem yourself. Go get the citation from your source that says what you say. Mr. Basic Stuff. You're not in a position to be teaching people things right now. So pipe down right now. Why don't you go get that citation first and talk instead of talking about abuse powers, dude? We're helping you. We're teaching you. You should be thanking me that I'm helping you learn what a citation is, dude.
Wait, hold on. CB, my man posted a link. By the way, I haven't looked at the link, but what's it? He posted a source for citation. What the fuck does that mean?
Okay, so
Help me out here.
The citation would be within this link, right? Saying
You want that shit in MLA format or some shit or what?
no, it just has to have a line or two or a sentence or whatever that's saying, okay, here's what I said. This is what I'm referencing, or like here's the citation from what I'm saying. It's just like, bro, he goes, it's just basic stuff, man. Like, but you posted just like a link that doesn't cite what you said, though.
Right. So you were asking for something specific, I guess.
A citation. Well, he said that. What was he saying? We were referring to Snell's law, which refers
looks like
to
he posted
media. So now I have to go through his link and Command F and search for him a citation that he like. You see what I'm saying? Like, bro doesn't even know what a citation is. He didn't even read through it to say, okay, here's the line where it says what I said. So let me copy that out, post it. Here's my citation from my source. He just posted a link, which would be essentially like your source.
Right. So you're looking for something specific. Right?
Yeah.
And that's the distinction between source and citation, I guess.
Because that could be like, well, what's your source? And you'd be like, well, here's my source, right? Or like, here's the source for this article, or like whatever.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. I think we could teach the panel about an elephant hurling fallacy. Let's look this up.
I got a little frantic there when you were like, homie posted a source other than a citation. I was like, what the fuck? Anyways.
It's just it only frustrates me because like I love accountability. I'm a big accountability guy. It's basic stuff. Oh, really? So is the citation, which you fail to comprehend. Don't talk about basic stuff, man. You walked right into that one. But anyway, I'll let it go. Let's unmute Bindi and Heretic while I look up the elephant hurling fallacy.
All right, Bindi, you figured out what the topic is yet? You ready?
So can you tell me the difference between a source and a citation?
I just did like 3 or 4 times, dude.
No, you didn't.
Really?
Yes.
You just
Ryan,
want
did
something
I not
specific.
just say it specifically?
Can a citation be a
I feel like
source?
this guy is a dishonest interloper. He's not going to take you seriously at all.
I need to know if he knows the difference.
I literally just detailed it like 3 times.
What? So can a citation be a source?
Can a citation be a source?
Oh.
Citation
I would
can't be a
say
source.
that if I ask you to cite something that you said, you would grab the citation from the source. You wouldn't post a link and then have someone else dig through it to look for your citation. That's not a citation.
So a citation cannot be a source?
Are you feeling bad because you like didn't know how to feel it? Now you want to like make me feel bad because you couldn't post a citation? Is that what it is?
No, I'm just
Could you not just be
ensuring
like,
you know
"Hey,
what
my
you're
bad."
talking about.
Could you not just be like, my bad, let me actually get the citation here?
Yeah, but
And my bad,
5
that was
minutes
my
ago you didn't know what optical densities were.
optical what?
Yeah.
Were we even discussing that? Because I don't think we even spoke about that.
5 minutes ago,
So we're just gonna deflect from the
you
fact
didn't
that
know why refraction actually occurs. And the
well,
other
you don't know
Scottish or the
what
English
refraction
guy.
is, Bindi. Hold on. That's why I'm having you grab a citation because you don't know what refraction is, my friend.
You tell me.
Heretic already told you, and I detailed specifically what a
It's a
citation is.
3-line explanation.
You have a listening problem at this point.
Just tell me, what's a 3-line explanation?
How many times do we have to repeat ourselves?
Okay, I'll tell you. It's the bending of light when it transfers from
No,
one
you're
medium.
not gonna tell us. We already know what it is. Right, Heretic?
Yeah, I mean, it involves 2 media. And listen, you got no globe to refract anyway, so doesn't matter.
When we asked you
Even
how
if
many
you had 2
media,
mediums, wouldn't help you.
yeah. When we asked you how many media were looking over the ocean, you said 1. So again, you're not in a position to be like, well, let me tell you. No, dude, I already know what's up.
So what makes... This is what my point was earlier. What is the major difference between the 2 media that makes it refract?
The
Makes
fact
the
that there's
light
2,
refract?
that's your problem. The fact that there's 2, that's the issue. Focus.
No. What's the difference? There must be some difference, right?
Doesn't
That's
matter. You
making it
already admitted looking over
refract.
the ocean is 1
But you
medium.
know what refraction is. So you
Yeah,
should know
so
this. It's
therefore
a two-word answer. Optical density.
So you wanted
Yes.
to answer your own question? Just wanted to answer your own question there. Why don't you tell us what
Optical density.
is and how that defeats the Snell's
So
law?
do you think if the medium is the same, there can be different optical densities in the medium?
Optical density.
Let's air, like air, you know?
Optical density. Let me look this up.
Well, you don't know? Oh my god, fucking hell. You guys are dumb.
Bro, you didn't know what Snell's law... Did he just leave?
Like I said, he was dishonest. He just came in to troll.
It says optical density is a useful tool to describe the transmission of light through a highly blocking optical filter when the transmission is extremely small. OD is defined as the negative of the logarithm base 10 of the transmission, where transmission varies from... Dude, what the fuck? Fuck is that? What?
I gotta ask, dude. Who's ever doing the soundboard? It can't be UCB.
It's me. It's me
you?
every time. Yes.
You need to space this shit out, dude. You're doing it
Why?
too much.
Oh,
Just too
space it
much.
out.
Yeah, space it out, dude. Like, I mean,
Alright, I got
put
you,
it
I
in
got
a,
you.
make it like mean something. You do it too much, dude, then like none of us give a shit. Sometimes it's funny, and I've laughed, but space that shit out.
Alright.
Anyways, I agree with the last dude.
Shit, man. Fuck, man.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
joking.
I'm not supposed to feel bad because niggas don't even speak on the goddamn panel. I'll be in here on my own for like 5 hours straight, and it's like, okay, nobody's talking. I'm talking to myself, so I'm not gonna feel that bad about a little bit of soundboard. All right, I'm only here for fucking. I don't know. So, but I get it. I appreciate the feedback.
I almost got upset, dude, because you said the N word, but then I
I
saw
think
you
the
on cam and I
soundboard is
forgot who
fucking
you are.
awesome.
Dude.
Don't ever
You're,
stop doing
I'll go on camera
yeah, you're
right
you know,
now.
you're chocolate colored. Good looking fella too, dude.
So, anyway.
The
Anyway.
soundboard is awesome. Don't ever stop it.
That's all. I'll just space it out. That's all I was saying. Somebody else was doing soundboard other than you, though, too.
Sometimes it is other
Oh,
people
God.
too. So like, yeah, I mean, you know, I get the bad rap though. I be always getting the bad rap.
Yeah, dude, because you do it too much. And so I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, CB is fucking hitting the. Anyways,
I don't know. Sometimes it's like wake up time, especially with this other guy not paying attention and shit like that. So I don't know. Usually, if there's a lot of sounds going on, it's like wake the hell up, dude. Pay attention, bro. But I get it, man. I get it. It's too
sometimes
much.
everything's hard to follow. I've been a victim myself. BB, you want to know why I'm a globe earther? I'll tell you like the fundamental reason why.
Hmm.
It's because globe earthers have a really predictive model. I think I can use the globe earth model to make really accurate predictions on a lot of things. If I can give a really obvious one, it's just how long will it take if I throw something up in the air? Will it fall to the ground? It's like, can you give me something? Can you give me a predictive model that doesn't
Really
include the? What's up?
I was just rolling my eyes because it only
Did you put
predicts.
cam on? I didn't see.
Yeah, I was over here like, are you serious, bro? But like, how come it doesn't predict where the horizon's supposed to be?
I
And
would
I would
say
have
it
hit the
does.
soundboard if I would have hit the soundboard right there, but you got me over here like
You can hit
hesitant.
it, bro.
Well, yeah, okay. So if it
Only time you're
predicts,
talking with me, you gotta hit that.
if it
That's the
doesn't,
only one you can use.
nah,
Anyways.
that one only comes in at key moments. All right, so yeah, I don't like to just hit it at random times. I think that just actually ruins it. But I try to use that at the right time. But anyway, so if it makes predictions and it's accurate, why doesn't it predict where the horizon's supposed to be?
I mean, I would say it does, but I think there's a lot of factors that go into predicting what we call the horizon. I'm using air quotes right now. But can we talk about like even some more basic things? Can we just talk about like things falling to the ground?
No.
If I threw a ball up and it fell to the ground, can we talk about that?
No, I don't want to talk about that because I want to talk about how because I just want to put you in a time capsule in a time machine and take you back with me to 2017, bro. So when you say that, oh, well, you got to factor in more variables when it comes to the horizon. Like you would be shocked. You would be so shocked if I took you back to 2017. You would like be like you'd say you were the ghost of the flat Earth Christmas. I don't know, some bullshit like that, right?
Ghost of Christmas Past, hell yeah.
You would literally you'd be like on the flat Earth side, shocked, because the Globers would be arguing with you. What you're saying right now, they would tell you you're crazy. 'Cause you're saying, well, there's variables like refraction. There's other things you have to consider besides just Earth curve. They were like, no, get out of here. There's nothing. It's just Earth curve. You're crazy. That's all the things you're saying are what we were saying as flat earthers from 2017 to 2020. 3 years straight for me. That's when I joined. 3 years straight of me being called crazy for everything you're saying to me. Well, you got to factor in other things. They didn't care about that, dude.
I'm not calling you crazy, dude.
No, I know you're not.
Genuinely,
I know you're not. But
genuinely,
they
I
would have
think
called. they would have called you crazy. I know I'm not because you and I are agreeing with each other, and
I know.
now
Yeah. No,
now
no.
the Globers agree with us. They've
No, no.
changed up. They're saying, "Oh, well, actually, there's all these variables. We know that." But the
So
point is that yeah,
look,
go ahead.
I think genuinely you're a smart guy. Same with all you guys. I don't think you guys are fucking crazy. I think you guys have a worldview and whatever. I'm just maybe the reason I don't want to talk about the horizon is because I don't know shit about the horizon. How to
Okay,
calculate that shit. All
fair enough.
I know how to calculate something that falls to the ground. You know,
Mm.
9.8 meters per second. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just it's a predictive model. You
Is that
know,
an average or a constant?
I would say it's a constant. And
Here's
I would challenge you to show me where it's not 9.8 meters per second. 9.81. If you can get any more accurate than that, then you know we can debate about the accuracy. But if it's a significant difference than 9.81 meters per second squared, I would disagree with you. If you can find me anywhere on Earth, anywhere where it disagrees with that, then we can have a really interesting conversation. And then I'd be a flat earther probably.
that's dishonest. That's
How
bullshit.
so? What? How?
I don't agree
How
with that. You
though?
guys always do that. You guys always do that.
What did
If
I
you
do?
debunk just one thing, then I'll be a flat earther. Those two things don't even connect, bro. If
Dude,
if
it's just,
if it's 9.87, that doesn't make the earth flat, dude. That's not honest if you say, "Well, I'll become a flat earther if this one thing is wrong or off a little bit." We all know
I
that doesn't make the earth flat for you, and that's not fair for you to say that.
I, d- I think
You
would
do
be an
this all the time,
incredible piece of evidence, dude. If you can
but
find me
doesn't make
somewhere,
the earth flat
Earth,
though.
where sorry, I didn't mean to say gravity, where the acceleration to the surface of the Earth differs significantly than 9.8 meters per second, that would be a gigantic piece of evidence for me. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I wouldn't be a
What are
flat
the
earther.
implications of that, though? What are the implications of
What's up?
that? What would be the implications of that, and how significant are we talking?
Oh
Because
man, it would mean, dude, if the acceleration due down to the surface of the Earth differed significantly than 9.81 meters per second,
how
is that what
significant?
you're asking?
How significantly?
God, dude, that would disprove a lot of like our fundamental understanding of like physics. So
How much variation are we talking? 9.83, 9.9. How significantly of a variation?
I guess it would depend on how accurate your measuring device is. But I mean, if you had a really accurate measuring device, and when I say measuring device, I mean like say you had like a really fast camera, something that can take like a lot of frames per second, you know, and you were able to like observe something falling to the earth, capture this with your really high res camera, and it fell like way faster or way slower. Um, you know, if you dropped it from a meter from the ground and it dropped like way faster than 9.8 meters per second, dude,
I was
that
looking
would
for
be
a number, but like,
huge.
we'll just move on. So,
What's up? What's
I
up?
don't I don't know a whole lot about. To be fair, I don't know a whole lot about this subject, but from my understanding, gravity is an average, not a constant. But I'll have to let me just do a quick search and see what we come up with. Maybe another flat earther will chime in, talk to him about gravity. But from my understanding, it's an average, not a constant everywhere.
So I disagree. Any flat earther obviously can come in and disagree with it on that. I would say there's something called a gravitational constant. So I would say 9.8 meters per second um, is only true on the surface of the Earth. And I know you guys don't believe in other planets and outer space and whatever. That's totally cool. But I'm just saying, uh, you know, go to the moon if you could. Things won't fall to the ground at the same acceleration. Anyways, that's just what I'm saying. It's just
Oh
is
wait,
that
like
the globe
have you
model
have
is
you heard that? Have you heard that like if you weigh gold or like not gold, if you weigh things at different places of the earth, it weighs different, right?
yeah, but
Is
in
wouldn't that
what
be
range are we talking about?
But that's what I kept asking you. You said, well, it can't be different. It's a constant. And then you said, well, if it was significantly different. I was like,
Right.
well, how significantly? And you didn't give me any number. You were just giving me conditions.
Let me
I was
give
just
you one
looking
then.
for a number.
You want me to give you one? Let's say if we're talking about how much things weigh, I would say if something weighed, obviously more than like a gram or two. Yeah, I would say a gram or two, on any place in the Earth, and you use the same measuring device. Obviously, like, you know, everything's up to like there's going to be a certain amount of error to everything, right? To any like kind of experiment you make, any kind of measurement, there's going to be a certain amount of error, right? Just it has to be significant enough for me to think that there's something off. So I would say like maybe a gram or two.
So would that be a constant then still?
The gravitational constant.
Yeah, if we go to different places on the Earth and things weigh slightly differently, would that be a constant still?
Yeah, I would say so because we might be getting into it. I really don't want to get too much into this, but it's because the mass of the Earth is can be concentrated in one area more than the other. But it's going to be so slight. I don't think it's not even measurable. I don't think with the measurement devices that we have today, I don't think you would be able to measure that.
So it's slightly varies, but not it's so negligible that we'll just still call it a constant. I mean, just want to clarify. Is that because I'm reading right now? I got nsf.gov,
Yeah, hit me up.
National Science Foundation. Did you know that your weight is different depending on where you are on the surface of the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
So would that mean that it's still a constant? I guess even if there's just a small variation, I guess to me that sounds like not a constant, but I don't know. This isn't my wheelhouse, so if you know more than me, that's fine.
Well, what are they saying is the reason for that?
Let's see. While the Earth has an average gravitational force, different locations have gravitational forces that are larger or smaller than average. This is because each location has more or less mass than the average. Gravity is a physical force of attraction between objects. Oh, blah blah blah. You guys already know that part.
Yeah.
They do say the differences in gravity are differences in gravity are tiny, so scientists have to use very sensitive satellites to measure differences around the world.
Satellites, huh? Interesting.
These satellites can even detect dense features deep within the Earth that increase the gravitational pull at the surface.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
So I mean, I think my argument kind of still stands. There's a gravitational constant. It depends on mass. There's
here it says
different kinds.
gravity is measured as how fast objects accelerate towards each other. The average gravitational pull of the Earth is 9.8 meters per second squared.
Right.
But they're saying the Earth is made of different substances like air, rock, water, blah blah blah. So
Right.
I don't know. All I've heard is that it's an average and not a constant, but I don't really have a deep knowledge on this, to be fair. So
I'll agree with you a little bit. I agree with you. It is an average, but I think the how far down the decimal places you'd have to go to find a significant difference between 9.81 meters per second is a lot. You'd have to
Okay.
go very far down to find that difference.
All right.
And so that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm telling you is that I have a predictive model, and it is based off of gravity. It's based off of globe, and I can use this predictive model. I'm an engineer, although I'm not a weatherman, or I'm not a geoengineer or some shit. I'm an electrical computer engineer, so I don't use gravity a lot in what I do, but measurement and constants are very important to me. You know what I'm
What?
saying?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. So what does the verification stage look like for you? So all of that, you know how I don't know if you know like the, the slang these days, but the math is mathin'. Well, I get the math, but so how do we go to the verification stage and then so if the math predicts this, you know, this reality, can we go to the reality and then double check to see if that matches? I guess that's where the flat earthers come in because I get a lot of us understand. Like I said, the maths is mathin'. I don't know if you know that. Have you heard that before?
No, it's the first
Yeah,
time.
you'll hear some maybe you heard or like ladies say that. That's like kind of the girls will say that or like college girls and stuff like that. The math ain't mathin'. Like if you say something, they'll say stuff like that. But the maths is
Yeah.
math. It's making sense. The math checks out. In other words, it's just that okay. So now let's hit the verification stage. So if it's a predictive model and it predicts this thing and that all works out, okay, great. We shouldn't just stop at that point. We should now go and verify. So if that's true, then we
Right.
go to the field and confirm our, our our predicted model or whatever. So
Definitely. Yeah, I
that's the
agree.
father's dilemma, essentially.
And like, I mean, the first thing that I'll throw out, I mean, this is the basic one. I think this is the first one you would go to, is predicting um how long it would take for something to fall to the ground based off a given height, right? We can do that. You don't disagree with that, right?
I think I have some deeper issues with um
Okay, hit me.
well,
Yeah, hit me
it's
with them.
let's see. They're saying that well, I don't think I agree with the premise of gravity first place. They're saying that uh well, because I look around and I don't really I don't observe a phenomenon that I'm supposed to like address. The phenomenon for people starts once they have already like manipulated an object. They've picked it up and then dropped it. They're like, well, look, it's falling. Um, and they're trying to say that, well, that is gravity. So I don't think, for me, that hasn't quite been established for us to go and say, well, we have this predictive thing of this thing that we haven't established yet. So I think that's part of
Hmm.
my issue.
So maybe it could be something else, right? There's
Do all
something making things fall to the ground, right? There
Let me
has to
ask
be
you
like
this.
some
What is the
some
reason why
fundamental, yeah, some fundamental like aspect of our reality, right? I mean, do you believe there's fundamental laws that like govern our reality that we live in?
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you say that? Okay.
Yeah.
And I think things falling to the earth, that's something, that's some fundamental law. It seems to happen to everything regardless of weight, I guess you would say, right?
Well, I was actually going to ask you
You
about that.
son
So
of a bitch. I
what
can't
about
believe
the things that don't fall though, right? Because there's clearly
Yeah,
a
yeah.
lot of not everything quote goes down.
True.
And so like what do we say about those things? Because you know how here's the thing. You know how you say, well, you have to factor in other variables. Well, here
Mm.
we are factoring in these other variables that not all things go down though.
Right. True.
You know,
We've all seen a balloon. Obviously those go up, you know. I guess if they're filled with helium, right? They rise. And this is
but
when we can bring in density, you know, like less, more dense objects will sink to the surface of the Earth, and less dense objects will rise, right?
why do we factor that variable out when it
In
comes
fact,
to things like your body or uh, a pencil?
well, I would say our bodies are more dense than the air around us. A
Yeah.
pencil, lead, graphite is more dense than 80% nitrogen. You
So
know,
why do we substitute that out for, well, something else has to be happening?
what do you mean?
Well, so like that it easily explains things that go up. Like, oh, well, it's density. But for some reason when it comes to things that go down, we're like, oh, well, it has to be something else. It can't be still density. It has to be some other thing.
Yeah, yeah. I see
We
what you mean.
swap. It's almost like we take that variable out. We're like, nah, let's get rid of that. Let's think of something else. It's like, why don't we just like, what about the
Yeah,
other
no,
thing
no, no.
that
Yeah, no,
explains the other things going up?
right, right, right. No, I get what you're saying. And my argument to this is that density is absolutely a factor, but density is not a vector. You know,
I've heard
density
that.
has no sense of direction. You know what I mean? So what I mean by a vector is that it has a magnitude and direction, right? Density is not a vector. It has no sense of direction. So what makes things go down? What makes that helium balloon move up and like, that lead bulb move down?
Same thing as on the globe.
Say again?
What was
I
that,
don't know
Rad?
what that dude said, but
The same
I'll
thing as on
continue.
a globe. But uh when this comes up, I start to wonder what else would happen? Why should something else be happening?
What do you mean?
Well, often that seems to be the implication of the question. They say, well, why down, why up? Why not sideways? Why not left? Why not right? My question is
True.
often,
Yeah.
why would those things happen? And then I guess my second part would be like everyone pretty much understands the path of least resistance, going in like a, I don't know, kind of strafing away from where you need to go or where you're, you know what I mean? That doesn't seem to be like the path of least resistance. So why would things do that? You
Least
know,
resistance to what? To gravity. It's a
Hold up one sec.
force. What
Hold up
is
one sec.
drawing? It's usually with water that you hear that. What is pulling that water through those little crevices through the path of least resistance as it goes and tweaks, turns and tweaks everywhere?
I understand the claim, but we addressed that already by moving on to the things that go up, right? And the explanation for that was something like density, not gravity. And so the
Yeah,
path of
but
least resistance in that case isn't diagonal or left or right or like curved down like a J and then back up. It just takes the path of least resistance up, right? Evaporation goes up, or balloon kind of goes just up. It doesn't take these weird other pathways. You see what I'm saying? Like taking gravity out of it. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, I see what you're saying, but I'll just say again that density isn't a vector. Like again, it has no sense of direction. More dense things move down to the surface of the earth due to gravity. Or else if there has to be some force pulling on, this more dense object for it to move. If gravity was the other way, say it went up to the sky, then things would be reversed. I mean, density is not a vector. It has no sense of direction. And so that this is why I disagree with people when they bring in density about things, why things fall to the earth, because density isn't a vector.
this may
Nobody
be
said that. Nobody said that.
this may not be the answer to your question, but can we take a look at our worldviews side by side just for a moment?
Yeah,
In
let's do it.
your as a globe earther, your worldview doesn't have like if I'm on one place on the sphere and you're on another place, our ups and downs aren't necessarily the same. If I point my finger to the sky, you point your finger to the sky, we're not pointing in the same direction. Our arms aren't
True.
necessarily parallel, whatever.
Yeah,
It's
true.
more up and down is more like center to like going towards the center or away from
True.
the center.
True.
So would it explain things if like on a flat Earth, up is the same for everyone, down is the same for everyone. So like, why up and down? Well, that's though. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like it does. I guess does that make sense? Because on a globe, like your down is going a certain direction versus another down is going another direction, but versus on a flat Earth, down is the same direction for everyone. That would just be the path of least resistance down versus the path of release resistance up for like things like evaporation or a balloon is just straight up, not diagonally or like all these other things I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And I mean, on a flat Earth, I think a flat Earth can exist if gravity exists. If massive objects create gravity wells, I don't think a flat Earth could exist. So, I mean, on a flat Earth, if gravity didn't exist, could the up direction and down direction be the same for us? Yeah, maybe, but not if gravity exists. And I would ask you a question about like how our Earth functions, and that why do people in the northern hemisphere see a different sky than
Here
people
we
in the
go.
southern hemisphere? Yeah,
That's an
here we
easy
go.
one though.
And listen,
That's a really easy one though.
okay, I don't know a lot about astronomy, so I'm going to learn a lot from you. So feel free to educate me.
Well, I
I'm
don't
not
know
going
any
to have
more.
a lot of answers for you.
That's okay. I don't
By
know
the
any
way,
more than you do, but I understand things on like a basic level. Is that well,
hit me,
well,
man.
let's just think about it from let's just think about it from a globe Earth perspective. Let's put our globe hats on. What percentage of the sky do we see when we look up on a globe?
Good question. I would say
Obviously not 100%.
no, definitely not.
So, well, so so if you go outside, you believe the Earth is a globe. I go outside, I believe the Earth is flat. When we go up, we look up and we see the same sky and the same portion of sky as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one thing. And number two, if you were to, I don't know, think of like the biggest grocery store, the biggest like warehouse store you can think of, and then take that store and blow it up to the size of like a country, Russia. You go put your back to one wall, I'll go put my back to the other wall. I've got a cluster of lights above my head, you've got a cluster of lights above your head. Do you sell me the idea that you're going to see the lights above my head? I want someone to convince me you could see that. Because I don't think you would. It's a very, very big place. You really have Batman vision where you can see through the whole, the whole thing over my head.
Right, I see what you're saying.
So,
So
yeah.
that like that light above your head, whatever that light is. What do they call them now? That phosphorescent light, whatever.
Still
LED lighting.
Those
LED
LED
lighting.
bulbs. Yeah. Those LED bulbs. Will I be able to see that a mile away? Definitely not. I don't think that. But here's, I think, where you're gonna find issue with what I'm about to say. But just hear me out.
Okay.
Is that what if that light was way farther up and way, way brighter? Would you be able to see it then? You
Wow,
son
that.
of a bitch.
I think then we might be meshing worldviews.
First off, he said water gets pulled into crevices. I don't know who told you gravity pulls on things, but that was 100 and some years ago. Michio Kaku says space pushes you down. So which is it, you guys? Pick something. You can't have both. You can't have it pulls you and it pushes you at the same time.
I don't know where my man came from, but this is not what we were just talking about.
Don't worry. I'm just straightening you out. I don't want you to think things get pulled to the ground.
CB, help me out here, dude.
That's okay. I'm trying to remember what I said last, but Radwin was making a pretty decent point there because people will just say stuff willy nilly. So it's good to
Things
be correct.
don't. Okay. People do
What
say
was
things willy nilly. I agree. That last thing he said, though, things don't get pulled to the ground. Help me out here, CB.
that what I said, or
No, that's what Dr. Mean said.
I think he was just saying it's more of a push than a pull. I think that was just his whole point.
Then push
Things
okay.
don't get pulled down. There is no down. Things get you get pushed into your chair. Would you like the clip of the video so you can watch him so you can understand what he's saying?
Yeah, I don't know what he's on about. CB, help me here.
I gotta go back to the YouTube to remember what I said last. I
I'm not
lost the
talking
train.
about YouTube. What the fuck did Dr. Mean say?
Oh, well, he's just saying that it's not a push, it's not a pull, it's a push, apparently, due to the current rhetoric.
It's not a pull, it's a push. What the fuck? What does that mean?
I don't have the clip, but yeah, Dr. Michio Kaku, are you familiar with him?
Yeah, the Asian dude.
Yeah, he's just saying it's wrong. He's saying it's
I posted it for you.
we
Go
lied to
ahead.
you about
1 minute long. Go ahead. You can watch it. It won't kill you.
I might be able
We
to
lied
just
to you about gravity. Well,
I
this is
mean,
gonna be a good one.
see here.
You guys want? I'll shut up. Somebody else can talk if they want. But I'll watch
Here.
this.
It might be helpful for the panel, really. Let me just see if I can pull it up here.
It's just, hold up, CB. Do you get what I was saying about like we were in the grocery store? If I brought that light way up, made it way
Oh,
brighter.
yeah. Well, I was just saying, well, the issue with that is I feel like now we're meshing worldviews. We're mixing cosmologies. So
Where do we mix?
a flat Earth that still involves, you know, huge stars billions of miles away and stuff like that. Those two cosmologies don't go together. So I mean, that's an interesting what if, but that's your worldview though, not mine. You know, I don't think there's a flat Earth in a galaxy with a bunch of other stars and other galaxies, billions of miles, stuff like that. You know, there's not a flat Earth in space like that.
So are we mixing worldviews or not? I thought you
Well,
said that.
Well,
where are we mixing it?
I don't know what stars are, so I'm just when you're like, well, let's think of them bigger and farther away and brighter, so then they would behave like this. Honestly, I don't know what stars are or how they should or would or could behave. I just
It's
see
fair
what
enough.
I just see what I see. But I just know that I don't see the whole sky when I go outside. I don't. I know you don't think that either. So like neither of us go out and we're like, okay, I must be seeing the whole thing. So as a flat earther, my position doesn't involve, well, I should be seeing the whole thing, and I'm coping because I don't. I just understand that I probably why would I?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So
I don't know. It's just my response to that would be like, why does somebody in Australia? I know we have some Australians in here right now. It's like late afternoon for them, not late afternoon, but anyways, they see a different sky than we in North America see right now. It's just, why would that happen? You know, like why would that be? And it's just, is it because the luminaries in the sky are different? They don't shine, like light doesn't travel as far.
This place is huge. That's why. I think that's the simple answer. This place is massive.
I agree.
Bigger than the globe, dude. That's what people are always like, whip yours out, whip yours out. I want to see it. Like, dude, you don't want me to whip it out because I'll embarrass you. Our shit is we're packing massive heat. The flat Earth is way bigger than the globe. It's huge. The
Bro,
way
if you got a map of the flat Earth, please, for the love of God, let me see it.
I don't
Because
have a map.
I've
I don't
been
have a map.
waiting to see something like that.
The map you guys are looking for is a snapshot of all of reality from the top, and I just trace over lines and stuff like that. That's not how.
You know,
I don't need a snapshot. What about like maps of
you know,
distances?
We have
shit
that
like that.
already.
you know, a good way to give it as an example to like somebody that can't grasp how it can't be a ball that they believe in. So like I was doing some Christmas shopping, right? And I was on one side of the mall and I thought about it. Why can't I see the ceiling of the edge of the mall way on the other side? Why can't I see the ceiling?
Because of the curvature of the mall. Obviously.
Anyway, did you watch that video?
Well, anyways, I was talking. Thanks a lot, though. So if you're looking at the edge of the at the mall, you can see even like way far in the distance, like let's say like one of the center attractions that they had, but you still couldn't really make it out because it was just like it was a huge mall. But looking up at the ceiling, like I couldn't make out what they were hanging from the ceiling over there, and I couldn't make it out until I walked all the way to the other side of the mall. Then I looked up. So if you were like, why do the stars over here in Australia they're different and we can't see them over here in North America? But we should be, because you're thinking that you can see something above you, but it's so grand far away from you in distance. Like you have to wrap your head around that to get it. And if you can't get it though, then I don't know how to help you.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah,
so light stops at a certain distance, right? It can only travel so far. Is what you're
Well,
saying.
I think what
you
people
don't get it.
imply is that because
I
they
must
think
not.
that because they can look at stars that are billions and trillions of miles away, that they should be able to point like a telescope across the earth and see, crazy distances and stuff like that. I don't think that
It's just
is
here's what I know. As I'm an electrical engineer, computer engineer mainly, and I know a little bit about electromagnetic waves. And I know light is an electromagnetic wave. It's in a certain spectrum. I'm not much of a signals guy, but I know that electromagnetic waves can travel extremely far, forever, technically, if they're not obstructed by anything. And it's just like, so
Yeah,
technically
well,
light
that's
can
the
travel.
that's the point though. Because there's obstruction, that like the sky is literally an obstruction of itself. If you were to take
How do
your
you know
car,
that?
if you were to take your car headlights and drive away from me, miles away, if it's foggy as fuck, like I won't see your car 100 yards away from me, because if it's really really foggy, if it's dense, I can't see your lights. So you
I
can't
agree.
say. Yeah, okay, well then that's the same idea. Now
Where's the fog?
put water and dust and gases and everything else that makes up the air, and you're trying to say like because
Talking about the
the
atmosphere?
correct. That's what
Okay.
blocks out a lot of. I mean, you can't see a plane when it goes a distance away from you,
And it
and
blacks out a lot of light. So I can see the stars right above me, but I can't
okay,
see the
okay.
stars.
But that's having to deal with the way you're seeing something from your position. It doesn't mean that that star is not being seen because it's that light's not traveling that far. It's because like inside the mall, you're on one side of the mall, you can't see the top of the mall on the way on the other side because it's the distance between you, and you're not grasping it, bro, and it's really weird to be
Yeah,
honest.
we're going to get off of looking up in the sky, and you're going to address my point before so you can admit you were wrong about water gets pulled into crevices.
Dr. Mean, I haven't been able to understand a goddamn word you said.
Does
But
water get pulled into crevices?
uh, uh yes,
Rad.
I
That was
get.
some
I
other
don't
weirdo, but we can just pretend
see.
it was Ryan.
Yeah, CB. Hey, listen. I want to say we're gonna get overrun here, but I love you, dude. I've
He did
been
say
loving
yeah
talking with
just
you.
now.
You're a good
He
guy.
said yeah, but
Okay,
Yeah,
Doctor.
I'm gonna jump off anyway. But yeah, Rad. Who was the other guy that said that? Some other guy chimed in and said like
anyway,
water.
this guy just agreed. He said yeah, but so we'll let him take it.
They always do a drive by. It's so annoying. They just like come drive by and then leave. Like, dude, you didn't really have
Yeah,
anything to
dude.
say important if you're just gonna leave like that.
I love you, CB. Let's talk again, dude. For real.
All right,
You're a
yeah, I'll
good
be
guy.
back. I'll be back.
Let's
Likewise,
yeah,
man.
let's talk.
All
Dr.
right,
Mean,
cool.
I would love to answer your question. Can you ask it again? Whatever the fuck you said this whole time.
Does water get pulled down to earth?
Yes.
There you go. So water gets pulled into crevices.
Sure.
And you watch that video I sent?
No, I haven't watched it. Sorry.
1 minute long. Go ahead and let's see if water gets pulled into crevices. And then we've all seen it about a million times, so we know what he said.
The Michio Kaku video or
Yeah.
okay. I'll watch it. Give me I guess a minute.
Yep.
somebody in chat said that Michikaku is wrong, and it reminds me of like, you know, when you tell your little sister that Santa Claus isn't real, and then your parents are Santa Claus, and then your little sister's like, "You're wrong."
That's Manufactotum. He's wrong. That's why I asked him for the email correspondence they did back and forth, where he said, "Dude, you're wrong. You shouldn't be telling people this."
Oh wow. Yeah, you're wrong. It goes against what I believe. It's crazy.
Okay,
Trying
I'm
to bring it
back.
back. What do you say?
I watched your video, Dr. Mean.
What did he say?
Oh, he said there is no such thing as gravitational pull.
Correct. So water doesn't get pulled to the ground.
Ah, damn, dude, you just broke all of physics. Congratulations.
No, I just crushed your gravity dream. Now you have to explain how water gets pushed in one direction straight down.
I disagree. I think this video is extremely cherry picked. I mean, obviously you didn't
Oh
hear
my
the
god.
whole thing you said. Can I finish, bro?
Sure.
Relax. Gravity doesn't push you to the ground. This is such a cherry picked statement. Anybody who watches this video would recognize it. I
Dude, it's
think
like
what
a minute long. It's surrounded in context. How could you
yeah,
say it's cherry picked?
Like,
What the fuck are
single
you
minute
talking
long.
about?
Jerry, shut. Oh God, Jerry. Dude, I love you and hate you at the same time. You say you're not a flat earther. I appreciate your skeptic attitude, but still you're fucking. Anyways, this is a fucking cherry picked video, my friend.
So go ahead and get me the gravity pulls you down proof so we can call this guy and tell him he's a retard.
Okay. So this is a cherry picked video. Gravity doesn't pull you down. Gravity is in Einstein's general relativity, gravity is like a well, and so massive objects have bend the fabric of space time, and so. But Newton's equations still work perfectly fine here on the surface of the Earth. So, I think what he was
Except
trying
for
to say.
mass attracting mass, that doesn't work. Except for that one. And the Cavendish, where they get pulled together, they're supposed to be getting pushed together now. So how are you going to push things sideways?
I don't know what you mean. The Cavendish. I hate to get into Cavendish. You guys fucking hate the Cavendish experiment because you don't think it's an experiment. I still haven't heard a reason why.
Because hanging balls in the closet are not getting pushed together.
Hanging balls in the closet are not getting pushed together.
That's
Explain to me.
correct.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
That's correct. You repeated it correctly. Hanging
Okay.
balls in the closet are not getting pushed together.
I disagree with you. I think if you put two masses close to each other, they attract each other. You see
No,
this
there's
multiple
not
times.
just two big gigantic trees I'm going to hang off a crane and they're not going to just start hugging each other eventually.
I'll send you a video. You gotta watch my video now. I watched yours, so.
As long as it's 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Sure. I'll give you like a time frame. This is a 15-minute video, but
And what's this about?
this is about the Cavendish experiment.
Which isn't an experiment. What's that dependent and independent variable in that?
What is so it's not an experiment. So yeah. Good. What is not so it
Well,
has
you
no
said
independent variable, it
wasn't
has
that
no
intended to
dependent
measure the
variable.
mass of the Earth? Wasn't it intended to measure the mass of the Earth?
I think it was intended to measure the gravitational constant, I believe.
So maybe read the paper or something.
Nothing in the paper says anything about the gravitational constant. Not a single thing.
Reading.
Send me your paper. What the fuck? Okay.
No,
Then
you got
send
to
me
read
the
his paper. You're going to post the video. You better know all about it.
Okay, do you want to watch the video or do you not want to?
What am I going to see?
You're going to see two lead masses attracting each other. You're going to see. So
Every
what
time
this guy
people
does.
do that, it either works or it doesn't work. So what do you say to the people that it doesn't work? They did
Either
it
works
wrong.
or it doesn't.
Yeah.
Interesting. Can you send me where it doesn't? Can you send me the video of where it doesn't work?
So you want me to do your research for you?
You made the claim, my friend. I'm just
You
asking for your
you
evidence.
claim that that they're attracting to each other.
I will send
What
you
if I
mine.
hung a lead ball and a cotton ball? Would they be attracted to each other?
Ooh, don't back away from this, dude. You said sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work. When does it not work? That's what I ask you. Send me your fucking evidence.
You ever see a plumb bob?
Shut the fuck up, Jerry. I'm just
Well,
kidding. You
that
can talk. My bad, my bad.
well,
No, go ahead.
wouldn't that wouldn't that be a Cavendish ball that's not moving?
A plumb bob?
Yeah,
I don't know what you mean.
a piece of string with a weight on it. It's perfectly still, right?
Are we talking about the same thing? Are we talking about two masses
Yeah,
attracting each other? We're talking
yeah.
about one mass on a string. Is that right?
Where's so is a plumb bob still? If it is, then where's the attraction?
Can
It
you
just works
explain more to me?
it just works with very special plumb bobs.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah.
Hold on, Jerry. What is a
Especially the
first?
ones with an
Well,
electromagnetic
what do you call?
One sec. Jerry, what is
Go
a
ahead.
plumb bob to you?
Oh my
It's a piece
god.
of string with a weight on it.
A string with a weight on it. Okay. And then what was the question you asked me?
If it's not moving, right? Well, then it's not being attracted to anything, right?
If a weight on a string is not moving, then it's not attracted to anything?
Yeah, it's perfectly still, right?
I think I see where you're getting at. You're trying to say that if the Earth is like a huge ball, then a plumb bob should be like attracted to the center of the Earth. That's
No, I'm
exactly what
saying
I'm
that it's
saying.
still.
Right.
Saying the plumb bob is still. It's not moving. No motion, right? So no attraction, correct?
Just I feel like I don't know what a plumb bob means to you. If you're talking about a weight hanging from a string and it's not moving,
Yeah, just like just like those Cavendish balls, right?
no, dude, no.
Yeah,
I don't think
there's
you know
no
what the
motion
Cavendish
in a
is.
plumb bob. Yeah, it's two
Dude, we all
balls
know what
hanging.
the Cavendish is.
Jesus, I'll post the fucking video, for you guys.
It proves nothing, man.
I
Absolutely
gotta
nothing.
post a timestamp too, I guess.
It's a parlor trick, man. Like that
Parlor
so-called
trick.
pendulum. Yeah.
Just watch that, fellas, then tell me what you think.
Dude, are
So
we
I mean,
still trying to talk about mass attracting mass?
yes,
Do you believe in mass attracting mass?
yes, I do, and here's why: is because so people say you can't isolate the gravitational pull of the Earth, and this you can because we're eliminating the y-axis. You know, you're eliminating the up and down, right? So that's why these masses are being hanged from a
Right.
wire.
So hold up.
Exactly.
If you eliminate that, then it's not moving, right? So there's no attraction to anything,
These
correct?
do move. What are you talking about?
If you hang it on a string, it's just hanging there still, right? There's nothing acting on it, correct?
Can you just watch the video?
No,
You're
you
not
just told me
understanding
about it.
what I'm saying.
You just told me about it.
Please just watch it, Jerry. Please, I beg you.
Maybe what I'm talking about is too simple. I don't know.
Maybe it is, dude. or maybe what I'm trying to explain to you is too simple. There are two masses. You can see it in the fucking little screenshot it shows you. Is that there's two masses hanging on a string, and this guy sets two masses next to him, and these things become attracted to each other. So you're eliminating the gravitational pull of the Earth by eliminating like the I guess you could call it the z-axis, right? We only have x and y now.
I guess let me see something real quick. So, yeah, we're gonna look at his experiments, and she won't give me a timestamp. Why is it bouncing? What's that doing? Bouncy, 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 bouncy,
Go back a
bouncy,
little bit.
bouncy. So it's attracted, then it's repelled, then it's retracted, then it's repelled. Bouncy, bouncy. Got it.
Go back a little bit.
I watched
And
what
let's
you
watch.
wanted.
Dude, thank you so much for live streaming. This is great. Go back a little bit. Oh, why'd you stop? Okay. So you didn't like it? I guess. What the fuck, dude? He left. Watch that shit, Jerry, and then let's talk about it. Ugh. Jesus
I've
Christ.
been having these same conversations for like 3 years. I know all about this stuff inside and out.
I know you
Very
have, dude.
simple.
I remember when you told me you weren't a flat earther.
Yeah.
And you lied to my face, dude.
Well, it's not flat, right? Do you know how to prove it?
You it's not flat?
Yeah.
You don't think it's flat? You think it's hilly?
Yes. Hills are the earth. Yes.
Sure.
Hills are not flat.
Do you think it's flat but topographical?
No, it's not flat. Earth is the non-flatness. Earth is the hills, earth is the valleys, and they're not flat, right?
Okay.
But water establishes a horizontal plane. That we all know.
What does horizontal mean to you?
Parallel to the plane of the horizon.
What's the horizon?
The apparent junction of the ground and the sky.
Okay.
Or the
And so
water.
you think that the horizon meets the, what did you say?
The apparent junction where the sky meets the quote unquote earth.
Gotcha. And you think that goes on forever?
What? What do you mean?
Do you think the horizon meets the junction of the sky forever?
I don't know what that means.
So, I mean, so that the horizon meets the junction of the sky forever is what
It's
I'm
the
asking.
apparent junction of the quote unquote earth and the sky. I mean, why don't you just look it up?
Parent
Right?
junction. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not using a special definition.
No, I don't think you are. That's all right. What is a parent? A parent junction.
Yeah,
So
it means that it
parent
shifts. It shifts back and forth, right? But I'm talking about the plane of the horizon. You know what that is?
I think so, but can you tell me what you think it is?
Okay, so the shortest distance between either end of your field of view when you're looking at the horizon over water, that's a horizontal line. That line lies on a plane. That's the plane of the horizon.
Okay.
So neither part higher than the other. No slope.
you're looking over water, right?
It doesn't have
Is
to
that
be
what you
water.
said at first?
It doesn't have to be water. No.
Because obviously there's hills and valleys, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're talking about over water.
Yeah. When I refer to the plane of the horizon, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Hmm. Damn, dude, I'm sorry. I'm tired. Like, I've been talking for a while. How you doing, Jerry?
You gotta
Good.
wake up. You gotta get the baby.
Jerry's doing good. That's good. Glad, man. Hope you're doing
What am I gonna do about the social thing?
How is something imaginary, like pretending that things fly around each other in a vacuum out in space, easier than just you go outside, water's flat, it's obviously not a ball? Well, how is that difficult?
I don't care about what's easier. I care about what's true. So
Water's flat. There you go. Now you're a flat earther.
I don't. Water's flat.
Okay. So
Pretty easy. Doesn't make
hold
it
up a
true.
second. So once you figure out what's true, the things that you can't know, do you try to force them into some kind of model and then say that's true, or do you do what I do and say I don't know, I don't know how that shit works?
I think if I can put things in a model that is predictive, something I can use to make very accurate predictions on things, I think I would take that as true. Yes.
Like an example of
Things falling to the ground.
yeah, that happens.
Yeah, see, now that definitely happens. Right now, everything after that is just imagination, right? There's nothing you could prove about what causes that, right? What you can know is that it's just a vertical line down. Like we know that, and for me, that's where it ends.
Okay. That's where it ends.
Yeah, but at least I have something that I know, right? I don't go around saying, "Well, I'm 99% sure that it's vertical." No, it's 100% vertical.
Okay. But you would agree that things fall to the ground at 9.81 meters per second squared?
Hey, whatever number you want, sure, whatever. I'm not going to measure it.
Why not?
I don't give a fuck. How's that?
And why the fuck are you here?
It's entertainment, right?
You don't give a shit about what the Earth is. Why are you here?
No, entertainment, right? Same reason as you. You're just here to laugh at people, right? So am I.
Not here to laugh.
Is that? That's it.
Seems like it.
He went away. I guess that was it. Tough. Tough being a glober. Things don't make sense, and you have to try to explain it to other people so it makes sense to the other people, but it doesn't make sense to you when you're trying to explain it. That's weird.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he has been here for hours, like at least 5 hours.
And this isn't the first time, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe he's going to reboot.
He'll be back. They always come back.
They can't stay away, actually.
I think of coming here and listening to the things that all believers say, kind of. They're like, it's like trying to figure out where the magic trick is. You know, like orbit. Like, what is that? Like, what are you trying to, convince me of there? Or boats going over the horizon. What exactly do you mean by that? Like, what are you saying? That the boat goes down? Oh, no, it's not really going down. It's going up? No. Okay, so it's not really curving, is it? No, it is. Okay, which way? Ah.
Hey, I got a new experiment we can try. We'll take that Cavendish and we'll get so it's hung on like a U, so it's like a U shape with the balls at each end. And we're going to put a ball in the middle and we're going to see if that eventually they just orbit it. They just start orbiting and it just keeps going one direction perpetually. And that'll prove orbits, it'll prove spin of the earth, it'll prove all kinds of things.
And you have perpetual motion too.
Yeah, and perpetual motion, so energy forever. So if you're out there listening, Globers, get on it.
Maybe Manufactotum could explain it. I mean, he's here. All right, so, I mean, the Earth is allegedly, like, falling towards the sun, right? It's, like, orbiting, right? So when is it going to touch the sun, or is the sun supposed to just keep on growing, right? I heard that story, too. But then the sun is moving, too, so what is that orbiting? And what is the other thing? It's a bottomless pit of...
How come we're not orbiting what the sun is orbiting instead?
Right. That's a mess, dude. I don't know.
So you got an orbit, you got an Earth and a moon, and then you add a third orbit in there from somewhere else, then it just all falls apart. So that's that.
Yeah, that's a 3-body problem, right?
Yep. Oh, Manufactotum heard perpetual motion. And we can prove the rotation by putting it in on the equator. It should stay perfectly centered, not move at all. We could put it like near Lake Erie and it should spin one direction, and we can put it somewhere down south, it'll spin the other direction. So that'll prove rotation of the Earth. Manufactotum. All you need is a string, a couple balls hanging off a U-shaped bracket to hold the balls on, and we'll put a ball in the middle and it'll orbit that. And then we can put some kind of coils near. We'll put little magnets on the ball so when they swing by, we'll put coils out on the outside of it. As it swings by, we'll pick up that magnetic wave coming by. We'll turn that into electricity. So now we have a perpetual electrical machine that just creates electricity and you can do this in your closet too. So everybody can do this. In fact, I would like to see all the Globers do this. Get your cameras out and make room in your closets for these perpetual machines. And please PayPal me money for this idea, whatever you feel is appropriate. So Cavendish debunked Coriolis then. One magic trick debunks another magic trick. So Manufactotum says, since he won't talk, perpetual mechanical motion can't be achieved. There goes perpetually spinning globe Earth. Fuck.
If only we could harness that perpetual spinning. That'd be something.
Yeah, Manufactotum. I don't set up contraptions. I've never set up a contraption. Maybe when I was little, I made those little things where you drop a ball, it hits the cup, then a string moves and a wheel turns and all that. I've done those, whatever those machines are called, but I've never made just hung balls in a closet to see what they're going to do. That sounds idiotic to me, really. And I was watching a video that he was talking about, and people are walking around in the room. What the fuck do they think air's going to do? It gets out of your way. You push it out of the way. So where's it going to go? Somewhere else. Stop walking around those things.
Dooby-dooby-doo.
Mic check.
The Earth isn't flat. Oh, you're talking. Oh, I'm talking.
water and have a look?
If I wanted to be 100% sure, yes, I would go do it myself. But I'm fairly convinced because I haven't seen anyone that's well paid. All the Globers are well paid, well funded to go disprove this.
You said that Globers are just like common people that you meet when you're out, like, talking to your neighbor or whatever.
They're also well funded.
Are they well funded?
That's a false dichotomy. It's both.
Actually, today I had a conversation with this Glober. He believes it's a globe, blah, blah, blah. But he told me, I work for a company that makes rockets. Do you think that's fake? That's his argument. I get a check from a company that makes rockets. Therefore, it has to be a globe. That was his argument. He works for Raytheon. So.
You've been hanging out with him again, Jamesy?
Yep. Hey, they were celebrating the India. They were saying, "Oh, are all Indians liars?" I was like, like belly laughing at my end. But it's, like at the end of the night, he was like, I work for this company and they make rockets. Therefore, it must be a globe.
Good logic.
So you're gonna go to other people and convince them in this same way that you got convinced?
Nope.
And they're just gonna make more.
I said I was convinced by the math, and I think it's a better way to convince other people. Like my smart friends, I'll convince with math. I've done that before.
Don't underestimate
my smart friends.
So why is it a better way to convince people this way?
Because they're dumb.
You're just gonna make more believers, though. You're just not gonna have something that's long term.
How do you
They're just
convince
gonna believe
people
anything.
with the maths if you don't know the maths?
I can just look up the math. Or link them a video which explains it all.
Well, if you haven't looked it up first, then how do you know that you're actually seeing further than what that math says?
Well, I have looked it up, and I don't remember it. I haven't memorized it.
The whole, I think what everyone's getting at is that, like,
I'm not a true Scotsman.
All right, no. Hang on. Just what everyone's getting at is that, like, you say you're convinced by these videos, but what we try and do in here is that we don't take that as gospel. If someone says something in a video, we'll go out and try and check it, so that we can, so that you yourself can be 100% sure that you're arguing something that you actually believe is true, not just secondhand information.
I agree. If you want 100% proof, you'd have to go out and repeat the experiment yourself. I agree with that.
Well, you don't even need to repeat the experiment. You can just go and look.
Okay, so you could just do that. I agree. To get 100% proof, go do that.
Find out how far away the horizon's supposed to be on a geometric globe. Then jump on like the tracking system for boats. For, go to a port or a harbour or something like that. Go and check out how far offshore those boats are. And see if you can see them and how much should be hidden.
Sounds like a great way to do it.
Yeah, it's easy, man.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm just not going to do it, though.
Why?
There's no point. Why would I do it? I want the Globers to disprove the ones I've already seen online. I've seen 3 online. Why haven't they disproven it yet? They should go out and do what you're saying.
What if they come back at you with questions?
I don't care.
Yeah, but they're just going to make you look dumb.
Make me look dumb for what? Not memorizing numbers? I do know what I'm talking about. I just haven't memorized random numbers. Or not random, but...
Not random numbers.
You know what I mean, Okay, so... Wait, what were you saying?
I don't know what you're talking about. So what do you know what you're talking about?
I do know what I'm talking about. I haven't memorized the numbers, though.
Let's say I'm a Glober. You're trying to convince me. What are you gonna show me?
I'm gonna say we saw too far, and then I'll link a few videos.
Okay, let's link that video. Which one?
I don't have it right now. I'd have to go find it, but you're not a Glober, so I'm not gonna find it for you.
I'm a Glober.
I think.
Yeah, I want to hear Flatsy talk.
Okay, let's hear Flatsy.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, don't take any of this personally, buddy. We've all done our due diligence, and we don't need you to do it, I guess, but it's better for your own interest for you to do the due diligence to be able to disseminate information given to you from now on. You need to learn things, and you can learn a lot here. But the way that you're sorry, the way that you're coming off is that you just blindly believe a video without actually going into like the field and testing what they said for yourself.
Correct.
Kind of a
I
problem.
believe their video without
That's
testing
how
it.
we got here in the. That's how we got here in the first place with the globe. Everyone just believed what everyone was saying, and they claimed it was science. So no one checked if any of this stuff was true, and everyone just believed. And then they ended up in a religion.
Well, no, I learned it in school, the globe model. I didn't watch a video online and get convinced of it. I was just told from birth.
Yeah, but you learned the way you learned at school was by someone telling you.
So what?
Yeah, but you didn't check it yourself.
It didn't convince me though.
So you've always been skeptical of the globe, even through school.
Yeah, I've always been skeptical of everything.
Even the globe.
Of course. You look up at the moon and it has one side. That was my first questioning.
The moon. We're not talking about the moon.
What?
Why
Well,
were
that's
you
part of their
skeptical
model.
of the globe? Why were you skeptical of the globe when you were going through school?
Because of the moon only showing one side and the fact that we haven't been back to the moon. I'm only 25.
Back? That would suggest that we went in the first place.
Yeah, that's their claim.
But what about why would the moon only showing one face conclude to you that the Earth is not a
Didn't
sphere?
conclude anything. It made me question it, which is what you're arguing that I wasn't questioning it when I was younger, but I was.
What were you questioning about the Earth?
That what they were telling me wasn't true. That's what I thought
What
throughout
about it?
all of school. All of
What
it.
about it
I just
wasn't
questioned it
true?
all. Even when they had us do like dumb math equations. I was like,
What maths equations?
I don't know. They made us like divide weird, and they had these boxes, and you'd have to like do weird box dividing. It was stupid. You could have just divided the numbers long division, but they didn't do that. They just had these weird boxes, and you'd have to. I think it was multiplication also. I don't remember, but I always questioned it all.
Because they taught you a weird way to work out maths instead of using the simple way. Then you questioned the globe.
Most of school was weird like that, though. So I always questioned it. What?
I'm not buying it.
Okay, you don't have to believe that I didn't believe 100% everything when I was younger. Go on, Foxy.
What you're saying about school is right. Even my husband says that. Like they would make him go a roundabout way or mark the answer wrong, even though he got the answer, because they wanted him to do the work a certain way, and he figured it out other ways. Okay? I don't know. You guys, everybody in here is pretty skeptical of LARPers. So just the only thing I can say, man, is that we don't just believe that the Earth is flat. We know it is, and
You went out and tested it?
yeah, and
What'd you do?
We all did.
I did long distance observation.
Cool.
I guess I don't know. I'm not as skeptical, but everybody go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well,
no, you're right.
We found this post from Erob Daily on Reddit about atmofirmament energy. Could you speak to that a little bit, Erob?
What? Are you talking about atmospheric energy collection?
I'm talking about what Erob Daily on Reddit is talking about. He says, I'm saying Mr. Shill Concern Troll, yeah, it sounds like you, that the whole lightning narrative we were taught in school about
I can explain
is a total misdirection. He wasn't capturing lightning. He was capturing atmofirmament energy.
Yeah, that's completely separate from this globe thing. If you want me to go there, I can go there.
Yeah, what's atmofirmament energy?
Oh, well, you know how they say atmosphere, but I didn't want to say sphere, so it was kind of a joke. Play on words.
Okay.
Atmofirmament. It's a joke. See, because I'm someone that creates new ideas and new concepts and new words. I enjoy doing that. So
you can't create new words.
I do every day. I create new ideas every day. Multiple of them.
How's everyone going to come to an agreement on what it means?
It's anarchy. Words are anarchy. Language is anarchy.
Yeah.
It is. You're just a LARPer. That's all you are.
Yep, that's what I'm getting at.
All right, are we done with this? Like, how long is it going to go on for?
Done with what? Isn't this 24/7?
Funny, but yeah, I think we should just put him on mute and do something else.
Oh, so you guys
It's not up
lost.
to you
You
guys.
lost, so you have to mute me. That's cool.
Hold on, buddy.
We lost.
If you put him on mute, you better entertain me.
There's that. Yeah, I'm not prepared to do that, so I'm gonna yield this one to someone else.
Look, I understand that you I insulted your manliness by saying that the math you work so hard to memorize doesn't actually matter in convincing people, but I'm not saying you're
Why
dumb
being-
for memorizing it.
why being
You
a
are smart.
dick, man?
Oh fuck!
Why
I'm
being
not.
a dick?
I'm apologizing for insulting them.
Right in
But
the
you're
math.
apologizing
Oh, no.
with an insult, yeah?
What? What was my insult just then?
But you don't know?
No, I just said I insulted your manliness by saying that you didn't need to memorize all the math and
Yeah,
stuff, which you worked
so
hard to
you-
memorize. But I'm
So you
saying that
apologized with a backhanded comment, yeah? Is that
what was
right?
backhanded? What was backhanded?
Well, think about what you just said.
Well, just tell me.
So if you didn't mean that, if you didn't know that you meant that as an insult, then you're actually a worse larper than I thought
Meant
you were.
what as an insult?
Think about what you just said.
That's not an argument. Just tell me. Why?
Think about what you just said and
Okay,
see
I
if
just
you
thought
can
about it,
work
but
out
I
why
can't.
there's
Tell
a
me.
backhanded comment in an apology. It's not that hard to work out.
Maybe you weren't here
You're the
earlier,
one
but
before you're the one before claiming that you were dumb, but I don't think you're dumb.
I never
I
claimed
think
I
you
was
play
dumb.
dumb.
I didn't claim I was dumb.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. But you can go back and watch. But I did not claim that.
I don't need to, man. It's not that
Yeah,
important.
because you're wrong. So I'd never claim that.
Heck, you're wrong.
You still haven't said what I said. So
You
what
haven't
do I
said
need to
what I said,
apologize?
what you said about a backhanded comment in an apology, haven't you said what you said?
So what specifically do you think I need to apologize in my apology for?
I didn't say you needed to apologize.
Or what do you
I
think
just
was
said you
bad
made
in
a
it?
backhanded comment.
Okay, what was the
Backhanded
comment?
comment inside an apology.
What was it?
I'm sorry. Say it again. I'm sorry that I attacked your manhood.
Yeah, I did. I attacked your intelligence. I shouldn't have said manhood. I should have said intelligence by because I said that you don't need to memorize all this, which you have, and I'm not saying you're stupid for doing it. I'm saying you are smart for memorizing all of it.
To me anyway, so
Yeah, you just don't go around talking about a man's maths like that. Come on.
I'm just trying to sort of like jam into this whole world, this whole globe, trying to jam into it at an angle and sort of push the needle forward.
You said you
forward to what?
Debated globers.
Sorry, Peter.
To convincing more normal people. Because I think we
Yeah,
saturated a lot of the convincing smart people.
You said you've debated globers a lot online.
Not like in a good setting, just like on Twitter or like online in chat rooms and stuff.
Know how the numbers were memorized by most of us here?
That you're smart and you memorize them all? What do you mean?
Through repetition of expressing those numbers to people in debates or in conversation.
Okay.
Whether, the first time, yeah, sure, I might not have memorized them. And then the second time, I was talking to someone about it. I'm like, hey, did you know the numbers don't add up? And they say, what numbers? And I go, hang on, I'll just grab them. And I'll go and look it up. And I say, hey, these numbers. And then the third time, I might have to do that again. But the fourth time, I'm starting to get the hang of it, right? I'm starting to memorize them.
Yeah, you did a good job memorizing them. I'm not saying, I'm saying you probably did convince a lot of people with that. And I have linked people numbers and all of that and convinced some of my smarter friends using the numbers.
Yeah, I'm not talking about convincing people. I'm just talking about having engaged in enough conversation about the topic that I now just naturally have the numbers in my head.
Yeah, that's cool.
But you said that you've discussed this a lot online with people, but if that hasn't happened with you yet, you've just said, "Oh, the numbers that I don't remember at the moment." Go Google it. how can you have these made up numbers naturally?
Can you
In your
rephrase that?
mind.
I didn't understand.
Because he's our friend T-Dub said, I naturally now know these numbers.
Yeah, because
right?
he's
But how
he's
can
said
you
them so many times.
naturally how can you naturally know these numbers that are just made up stuff? They're not
How can I
natural.
How can I not know the numbers? Is that what you're saying?
No, that wasn't for you. That wasn't coming for T-Dub.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I know a lot of people are directing at you, but I just wanted to comment on that. Anyways,
James, he's trolling.
Yeah. No, I'm not trolling, but I don't know how natural these globe numbers are. So that's my point.
Yeah, you got to watch out. You shouldn't agree with me too much, or they'll attack you.
No, that's not the point. The thing that T-Dot was saying about knowing the numbers and then talking about this and probably not remember the first time and the third time, I will say that happened to me because I knew some of the arguments and I was looking into the the laser test and all that stuff, but I wasn't looking at the numbers specifically too much. Then little by little, by like Tito was saying, like having the conversation, repeating, then I was able to memorize the numbers. Not naturally, because naturally I don't know about those numbers being natural, but I did learn the numbers eventually after probably years after
talking
I
about the
knew the
numbers
arguments,
themselves being
but not the
natural,
numbers.
Jamesy. I'm not talking
Okay.
about the
I
numbers
know.
themselves
I'm
being
being
a natural thing.
I'm being a little facetious or whatever. I do know
Arab,
some
I was
of the.
talking to D-Dub, Arab.
Oh, okay.
I was talking to
Okay,
D-Dub.
go.
T-Dub. Yeah, go ahead, T-Dub.
I was just saying that I'm not claiming the numbers themselves are a natural thing. I was just saying that the natural process of repetition and memorization.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what happened to me, actually. What you expressed, kind of like, that's similar to what happened to me. Go ahead, guys.
Well, I just wanted to say, hey, did you know that these numbers aren't true? Hey, what numbers? I don't know.
That's not what I said, though. You're misconstruing what I said.
That's basically it.
Do you know the rebuttal to the C2FAR one? Do you know what the rebuttal is to that? C2FAR
For which
and the numbers and all that?
which one? The Mirage one or the other or refraction? Which
I
one?
mean, almost all of them. Yeah. Do you
I
know
don't
the
know.
rebuttal for?
There's multiple
pick
C2FARs
one.
though.
Okay. Choose one and then tell me what the rebuttal was.
Okay, that one was a mirage when they saw over the skyline, and then in that last movie they took a boat and just filmed how it wasn't a mirage, and you could just see it the whole way, and nothing weird about it changed to look like a mirage.
I've seen that one. That
Okay,
example.
choose another one besides that one.
That was the only one I saw.
choose
What else
any
is
other
there?
example.
What else is there?
You've seen. I thought you saw 3 videos of C2FAR.
I did, but I haven't seen I haven't seen rebuttals to them.
Oh, you gotta learn the rebuttals, and then you gotta learn the rebuttals.
Wait, what are the other rebuttals?
Earth is too big.
That's man.
Well, that's not a rebuttal saying the Earth is actually just larger.
Yeah, it's big, man. You are like an ant on that. What are you saying?
Well, that doesn't disprove that we can see too far, though.
Yeah, we see too far, but because Earth is big, man.
Well, yeah, but that would be a completely different model than what they claim right now.
There is no model. There is planet Earth with spherical planet Earth. What are you saying?
Right, but the whole thing of saying, "Oh, well, it's actually just bigger." That's not true because their model isn't like that. So it does disprove their model.
No, it is big. What are you saying, man?
Well, no, you're saying we can see too far. That means that the globe would have to be larger. But I'm saying that still disproves their model because yeah, it does because they're saying it's a certain size.
Larger than what?
What if it wasn't
larger than what?
Larger than their model?
What is that model?
I don't know the exact numbers. I'd have to look it up.
How do you know that it would be larger then?
Because I've looked it up before. Well, no. Logically, if you see too far, then it would. If you still had to stick to a ball, it would have to be a larger ball.
Larger than what?
Larger than the ball model they claim. The curvature calculation.
What is that?
I don't know. Look it up.
Look it up.
Why?
Because that's
and then you'll know if it's too large.
It's not important though. For this conversation, it's not important at all. Yeah, really. Yes.
Let's say the radius is 1 million miles.
Okay.
You see too far?
Well, if you're saying whatever they claim,
I'm asking you
in the
question.
video I've
I give you
yes,
a
but
no, sorry, man.
that's
Sorry,
really
man.
large. That number is larger than I think it is, but I don't know the exact number. So I'd have, if you said that is the number they say it is, I'd have to say yes.
have
Then we see
Google?
too far. I'm not Googling for you. I'm not your little pet.
No, I'm asking you. If radius is million miles, okay?
So you're saying if they claim it's 1 million miles, right? If the globe model, you're saying the globe model is 1 million mile radius, right?
No, I'm not saying you don't know. I know,
Okay.
but I'm saying if it's million miles radius,
Right.
do you see far away?
Correct. Based off of the video I watched, they used all the calculations. I looked it up then. I don't remember the number now, but if you're saying it's 1 million and it's 1 million, then okay. I think that's larger than what it probably is, but then we see too far, yeah. I don't understand what your point is.
Okay, you only forget it the radius. That's but you know that there is no.
The radius is whatever they say it is. It could just be X. It doesn't actually matter in this context right now. The exact number.
It matters because your daughter Monday will learn that in school, if you have.
Okay, no, but you're not understanding. So X, if X is the radius, or 1 million is the radius, or 100,000 is the radius, it doesn't matter in this context of what I'm saying right now because I watched a video where I looked it up then, but I just don't remember what it is now.
Okay.
So it doesn't actually matter. It could be a gazillion. Like, I don't think it is because that seems too large, but for what they would claim.
I don't know, guys, but I feel like flat earthers are pushing numbers of the glober numbers more than globers on this one, guys. Come on, you gotta relax.
His point's simple. If you don't know the numbers, then if he said the radius is 1 million miles, how can you say that it's
But those
you
are
see
fake.
too
That's
far?
fantasy. That's like, yeah.
Well,
but
I'm saying,
if the numbers are not
it's
this and they're not that, and then we can make the
It's a subtle-
numbers, and then the numbers are gonna do this and do that. Like this is globe talk.
it's a
This is
subtle
like
little
globers
logical
talking.
thing. It's a subtle little logical thing I was going with there. Basically, what I'm saying is that whatever number they claim, I don't really need to know that number right now because I haven't looked it up previously. I just don't remember. What? Saying that is not an argument, by the way. So
Even though he might be LARPing, I probably
I'm not.
It's possible, but the pushing the globe numbers, flat earthers pushing the globe numbers is worse than globers doing it.
I don't know. I'm just trying to approach it from a different angle, which I think is working because you guys are all having to use your brains a little more than usual. Usually, you can just steamroll anyone that comes along your path. But I'm trying to challenge you guys a little bit with the way you're thinking about it.
Are
I
you
get a
having
steamroll?
Let Flats
I
choose
want it
first.
to be beef.
No. Flats goes first.
Oh, so you don't have to do that. I'm not a mod in here.
I
I
don't
was
suck
just,
up the mods.
I was just gonna say, are you like having fun debating? Is that what you're doing? Pretty
I
much.
love arguing with people because I think what I'm doing is a good way to push it out to mainstream.
Hey, man, if you don't know the globe numbers, you're not a flat earther.
Okay, let Flatsy continue. She was about to say something else.
No.
Gypsy.
We're definitely not gonna let you run the room, my man. That's not how this works.
What do you mean you run the room? She was talking and I just wanted her to keep talking. No one else was talking.
Okay, but you're not gonna decide when people talk.
Okay. Are you gonna let her talk?
Did I say something?
No, I didn't hear you say anything.
That means I'm letting anybody who wants to talk.
Okay. I want to hear what Flatsy's saying.
Bro, why would you let her talk? She's a woman.
I just want to hear what she says.
You guys are hilarious.
We don't want to hear.
I'm not trying to alpha you out of running the room or something. I'm genuinely just wondering. She was about to say something, and people kept cutting her off.
So what's your? You said you wanted to teach us about looking at it in a different perspective. Can you teach us that?
Yeah, I just did by this whole conversation I'm having.
Do you think we haven't had this conversation before?
Correct.
Well,
you're wrong.
You've had someone like me come in and say that they are flat and they don't care about the numbers, and then explain it the way I did.
I think Sasha is right.
Yes.
He is wrong
Really?
saying that
Interesting.
not knowing the numbers is better than knowing them to explain it to other people. I think he's wrong about that, but it's not necessarily that you must know the numbers. It's not something that you need to breathe air.
But what's he teaching us though? He said he wanted to teach us.
I already did teach you.
Can you start the lesson?
You are correct. You don't need numbers. You need 2 words, and that's it.
I already planted the seed of what I was trying to do in here.
Did you hear me what I said? Did you hear me what I said? You don't.
2
You don't
words.
need
What
numbers.
was it? 2 words. Come on, Sasha.
Sea level.
I like that one.
But what seed did you plant? What?
I planted the seed of my entire point of what I've been saying over and over again.
Was it legal for you to plant it, or is it illegal?
Yeah, it's marijuana. So I was planting the idea in your minds that we don't necessarily need to tell everyone every memorized math point, even though you are smart for
We know
being able to
that.
memorize
Sometimes we have conversations in here without even mentioning numbers. Do you think
This is not news for us. This is nothing new for us. It's not like you brought a new idea.
I'm saying that
gotta
the
be
numbers push people off, and that you don't even need to bring them up at all.
Some
really.
people, it might be for some people, but not everyone. So different situations, different people. We use different approaches. The numbers are important. People bring them because they're specific.
They don't push people.
I had one other main point.
They don't push people off who asked for the numbers, though. What would push them off is them asking and then
Never
us being
said-
like, I don't know.
I said that smart people that would be helped by the numbers. I have helped people with the numbers before.
Yeah, but like these
So I
guys
said
are
you
saying,
were-
that only smart people deal with numbers?
Yes.
That's not
depends
true.
on the situation, like these
No, it
guys are
doesn't.
saying.
Well, it depends on if the person will respond well to the numbers, which the
Yeah, that
average
just
person.
means that they're good with numbers, but people can be smart without numbers.
I've actually seen examples in this VC of people that will need the numbers to get the point. Like I've seen it multiple times. You could be talking to them about multiple things, and then if you don't bring the numbers, I mean, once you bring the
I
numbers,
agree, there's people like that.
now I get it.
I agree. There's people like that, and I never said otherwise.
Yeah, and I
just said for the
both
average
sides.
person. And then my other point was, so I was saying that you should just say, "Where's the curve?" Wait, what? I've lost my train of thought. What was my other point? Dang, I got sidetracked. I forgot.
Do you think that we haven't had the conversation about where's the curve?
No,
We're so
that's
lucky
just the
to tell us.
I've just been using that phrasing for a while, and I just really liked it. I just like branding it that way.
But do you think that we've never asked anyone that question, where's the curve?
I never claimed that. I'm saying
But
that's
you said
just
that
what
you
we should
wanted to
focus on
bring
for
some
average
new
person.
information to us.
No, I said I
And
wanted
this
to.
was your second. And this was your second point.
I said no. This wasn't my second point. I forgot my second point. I wanted to.
You maybe have no second point. That's probably it.
No, I did, but I forgot because people were talking, which isn't your fault.
So you don't have it.
No, I forgot. I'm trying to remember right now.
You'll remember later.
While remembering that, remember the numbers as well. So, because you forgot those two.
Nah, I purposely didn't remember those. I wish I remembered what my second point
All
was.
right. So you were in the middle of a sentence before I rudely interrupted you. You said that we need to suggest that ask the question, where's the curve? That's what we need to do.
To the average person, I think it's more helpful, and they're not going to respond well to just having numbers thrown at them.
Have you heard our 3 points?
3 points for what?
Our 3 points questions that we ask people.
No, what are they?
Well, there you go. So you
Well, there
don't
you
know
go,
if
what?
we haven't asked people.
Are you talking about in this Discord server? No, I don't know. I'm new here.
Yeah. So
Okay, what are
you're
they?
bringing some new information that we should ask that we
Not
don't
new
ask for the
information.
curve.
I'm not saying you haven't heard where is the curve before. I'm saying that the way we brand it and market it to the average person, I'm saying that
Guys,
that's
what's
helpful.
our first? What's the first question in
Wait,
the
wait, before you
3
move
points?
to that, bro. I'm sorry, Tim, but he said we. What do you mean we? There's no
Yeah,
we.
I shouldn't have said we.
Oh,
I said I personally like to brand it that way, and that I think you guys would benefit if you, when talking to the average person. I'm not claiming to be talking for this group.
Can anyone name the first question that we have in the 3 points?
Is that like somewhere in this Discord? I don't know. There's like a million channels.
Well, one of our first questions. There you go. Say it again. Sorry, mate.
Who's ever directly measured the curve of the Earth? The alleged.
Are you asking me to respond to these, or what, dude?
That's one of our main questions.
I mean, I feel like you're the target of all the conversation.
I don't know. I thought you were
want the
listing the
limelight,
three.
here it is.
I just wanted to hear the three that you were listing. What are the
Pressure's
other two?
on.
What are the other two?
We go one at a time.
Well, I already know all of these. I've. Are you? Do you want me to say what the average person would say?
Dude.
Like the sticks and shadows thing. That's what the average person would say, right?
All right, there you go. Sticks and shadows. Right.
That's what you want to say.
Yeah, that's the average
Next.
person would say that. Okay, next one.
All right, who's ever measured the rotation of the Earth?
And I don't know what they say for that. What do they say for that? Rotation of the
You
Earth.
got
Oh,
to look to the sky. You have to look to the sky.
I don't remember the guy's name, but they would say they looked at the sky and they measured it that way, saying that the Earth was spinning when really it's the sky. Anyways, okay, what's the next one?
The next one is how do you have gas pressure without a container? In other words, how do you have a gaseous environment?
They would say
next
gravity.
to vacuum?
They would say gravity.
All right, you get the Glober tag because you know all the answers for the globe.
I don't know. You didn't know answer number 2.
What is on the fence roll mean? Are you trying to pretend like I'm a shill, or is that just like what is
The
that?
fence is like you are on a tree looking over the fence because you couldn't look before. So yeah.
Yeah. So when you're on the fence, right? If you move one false move, you fall and you lose your balls. Get it?
No, I was just wondering if it was like you didn't want to brand me as a with a specific role because you didn't want me to represent you guys in this Discord, which I fully understand. But I was just wondering what it meant in terms of this Discord. Okay.
You guessed it.
Okay, sounds good. I was just making sure that's what it meant.
I mean, not exactly, but it's
Yeah,
pragmatic.
I understand. I run a Discord. I understand how it works. Yeah. So let's see. I'm trying to remember my other point. It was so good. What was it? Oh, I guess my other point was that you don't need. You can just rely on the videos because no one's disproven the videos. So I just am confident on relying on those videos. So I don't need to know everything about. I don't need to regurgitate all the math and stuff. But anyways.
What about all the videos from space?
I just say they're all fake.
What if all the videos that you've watched are fake?
Well, that was my whole point, is that if the videos I watched were fake somehow, then there's so much pressure. So there's so much backing the globe people that they would have gone and disproven it easily. That's sort of my point.
So you want to take a logical, kind of like a logical way of combating globers instead of with empirical data.
Yeah, because I think a lot of the proofs, besides seeing too far, can be counteracted in the average person's mind with just saying gravity. And I don't think that's really constructive or helpful.
What I think is very helpful is how to teach people how to process information. You need to have tools that you're taught to, process
Yeah, I think
information
that's good if you're doing it for like teaching your kids and like if you have
for
smart
anybody.
friends. But for the average person, I think it's better to subvert them and plant seeds because they're not going to be able to prove it. They're just going to believe it like they believe the globe. So I think we should just have them believe it. I don't know. That's just the way I approach it.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. I like people to be able to think for themselves.
I do too. I wish everyone was like all of us, but it's not the reality.
Who is yourself at all ever? So
I have, but I haven't physically gone out and done it myself, which
yeah, so
is
you
what I
haven't.
said. Which is what I said before. Which I said I don't need to because I'm convinced enough because no one's refuted these videos. So
Yeah, but people have though. People have tried to refute them.
okay, link me to them. I'm excited to view it. Then I can
Okay,
get
but
buy my camera and
which
go outside.
video has convinced you?
There was 3 videos. One was when they saw the city skyline from too far away, and then they went on the boat.
Yeah, there's definitely videos that try to.
Yeah, they
debunk
went on the
that.
boat though in the movie. They went on the boat and filmed it the whole way, and then so that disproved the whole mirage thing, and or enough for me at least. And then there's the mirror flash, and then there's the one where they saw the mountains really far away, which I don't have. I've never seen a debunk of those yet. There might be. I just haven't seen them.
Do you mean Canigo Mountains?
I think so. Yeah.
Back to livestream 1.
Alright, game on.
Okay, now where were we? We see too far, but we don't know how far is too far. But we see too far.
No, that was not my claim. Or
Well, that's what it broke down to.
I think you're just putting words in my mouth. I'm not accusing you of doing that on purpose, but my entire claim is that we can see too far, and that where is the curve? Those are my 2 main things.
Okay, we can see too far. How far is too far?
Don't know. I watched the video and I saw that they proved it.
Right. So
And it
what
was
I
enough
said.
for me.
All right. So what I said then. Okay.
What you said? What?
That we see too far, but we don't know how far is too far. Literally, what you just said.
No, but the people in the video did.
Well, it sounded like the bot was starting to repeat itself, so I went ahead and stopped it. What's going on? YouTube land? Rumble? How are we doing out there? Hopefully well. It's a Friday where I'm at, and I got nothing but time. Especially to talk about where we are, where we live. Some people just might not find it important. And that's okay too. I don't know, that last clip, after hearing it a couple times, I really couldn't tell what that guy was doing. But it does seem really silly to say you believe in something, because he wasn't really even saying that he knows, and just keep repeating it over and over again. It was very strange. Clearly, it seemed like he was trying to play a game of some sort. Not really sure. I don't think I was there for that one, so it definitely was new to me. But yeah, it's been a pretty good week. I'd imagine there's some people off for the holidays, and they're starting to trickle in a little bit more. So I always kind of get excited during this time of year, not only because I have more time to listen in, but the other people that do come in. So I don't know. I've been putting stickers everywhere that I'm at. I always link up to the Discord, and I tend to wonder like maybe who scanned it, signed up, and maybe listening in. So if that might be you, welcome. Would be glad to hear from you, hear your story, man or gal. But yeah, it looks like Johannes Minegard, legend, is here today. Hope you and your family are doing well, man. Wave Mixer, probably driving or working in the background. Looks like he's maybe getting ready for a meetup, California. If you guys are in California, some flat Earth meetups. But yeah, things are happening. Talking to one of my banking friends earlier, and he's freaking out. Told him not to worry, man. It's all fiat currency anyway. I've definitely been trying to work on my comedy. Turns out the globe is already funny enough. You don't really need anything else. Although now that I think about it, we should have played Globe Earth Sniper for that pro shooter yesterday. Homewrecker Phil. If he's out there, somebody remind me. If he comes in, I'll remember. But absolute classic. I think that one's Owen Benjamin. That'd be a good one to play. Let's get it ready for the bot. Why not? Absolute classic.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, Sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, Sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Yeah, because they started yesterday basically going over the Coriolis effect, if if it is an effect anyway. It's more like a reference effect, but yeah, we had a pro shooter yesterday. Basically talking that he was going to make this video, and we were trying to tell him, you're already setting it up for failure, in a way. But hey, he was here, talked for many hours. But yeah, you never know what this place will be like. A lot of people say it's an echo chamber without really understanding the definition of an echo chamber, because we all came from the globe, right? We all live on the same earth, and we escape from that. We question that for ourselves. And some people, even in the end of 2023, have still yet to really ask themselves this question. What are you really looking at outside? And I know lots of people who go through their entire lives without really looking at it. They see it, they don't look at it. Just like you can hear something, but are you really listening? There's, at least in the English language, a sort of difference between those, right? There's a deeper, more conscious, more aware, more self-reflecting word, right? Like listen to something. But if you really look at life and what reality is showing you, it's demonstrably not a ball, right? In any sense of the word, except for on the television, and the movies, and the projectors, and the books, and the magazines, and the advertisements. Literally, just about everything has this globe on it. They even had it supposedly before they even went out into space, such as Universal Studios showing an airplane going around a spinning ball as early as 1929. How about that? They had to get it in there. But it is interesting because for me, it's almost as if this quote unquote elite already knew that flat Earth was going to become so popular. For some reason, it's that Illuminati card game, and the fact that there's a flat earther card. Now, to be honest, I don't know if it was part of the original release. And to my knowledge, I know that there's been several releases of that game. But if we are to assume that, say, at least that flat earther card was in the original 1992 version, that strikes me as interesting, because all it says is that flat earthers know something. And of course, it's actually a positive card. You obtain assets in the game. So I do find it interesting that, there's this card that says flat earthers know something. Now, in the image, it shows a square earth, and of course, I think a little boat falling off of it, because, yeah, let's face it, anytime we've ever heard of flat earth, it's been ridiculed in some way, or Christopher Columbus proved everyone wrong, and so on and so forth. But I do find it interesting that there was a card game in 1992 that nearly predicts many things, that we've even talked about on the server, but specifically kind of flat Earth, right? Or at least that possibly people are going to wake up to the truth, right? Because maybe that's just inevitable, as a speculative thought, but interesting enough, it's on the card. And we're at a moment now where, I can at least tell from my surroundings, and it's not the largest region. I mean, it is Texas, but a lot of people in Texas definitely know about the truth. And definitely closet flat earthers. They don't talk about it. But as soon as they find out you are, they're absolutely relieved. They're like, oh my gosh, I have so many things I just, want to talk about. I even tell them about this Discord, but they're like, the internet's not really for me. And that's fine too. I'm always at the computer anyway, designing something. So for me, it's just like, it's the bee's knees. But anyway, there seems to be this notion that, not that we're, I think, playing into their hands, but it's like they had all these resources ready, these quote unquote shills or people to smear flat earth, such as a disk in space and the graphics involved. And I mean, let's face it, they had flat earth society even as early as the 70s. So it is interesting to me that how they keep having to do a different damage control. And they can do anything. They can change the globe model. They can change. They can say you're in a simulation. And they have been, right. I mean, they've been making up stories after stories after stories. It's hilarious, laughable. So where's the end game? And I think I tend to think of truth as stranger than fiction. He has this movie where he talks about, okay, well, what is it all about? Which is why, I think me and Miggy start talking about like sort of the spiritual component of all this too, that there's a spiritual war, that, or at least, is the most popular term. But it's as old as the beginning, maybe. It's kind of the very first story of creation, even. Not to eat the apple, I did the evil thing. Therefore, there's this continuing balance between this duality of good and evil. But when it comes to the globe and flat earth, it's deception. It's not about the shape. I'll even tell some people sometimes, they're like, what difference does it make if it's flat or round? And I tell them it doesn't. You're right. But don't you want to know if you're being lied to? And more often than not, most people say yes, even though I know the truth is going to hurt. Because sometimes, the truth does hurt. But at the end of the day, that you do want to know if truth is important to you. Now, some people, I have heard them too, no, I wouldn't want to know. My mom is kind of that way. She'd rather feel safe than be safe, which I find interesting. But I don't know. Maybe it just plays into our psyche that way when it comes to realizing objective reality. Maybe. Anyway, I'll find another video to play. I was trying to get into an archive where we didn't have to kind of listen to the same things over and over again. But also the ones that work, and of course, no copyrights. Oh, that's interesting. How long is it? Only 9 minutes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll be here for a while, working in the background. So, of course, if anybody wants to stop by, chat, and definitely not hear me do a monologue. Haven't done one in a while, though, so. I don't know who Leon Bag is. Let's check that one out. Anyway, thanks for listening, guys. And let's hear from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel entitled Leon Bag.
to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. Leanbag 93.
Are you thinking? Are you saying like space and time, or like on a physics picture? Is or talking about like Einstein's space-time?
Yeah, the claim.
Oh well, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. It's totally outside my my field of understanding.
Okay, so basically just
Yeah, yeah. Yes, I would say that I believe in the work of other people. In that, yes. But here's the thing, and I'm sorry if I get back to my personal field. In this case, the part of translation studies. In there is two different words for belief in Italian. The one is the word for, like, we use religious belief, which is il credo. It literally means like belief, like in God.
faith.
Faith, yes, exactly. And then there is, for example, if you have your son playing a game and you want to cheer him up and say, "I believe in you. Come on, go on, I believe in you." That's obviously not the same sense of the word.
Of
and
course, it
we have
depends where you.
Yeah, no, and I'm
varies, of
just
course,
saying
but
that in Italian we have different for that, which is fiducia, which is like I believe in for example, I believe in a skill set that I know that you have because I witnessed it. And so I would say that my belief in what physicists say is of the second type, not of the first type. It's not like a religious belief. It's something that comes from my understanding that through the work of science, we have achieved what we have achieved so far. And thus, I believe that the, let's say, masterminds, quite ironically, behind certain theories, well, have gained my trust. Like, let's say trust, not belief.
Yeah, you trusted them enough to believe they're telling you is true. Don't act stuff.
No, exactly. As I don't know what medicine, what a drug will do to me. Although I go to the doctor, and if he prescribes me a drug, I will take it. Well, sometimes I take a second opinion. Of course, I mean, if I think I have a capacity to say, that seems that drug seems quite excessive to me. Perhaps I don't need it, and so I take perhaps a second opinion. But if 2 or 3 doctors tell me, yes, you need a drug, I don't know how the drug works, but I will take it.
Yeah, but you can also read up on your own, doing your own research about this certain drug. Got the,
ingredients.
Tests they have done. Well, ingredients, but the tests even they have to test the drugs before they release them. They can't just release any kind of drug out in public.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
but and I can't. Of course I can, and sometimes I actually do.
Research all that. When it comes to
Yeah,
health and
like
to your own health.
for example, I did that for example, when it came to the vaccine for the COVID. I was into the debate about the vaccine, and I read. Fortunately, I am quite fluent in English, and I could read on PubMed, and I read all the articles that I found, and I read all the experiments, of course. But for example, when it comes to this particular ingredient, this is the effect that it has on your physiology. Well, then I have to give for granted, because unless I'm not there witnessing the administration of that particular ingredient or particular drug, and then see the effects, I necessarily have to trust what it's written. Or what I can do, of course, is following a sound academic procedure, is to go read all the papers on the matter and so see, do all articles agree that that particular ingredient has this effect on your physiology? Yes, no, and you can check like that. But then again, it's always something that you have to concede to the experts in that field at at a level or another.
Yep. I mean, you sound like you're capable of doing your own research. All right,
Well,
so
I hope
back to
so. I'm a
back to the
I'm a
topic.
PhD student. I really hope so.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I won't get there.
No, that's fine. That's good. You should be have critical thinking at some level. You know, blindly in anything shouldn't be doing.
No, absolutely. That do agree. And
Skepticism is healthy.
which is why I really enjoy the flat Earth debate. And trust me, what the last thing that I want is to sound somewhat ironical in some way. I'm absolutely not. I truly believe that most problems that comes in debates, the flat Earth um, does not concern the arguments per se. I truly believe that polarization in this particular situation plays a major role. And then you have, for example, from the globe earthers side, you have people that are very keen on being patronizing. And on the other side, given this patronizing behavior by those that base their opinion and their arguments on the mainstream, let's say, they become keen on being very adversarial and sometimes aggressive, and so there is this ping pong effect that creates polarization. But everything for me, at least for what I've witnessed, comes down to there is a particular party that is unconvinced of a particular description of reality. And if you tackle this uncertainty, this skepticism, by being patronizing, you are being the one in the wrong. Being skeptic is the null position. I don't care if there is a mainstream position. I don't care if I also believe that the evidence for a globe Earth is absolutely clear. I really don't care. The moment you start being patronizing, you're in the wrong.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna share only your opinions, things, of course. But so what do you feel like is your number one evidence or proof of the globe that actually solidifies your, or if you know it, share?
Well, I have to say I cannot boast of having done many observations on this cut personally. I have done a couple of times an observation of the International Space Station passing in front of the moon. Well, in front is quite a
Yeah, we're talking about whether or not the ground we stand upon is a dirt ball covered in water.
Yeah. Okay.
You said that was clear. That's the case. That's all.
What was clear?
That there's a globe.
Oh yeah, and I mean that.
So why point to the sky?
What my particular sentence was that I don't care how clear you believe about the globe Earth. If you're being patronizing, you're in the wrong.
Yeah,
That
okay. You
was
said it
an
was. You
hypothetical.
said to you it was clear, and then you were
I
asked to provide evidence, and you pointed to the sky.
Yeah, I pointed to the sky because obviously it was like a chain thing, since I do believe that what I've seen is the International Space Station, and since as an Italian, what I can boast is one particular astronaut being up there, and an astronaut that has
Stop the cap.
is not the cap or the cat. I didn't get that.
Yeah, just don't pay much attention to it.
No, I mean, if I can say that perhaps an evidence, at least evidence for me, for a globe Earth is a number of pictures and videos that have been done.
Okay, that's reasonable. I mean, from the globe side, as everyone comes in server, especially, pretty common. You know, take the picture. Evidence for them, I guess. But don't you feel like you will be able to, at first-hand experience, able to verify anything yourself? Have any idea what you verify? First-hand
Well,
experience.
I know the experiments that can be done. I remember I've seen a focal pendulum, but that's a question that has to do with motion, not necessarily with shape, I believe.
Are you talking about the focal pendulum,
Yeah.
the main one, stream one?
Well, also the reproduction. Well, I know the one that was exposed, I believe, in Paris the first time. I believe was in Paris. I don't remember. But the experiment itself that's showing that there is a rotation.
So you believe the Earth is initiating that rotation?
Initiating, well, I
Does it move on
wouldn't
its own
know.
when it's placed there, or does someone else move?
I think that Earth has a rotation. I wouldn't know who or what, but I don't believe in who. But I don't know if there is something particular that has initiated.
I was just asking because I want to see how much.
Well, I know that it has. But the focal pendulum, I know that it has to do with the rotation of Earth, and then depending on what latitude you're in, you have different movements done by the pendulum. Well, I wouldn't be able to give numbers about it. Obviously, I just witnessed it.
So, do you feel like it's following the scientific method? That very demonstration, the focal pendulum.
I believe that focal pendulum is. Was that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
So
okay,
the focal pendulum is an experiment. The focal pendulum is an experiment. Obviously.
Could you explain the scientific method?
Scientific method.
The steps.
Well, you have the observation of a phenomenon. That's the first part.
Did you have to fucking mute me, man? Jesus Christ. I've been sitting talking, I thought my phone was fucked again, man.
I don't know who muted Brian's back.
You could have told me, man.
Could have texted in the chat if no one heard you, but okay.
So the observation is the first thing. You observe a phenomenon. Then you have, I believe, to hypothesize
what's behind that phenomenon.
And then construct
that
your
you do an
experiment
experiment.
based on, yeah, man, you construct it to redo what you've seen in nature. So that's what you're trying to recreate,
Yeah.
what you've seen in nature. Well, that's where Cavendish falls right at the very first hurdle.
There are experiments that can be done to confirm a particular hypothesis. And so, for example, after the experiment has been done, you have a thesis, and you have to prove that thesis through experimentation. And so, what you do is an experiment in which you isolate as far as possible a particular
Your cause.
variable.
Yeah,
Yes, the
isolate your
cause.
cause, then manipulate it. That'd be your IV. And then your DV would change if you're correct in your hypothesis that changing whatever
Yeah. Okay.
on
Yeah.
the
I'm
construction.
trying. Yes, I was independent. You're speaking about independent variable, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, that's what would be left after your construction. Like you've
Yeah,
recreated what
absolutely.
you've
You
seen in
have to.
nature. But
Yeah, of course. You have to. You
but
have
the
to isolate
pendulum,
the independent. The
bro, the
independent variable.
pendulum and Cavendish, neither of them are scientific experiments, brother. Eh? That's what I try to tell the other guy, but he just wouldn't listen.
Why not? Why
Because
not?
they've not got IVs, they've not got a valid hypothesis, they've not got a valid observation that the hypothesis is based on.
So
You could call it a test, like it is a test, I suppose, or it's a
Yes.
colloquial using experiment colloquially, but no, the brass bones, the scientific method specifically dictates exactly how to construct an experiment, and it's really strict. There's like no deviation from it. It is what it is. It's not about belief. It's not about agreeing with shit. You just construct it how the scientific method states. Man, it's not about you believing in stuff or having faith that stuff that you've been told is true, because you're actually going to do it yourself and you're going to establish a cause and effect relationship, and you'll back what you thought in the first place, or you won't.
Okay. So the fact is, if you isolate, so the pendulum obviously has to be put in a particular context, in a particular system. You have to, of course, avoid any kind of interference, such as, well, wind is the first that comes to me. And given the hypothesis that the rotation of the Earth, given the functioning of the pendulum, will give particular results,
But
then you have a test.
Since you said no interference, does magnets count? Because that's how it's run, by magnets.
It started and it's run, like, so it doesn't start itself. You can't just hang the pendulum, bro. Listen, that's right. You can't just hang the pendulum and get the effect. You need to start it motion. So you need to put energy into the system to get it moving. Then, as Hoss said, there's magnets like on the course that the pendulum swings round.
Yes, of
and
course you have to. Of course you have to
yeah,
give.
but there's
you start
also
the
more.
motion.
But bro, there's also more energy put into the system to keep it going. So it's not like these things run perpetually because the Earth is supposedly spinning. If that was the case, mate, we could make a perpetual motion engine and use the Coriolis effect as power. That would mean we'd have an endless supply of electricity. We could just set up some kind of dynamo or something, and we could harness the Earth's rotation.
Can you build a pendulum, in your opinion, that will, of course, run of energy in time, but
Yeah,
that
but it
will.
won't run for itself. So if the Earth was truly spinning and there was such a thing as a Coriolis effect, surely that would mean that even if it was minuscule, surely there would be something that you could register that you're picking up energy and gaining motion of some contraption. But you don't.
What would you say? What would you say is the reason that the focal pendulum change the direction of its motion relative to
The
an
Elias
observer?
effect you're talking about. You're talking about the Elias effect, no?
I'm just asking a question. What?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But when you say changing direction, you're on about the Elias effect, because supposedly under eclipses, the pendulums swing the opposite way. Supposedly, I hear a lot of globers refusing to accept that, but I have read stuff about it for quite a while ago now. But again, back to my initial point, if there was Coriolis effect, if it was like verifiable in nature, then we could harness that. Even if it was the tiniest little bit of energy, it could still be harnessed. And it could be scaled up to fucking mind-boggling proportion, and we could harness energy. But we can't.
This is absolutely out of my sphere of competence, and I'm not using sphere to be ironic. So I have no idea. I wouldn't know how to harness any type of energy.
No, I'm not saying you would, bro, but surely scientists, if there was a Coriolis effect and it was a real thing and it did cause objects to move and keep moving, but we know that it doesn't anyway because we have to start it and we have to keep it going. But if it was possible and if there was an effect, energy, we could harness it. I'm not saying you have to build it,
No,
but
of course,
scientists can
no.
build fucking
I
anything, man.
understand. Can I ask you something just on a totally different note? But I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
a
cool.
linguist and I'm interested in this thing. Where are you from? Because your accent is amazing.
You know, guess it. Can you not guess? Surely. Don't say I'm fucking from South Africa, because I had that a couple of weeks ago. Are you from South Africa, mate? I'm like, come on, man. I've had Australian, Irish. I'm Scottish,
So
man.
I didn't catch where you're from. Sorry.
Scottish, Scotland.
Oh, Scotland. Oh, great.
Freedom.
I'm sorry, and as well, I will get back to the discussion. My dream is to live in Edinburgh, which I believe is the most
Yeah,
beautiful
that's where
city
I
on
just
earth.
came from, bro. I just came
Well,
from Edinburgh. I was there like 8, 9 years
greatest
with my
city
ex-partner.
in
Just over
the
9 years.
world, and I'm from Rome, and I
Think
say
so?
Edinburgh is the greatest
That's what I
city
mean.
in
It's
the
okay
world.
see if you're a tourist, bro. It's all right. But when you know everybody and you're in fucking bits and bobs and trouble with people and fighting, because it's quite a violent place, Scotland. Especially like if you're not a tourist, you grow up there with people. People settle their disagreements, fist fighting, man. That's how I've fucking grown up. People just want to fight all the time, man. I've
I
had
can
4
imagine.
separate fights because of flat Earth, bro. I've took the ball away from them, and 2 of them. The last time it was 2 of them on me. One of them sucker punched me right in the fucking left eyeball, man. Literally right bang, doing. I heard it vibrating through my full head, right in the eyeball, man.
Sorry
Fucking
to hear
asshole.
that.
Hey guys, real quick. This has been a good chat. I want to move this into the live stream since it's so quiet in there. You guys okay with that or what?
I'm staying here.
All right, cool. I'm gonna move Spake
Yeah,
up to the live stream
I will
I'll move the room.
probably have to go in. I guess 10-15 minutes, but
all right, sounds good.
Check this out. I came in here to listen to see what's going on because there is nothing going on in the live stream, and so yeah, that's a good idea. That's cool. That's why I wanted to listen. I was like, what the fuck? There's too many people in check-in. We should be in the live stream.
Well, thanks for joining me here. I was getting kind of lonely.
Welcome, everyone.
Yes, we got Leon Bag here, 93. Server found us through some book talking about some other stuff as well.
He's a highly esteemed Facebook globe researcher. Ask him anything.
Yeah, you guys catch everybody up on what was going on in the VC check, and just catch everybody up on that.
Well, I think Leon was just saying that there are many proofs of the globe, and then we were just trying to get one of those.
I'd like one of those too, please.
I think
yeah, I
we were
want some
talking
of that
about
shit too. I want some of that globe crack.
Repeat yourself, Leon.
Go ahead, Leon.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I believe we were talking about the Foucault pendulum, and then we just drew Edinburgh.
All right, that is where it went. Yeah, we're trying to establish whether the pendulum is an experiment.
Hell no.
Yeah,
Right.
it's certainly a test,
It's
and
a
the test
demonstration
comes
of,
from
of something.
yeah.
But I did ask you if it followed the scientific method, though. That's why we had to go through actual science. You know, scientific experiment.
To follow the scientific. I mean, a same experiment can and cannot follow a scientific process based on the hypothesis and based on the conclusion that you draw from it.
You sure you can? You have a natural observed. What's your natural observed phenomena that you believe it's moving by something else naturally, correct?
If you have a Foucault pendulum and you see the movement, how it moves, and you
Yeah,
isolate
what's the
as
cause?
low as possible, then you have.
So, what do you suppose is being isolated, Leon? The rotation of Earth?
In the Foucault pendulum, yes, I believe it is.
Well, how do you know that exists in the first place to isolate it?
A number of observation, I believe, when it comes.
Isn't this the observation that proves it?
Yeah, you're supposed to have a naturally occurring phenomenon. So what would that observation be?
Well, I believe the movements of the stars. One like.
Or
How
that's just the stars moving. That's
Yeah,
not
because
observing the Earth moving.
you just said it yourself. The movements of the stars.
Yes, the relative movements of the star to the observer.
Well, how do you know they're relative in that you're the thing that's moving and they're actually stationary?
Okay. With that music, what I would ask is how much I win if I answer correctly.
$1 million.
That's good. That would absolutely solve all my financial problems, which are not few. And I'm really sorry if I have to think about this, but again, I'm not definitely an astrophysicist.
Oh, good, bro. Take your time.
How could I prove that it's us moving and not the stars moving above us?
Yeah, because you see the stars move, right? That's the actual observation. To say
no, I was thinking.
Go ahead.
Let's say that I pick another example and then try to make a parallel, a simile between the two. And I was thinking about, well, you are in a car, you see things moving at the window, but what you can do to prove that was wait a minute. What you can do to prove it that was you moving is just stopping the car, pulling out, and then you see that things are fucking not moving.
I would call that a false analogy because you can't stop the car as far as it goes for the Earth.
And that's it's exactly what I was saying. It's not a good analogy, exactly because you can stop the car and you cannot, get out of the planet in sort of way. So I was thinking about something else. I was just, expressing my train of thought. How could I prove without? Well, I might say that you can see from outside, but obviously it's not something that I can propose here, and something that I have not witnessed because I'm not an astronaut. I can just say that I don't know the answer to that question, not at the moment. I would have to
That's a
think
fair
about it.
answer.
I mean,
that's the right answer. You win $1 million.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I can give you my address and you can send it to me.
I mean, that's good. You're being honest. You don't know. You don't know that.
Yes,
Fair.
absolutely.
Yeah. But I mean, wouldn't you think that the scientific community, from all the records we got, so forth, has been established about Asia, everything.
Yeah, and I think that the people working on it have established a model based obviously not on a single observation, because a model wouldn't work like that in any science, as in linguistics, although it's a soft science, linguistics, not
I
a
would
hard
assume
one.
through a scientific experiment at least,
I
to
believe
establish those
a
claims.
number of at least a number of experiments. One single experiment, especially if repeated only once, couldn't definitely make the cut.
No, I'm talking about, I mean, we'll take a rotation for example. Do you
Yeah.
know any scientific experiment proven to be work, or their favor?
I know that the pendulum is a test of the rotation. I wouldn't know any. Don't come to my mind right at the moment. I'm not even checking internet because, I wouldn't like to say something that I don't know by myself. So I thinking about it.
I mean, you can search for it.
Yeah, but
Bite your
I mean,
fingers,
I mean, if it has to do with my own research, I will certainly do it. But now I'm discussing with you. I don't want to lose time looking at stuff that just paused the conversation.
Just can I ask a question? Earlier you said we can't get off the planet, but then later on you said you didn't want to use Google because you don't want to talk about stuff that you don't know about for yourself. So my question to you is, how do you know that you're in a planet?
How do you know that I am on a planet? and I mean, by a planet, you mean like a globe? Or like how do I know that I'm standing on something? I just don't understand what's the point of the question? Sorry.
You've already assumed that
Yeah.
you're on a planet. So I want to know, where does that assumption? If it's just an assumption, then okay, it's a belief. You want to believe it. But if you said again, you don't want to say stuff that you don't know yourself. So how do you know? From where does the assumption come that you're on a planet? And the word planet is not a mysterious word. It's a word that's used plenty of times all over the place. It's not a. I'm not using an ambiguous word.
I know that we are.
I was just
I know that
asking.
we are on Earth, and Earth, I believe it's a planet that it's within the solar system. And
So where does that belief come from? How do you know you're on a planet?
I believe that I'm on a planet because, for example, something that I have seen are all the planets through not a microscope but a telescope. And I've seen others, and I've seen also pictures of others.
That doesn't tell you that this is one. Really no resemblance to those things displayed. So to say other, I don't know if that.
You don't look at the ceiling to determine the shape of your floor.
And you don't look at an unverifiable picture to determine the shape of it either. I could show you a picture of Donkey Kong. Does that mean that he's real?
Also, I
Well,
have this thing.
Donkey Kong is absolutely real. He's a character, and it's a real character. I mean, obviously, what you mean by real means
Physical.
I'm just playing. I mean, of course, I'm just playing. Obviously,
I have a line, Leon. I have a line. I say telescopes don't whisper in your ear. So you use the telescope, but it doesn't provide the details that people typically add. So when you say like, "Well, I see other planets," it doesn't necessarily. I don't.
Well,
think
that's not simply. It's not simply something that you assume. It's part of process also of deduction. It means that if there are other things in the same system, and all things,
Kind of assuming the system, though, and you're assuming that the Earth is a thing with a bunch of other things like it in that system. There's a lot of assumptions going on there.
There's also no resemblance of this place to those things that you see. I was just typing in the chat. Those things are glowing and moving. When I look around here, I don't see this place glowing or moving. So there's really
You
nothing you can
don't.
compare up there to here.
I don't think that they're glowing. Oh.
What?
Not if glowing is a property of something that has light by itself, I believe.
Well,
I
don't
mean,
get too hung up on the word. I'm just saying
something.
that they seem bright. They seem light. Whatever you want to call
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
But
yeah. Of course,
when
but
we
I
look
mean,
around this place,
if
doesn't
you
do that.
if you point light to a mirror, the mirror obviously is extremely bright. But it doesn't mean that
But
the
see,
mirror
this
has
place
light by
isn't doing
itself.
that. This place isn't doing that. So there's really nothing up there to compare. There's no resemblance whatsoever. So I wouldn't look up and say, okay, well, I must be like those things. When there's no resemblance.
We reflect light. We do.
I
mean, scientifically speaking, we do. That's
not
we
ground.
reflect as waves. Which is why we see different colors.
Anything you can see reflects light. So what does that tell us? Does it tell us we're on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? Because that's what we're trying to get to.
I'm trying to answer the precise question, so I would not answer to if that proves that we are on a spinning ball, because I don't believe that it does. It's not that proving that, I mean, at least. But again, everything reflects light in a way. It's the necessary assumption by which we know that by which we sorry, I rephrase. It's our understanding of why we see different colors, that everything reflects light in different ways. That's
Okay,
necessary.
that's fine, but that's not. We're still trying to get at the fact that there's no resemblance of this place to those things. So I don't think we should be as quick to compare them. So like Earth, the land.
Okay.
When you look up in the sky,
So
there's no land there.
What would you answer to an astronaut that comes back to Earth, or let's
bro.
say allegedly,
Prove it.
and the astronaut says, "Well, you're invited to the next launch."
That's just personal testimony and future proof. I don't think we can really accept that.
So going to a launch to watch a rocket go in the air means Earth is a globe?
No, it means that those that are inside the rocket go somewhere.
You don't know there's nobody in there waving to you that you watch lift off and they're still waving to you as they're lifting off. That doesn't happen. That's not reality.
I wouldn't say it's not reality. I would say that it's something that you are not witnessing
It's
precisely.
not ever happened. Nobody goes in rockets.
Okay, let's start from a position, a neutral position.
Oh, brother.
So if I make the claim that somebody is going into space, I have to prove it. Obviously, of course, I have to prove it, and that's what I am not capable to do at the moment.
The hard part is that you have to first prove space itself.
I have to prove space itself, and with space we mean the void beyond the atmosphere. Yeah, okay, of course I have to prove that. And I would prove, like, in my opinion, sending some outside the atmosphere would be quite a great evidence for that.
Okay, tell me about the last time you did that, Leon.
As I said, I cannot prove it because I didn't.
God damn it. We were so close.
Just to say, the reason I asked my question again, you said that you didn't want to use information that you didn't know for yourself. You're bringing up stuff that you don't know for yourself. I'm just waiting for the information that you have that you know for yourself of why you think you're on a planet.
I tell you now. Getting back to what I was asking. My problem here in this particular line of questioning is that by doubting anything that you have not done personally, you would have to doubt, I would say, 99% of every type of experience and every time. I'm sorry, I'm not using this as a kind of an argument. I'm not saying this to prove space. Not through this line of arguments. I know that I can't.
So this is a long-winded appeal to just trust people.
Things aren't just auto true. That's why
No,
a
it's not.
lot of what we do here is try to go with a fine-tooth comb and find out if X claim is true. So we don't just discard everything or just auto accept everything. So just keep that in mind. Gotta address each claim individually.
Okay, can I try to make an argument?
Well, listen, I'll trust the
let's-
people who say that we
let's-
live on a spinning ball in a vacuum as soon as they provide some evidence for it. How about that?
Okay, and my question would be, why don't you accept evidence such as those provided by the I would say alleged astronauts, since now we are on a skeptic.
What evidence?
Because you said they are alleged, so why would we believe an alleged thing?
I said alleged by the context in which we are talking.
But specifically, what would that evidence be?
Like, for example, pictures.
Well, you don't just
or
auto
for example,
accept, again,
the rocks.
Leon.
All the rocks.
Oh, well, but no one's brought any rocks. So don't
Rocks
worry
that
about
have been taken back from the
No
moon.
one did that. No one did that.
Hey, Leon, have you seen Jupiter through a Nikon P1000 camera?
No, I have not
It
seen
looks.
Jupiter.
You can look it up. It looks nothing like what space agencies show us. It doesn't look globular at all.
It doesn't look
globular.
But again, pictures though, how do you verify those? I could give you a picture of Donkey Kong, right? Just because something is in a picture doesn't mean that it's representative of something in reality necessarily.
It doesn't follow logic. Way to test, no way to.
Or in other words, just because someone shows you an image of something doesn't mean that that's a photograph.
Well, let me, if I can, make an argument, a similar argument, and try to arrive to a conclusion of this line of questioning. And that would be, let's stay on Earth, whatever shape it is, and let's say Mount Everest. I believe that a few hundred people, have been on the summit of Mount Everest. I don't know
Is that a
precise number. But my question would be, since of the sum of Mount Everest, we have pictures and the personal experience of a handful of people.
Okay.
Do you believe it?
Well, what's their testimony? Believe what?
That they've been there.
Sure. It's not an extraordinary claim, really. It's kind of extraordinary, but not extraordinary like I went to a thermodynamics violation in the sky that you can never go to.
Thermodynamic. Why a thermodynamic? And I ask really because I know absolutely nothing of thermodynamics.
Okay, well, it's the second law of thermodynamics that the claim of outer space violates, right? High pressure must go to low pressure always, right? So if we have this adjacent, like near perfect vacuum going on practically forever, the air pressure of the Earth that you call the atmosphere should disperse into that, right? Should fill that vacuum.
Why would that be?
Because that's the way gas behaves. That's the way pressure behaves. It's fundamental laws of nature, entropy.
Yeah, but and tell me if I'm wrong. I'm really remembering like high school classes here. The outer part of the atmosphere is not a high pressure system. It's not high pressurized.
It should disperse into that adjacent vacuum.
why?
Everything,
just told you.
everything in our
Yeah, but
experience,
you said high
everything
pressure from nearly null pressure, which is a vacuum. But since it's no high pressure, why would that disperse? I mean, the dispersion that we see.
So,
For example,
so basically, what you're saying is that the low pressure at the end of the so-called atmosphere holds in all the higher pressure. That doesn't make any sense because that layer right next to the vacuum that should disperse. Then everything beyond that should all just disperse after that.
Yeah, whether it's high pressure or low pressure, it would disperse into no pressure.
it is gradual to null pressure. It's not like there is a
No.
step. At least as I believe it is. I'm really speaking out
So,
of
would you be able to
vague memory.
demonstrate? Are you aware of anybody who's ever demonstrated such a thing, like in a vacuum chamber in a controlled setting? Because that's not the way gas behaves. If you release it into a vacuum chamber, it won't do that. It won't form into balls that just stay that way and don't fill the vacuum.
I'm really afraid to say that that's because of gravity, but I know
Okay,
that
gravity. So now we got gravity as a container. Are you aware of an experiment for gravity containing air?
Gravity as a containing. No, gravity is not. I don't believe it's containing it. I believe it's attracting.
Okay, well, something has to contain the atmosphere.
Something has to. Why something has to?
Because that's the nature of air pressure. It needs containing, right? So instead of a physical container, you've given us gravity. So is there an experiment that shows gravity containing air?
Sorry, I'm really trying to. Oh, fuck! I also. Oh, sorry. Sorry for the F bomb. It just occurred to me that I had to go. But I think that I can stay for a few minutes. I'm trying to picture this, and I'm really sorry, but it's not my field of study, so I have difficulties in picturing everything. So I imagine something like what happens, like in let's take airplane, which is pressurized, and so like fortunately I never witnessed it, but like in films, in movies, what happens is that like someone throws or shoot a gun or throws a grenade, the cockpit or the airplane opens, and due to the difference of pressure, everything gets sucked out.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, but that's because you have a very high difference of pressure in a limited space, which is, and the limited space is surrounded by a
Well,
container.
Yes, that's the important part. Is that
Okay,
you'll
it's
have
that
pressure
you have.
due to the containment. Correct. So.
Okay, but now the moment in which the pressure.
Yeah, they can get that pressure in the cockpit, but hey, without the container, right? Of the. Oh shit. Maybe I'm lagging. My bad. Sorry. Go ahead.
I believe somebody was talking.
Oh, Heretic, you're fine. There's just some audio coming through. Maybe turn your speaker down a little bit.
Okay.
I'm fine. But yeah, the important point, Leon, you seem like you understand. You need the containment for the pressure. You don't get the pressure
But
without it.
you need the container. The fact is, as I understand it, is that we usually say the air gets sucked out. No, that's what we usually say, no? Isn't it?
Well, I mean, you can phrase it that way. Just think of any example where you have maybe like a car tire. If there's a puncture, it's not like getting sucked out. It's just losing pressure. That's that second law of thermodynamics, the entropy that Heretic was describing earlier.
It's the pressure inside the wheel that pushes the air outside because there is a lower pressure.
Yeah, high pressure moves to low pressure.
But listen, you couldn't get that higher pressure inside the tire, right? Without the rubber tire, without the containment of the rubber tire, right?
Of course there is, because there is nothing containing it. I mean, you need the container to have that kind of high pressure.
There you go. So okay. What sort of
containment of air like that can you point to that was caused by gravity?
No, I don't. I don't believe. I mean, I believe that that the gases and everything that have composed the
Because
Earth,
that's what
blah
you're
blah 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 blah.
because that's what
That's
you're saying. That's what you're
that's what.
saying though, is that we have that kind of air pressure here due to gravity instead of a
No, but
physical
what
container.
since we have a column of air, which is the reason, like for example, we have different boiling points of water depending on the altitude. Then you have a higher pressure, and as you go up, you have a lower pressure.
Well, there's a gradient.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you said, sorry, could you repeat that?
yeah, there's a gradient, but to have a gradient, you first have to have the air pressure. And as far as we know, and as far as we can demonstrate, to first have the air pressure, you have to have a container.
Okay.
Unless somebody can demonstrate air being contained due to gravity.
Yo,
Again,
hello.
I do not believe that. I mean, containing is external from to internal. I mean, contain something
Stop
that you
it
do
from
from.
filling the adjacent, like near perfect vacuum volume.
But I don't believe it's gravity.
But that's what you said it is.
If I
The
said
atmosphere.
that, I absolutely said something that I do not believe.
You don't think that gravity contains the atmosphere?
Uh,
Or stops it from filling the void of space? Whatever you
no,
want to say.
I believe that the reason why air doesn't get into space is because of the what do you call data? The gradient? I didn't know the particular word, but I believe that the reason is because at the higher part and the higher stages of the atmosphere, you have a gradual.
Okay, but why? What causes the
lower.
So then, what are you saying causes the
That is Super
gradient?
Mario.
What causes the gradient, though?
What causes the gradient? Oh, I have absolutely no idea.
Well, then what's the point in pointing to it? Just because it's getting thinner and thinner doesn't mean that it should get to a near perfect vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr, that just goes on practically forever.
Well, depending in the direction, I guess. You might encounter other atmospheres.
Yeah, but why would you assume that either? Like, why do we think that it's going practically to nothing and it's just going to go on like that forever? We don't know that just from the pressure going from high to lower, just as far as we can measure.
Right now, this guy is he's telling us what he believes, but I still don't see any demonstration for what he believes.
You definitely want to ask a physicist about the demonstration. I
They'll say that gravity. Yeah, but they'll say that gravity causes the gradient, right? And causes the containment of the atmosphere. That's why I keep bringing it back to that.
I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know. I have a friend who's a physicist. He works with complex systems, so I don't know if he knows a lot about astrophysics, but I will ask him.
Well, that's what they'll say. That's the script. That's the lore, right? And then whenever we'll ask for a demonstration of that, an experiment that shows that gravity does that, they won't have it, and they'll say that it only works on scales that are impossible to test on. So it's just kind of like a cool story, bro. You got to trust us.
Additionally, how is it that if you I'm asking you for evidence and you say ask somebody else, so that means you don't have evidence. That means this is just a belief. You have no basis for this belief.
Okay, I have a question and a point to make.
It's I believe it's plenty of things in our experience of which we do not have evidence ourselves.
I have a question.
Yeah, of course. And I'm sorry to say that after that I really have to go. But
Okay.
I hope that I will be welcome another time.
Okay, is it possible to believe in a flat Earth and not believe in God?
I
Like,
guess.
not is it
I guess
possible,
so.
right? But is it like probable? Would you say that most flat earthers believe in God?
No, I wouldn't say that most flat earthers believe in God. I would
perhaps say that most of those that I have encountered have also had also shared belief both in flat Earth and in God. But I would like to point out that I come from theological discussions and then I got into flat Earth. So perhaps the problem is simply that that from the theological perspective, I saw many believing the flat Earth. So I do not want to project my sense of those group into the group of flat Earthers.
Okay, but you believe in God, right?
No, I don't.
You don't? You're a flat earther?
No, I'm not a flat Earther.
Okay, why the fuck am I talking to you?
I have no idea, my man.
Yeah, I wanted to ask like a flat earther if they think most flat earthers believe in God.
We're just talking with
And
Leon right now. He's a glober. We're just having a conversation with him.
okay, let me just make my point then, right? I would say most flat earthers believe in God. And I think right, I obviously think that like the globe Earth is I think the globe was made to for an attack on Jesus, right? Because in Genesis it talks about the firmament in like the first page, and it talks about the waters above and what I think. Yeah, it says waters above. I think something like that. Anyways, I think it was made
May
to
I
attack.
ask?
No,
May
let me
I
finish.
ask a
Just let me
question?
finish. Just
Okay,
let me
of
finish.
course,
Just let me finish.
absolutely.
I think it was. I think right. Personally, I think like almost everything is an attack on Jesus, right? But this is like, I think this is the biggest attack on Jesus because if you can imagine that everyone started believing that the Earth is flat, I think because atheist there is. I think there is more atheists in the world right now than believers in God, right? And this is because of the globe, I think, because people believe in space and shit, and people believe in a chance, like a chance, like we are here by chance. And
To be honest,
fuck,
I
kind of
I
lost my
think that atheists could probably
like,
rationalize things that way, no matter what the Earth was. But I hear you.
but they
I hear
wouldn't
you.
though. I don't think they would,
If
man,
I
because
can,
if they started,
if I can
if
try
they,
to,
if the common knowledge was that the Earth is flat, then everything would change, right? I don't believe in space at all. I think I don't know. I think the Earth is infinite or something. I don't know. I just don't believe in space, right? I believe in Jesus. I don't know, but I think this is like the ultimate attack on Jesus is like convincing people that space exists and like
well,
the universe
look,
is infinite
if I
and things like that.
if I can
This
say
is
a
like
last
the
thing,
main
and then
thing.
I swear I shut up. Also because I have to go. So this last thing, I come from a Catholic family. I was born and I live in Rome. So you may get what's the
Buongiorno.
environment. Buongiorno a te. Um,
Catholics brought us the heliocentric system, or well, they brought us the Big Bang, at least.
Well,
Thanks.
yes, the church has then, let's say, submitted to what scientists presented as evidence. At what
No,
they presented,
Big
to what
Bang,
they
Big Bang.
presented, I didn't say that is necessarily
I'm
true. But
saying that I'm
just
the big. Hey, I'm saying that the Big Bang itself was proposed by a Catholic priest.
oh yes,
Yeah,
no,
because
that's true. Sorry, I didn't get it.
they're Satanists. They're Satanists. Vatican is the center of Satan, I believe.
Look. If I believed in Satan, I would absolutely agree with you because that's more or less how much I trust church, but on other grounds. That said, I come from a Catholic family. All my not my brother, but my parents, my grandmother, and most of people that I know are Catholic, more or less. So in the sense that perhaps they are not exactly Catholic, but they believe in God. Most of them, I would say, are also they believe in a globe Earth,
Yeah.
and so
Perfect.
what I believe is that they are not exclusive. Like you say that the globe is the ultimate attack to Jesus.
Yes.
I I I I do not believe that that's necessarily true. And again I don't believe in Jesus Well,
Yeah,
I
but
do
that's
not
because
believe.
you don't believe what I believe. I mean, that's obvious,
No,
right?
absolutely.
I'm
No,
saying like
absolutely.
most.
I'm talking in a total hypothetical setting. What I'm saying is that even if I believed, or let's rephrase it, giving for granted that Jesus is has been a real living person, but that is also the Son of God, and blah blah blah. Let's say I remember a bit of my catechism. If we give that for granted, I do not believe that believing in a globe is exclusive to that. I just think that many things can be, together. Since actually in history we see a great change in the doctrine in every religion. The first, I mean, that I don't think there is something that can be said against it. Just the New Testament is a proof that something changed in the doctrine. So I believe that the real appeal of religion is also its ability to stick up with the time. And this is notwithstanding the truthfulness of the doctrine itself.
But Jesus did not want to make a religion. All Jesus wanted was to follow him, right? I think I think Catholicism is evil as well, and it's Satanist, right? The only thing humans should do is follow Jesus, not make a religion. But they made a religion because of Satan, because Satan influences our minds all the time. So
Look,
people
I
made a
don't
religion in order
don't
to make a
believe
profit or like control the
I
people.
do not believe in
The only thing you
Satan,
should
but
do
I
is
believe
follow
in
Jesus
everything you
I
and
think
follow
said.
Jesus as
I
example.
think we need to
absolutely
just
believe in everything you said.
I think we need to just put a cap on the religious
But you don't.
segment.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
try
sorry.
to get it back to the facts.
And
Ground.
getting back, I
But why do you
will.
censor? Why do you censor? Why do you censor religious talk and flat Earth?
Well,
That
because
doesn't
we're
make
just
sense to me
we're
because
just
it's
trying to
correlated.
get
discussion
we're
wasn't
just
about
trying to get
religion.
his
No,
evidence though for the globe Earth, right?
Okay, my bad, my bad. I'm gonna go anyways because my battery is dead. Anyways,
All right.
keep talking.
I will also say goodbye. I'm very sorry. I hope that I come back perhaps and continue the discussion. Unfortunately, I really have to go. It's much later than I hoped. So,
Nice
but
meeting you.
I
Nice
really have
meeting you.
to thank you.
Yeah, you've
I
been good
really enjoyed
conversation.
this confrontation.
Yeah, you'll
Come
be cool, man.
back.
You'll be cool. Come back
It
again.
hasn't been that good,
Uh,
but come back anytime.
Next time, I hope if you will do some more
I
research.
can't hear anybody, so I don't
Wait,
know
can't
if.
hear?
Oh,
Hello?
yeah,
Test
now I
test.
can
You
hear
hear
you.
me? Okay, go ahead.
Yes,
Question.
yes.
No, I just want to say, you're welcome back, of course. Your discussion with. But next time, hopefully, if you can bring some more,
I will do my
substance
research
to the topics we discuss here. Now you know what
Yeah,
we're
absolutely.
about. We don't.
Well, you're
believe
well.
in-
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. You're
Yeah,
welcome to
just-
do your research here too. Sorry, you didn't go, so I just
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but you can come here and ask questions. You seem pretty chill in conversation, so feel free to hang out here and talk to us anytime.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And again, being a researcher myself in my particular field of study, which is linguistics, I know that if somebody wants to learn something, the first thing that I ask to do is to be a chill person when having a conversation about it. So, I mean, I really appreciate. I would appreciate being the other part, not being in any way confrontational or abusive or in any way. So I always try not to be.
No. We're not attacking you when it comes to the globe.
No, it's the topic. It's always about the topic.
Itself. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. Again, thank you and have a nice whatever phase of the day it's where you are.
Likewise, man. Take care.
What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did. Hey, what's going on, guys? We just heard, who was that? Sorry, I was breaking boxes. Leon bag. Yeah, said he was a PhD. Came in, dropped by, got some info. And that's how it's done at 24/7. But yeah, it looks like we got a couple new guys to the panel. Alpha Veritas, what's going on, man? Car, of course, Johan Minigard. But yeah, I can definitely play another. Wasn't too bad. Was hoping for the smoke. You almost got there, but not much on there. Let's see what we got. I mean, to be honest, my all-time favorites are the compilations. They're very entertaining. Let's see what we got. I don't know, I try not to play the same things over and over again, but essentially I just go back in the history to kind of avoid that, see what else has been played. You know, I haven't heard this one. Let's check this one out while we gather some more members. Oh.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room and someone will come along to VC verify and get involved with the conversation about Earth. Now we have time for a meeting with the real flat earthers.
The truth, for sure. But besides that,
some people have these experiences and they might see Allah or Jesus or like if whatever their deity is, whatever their belief is, or they might see, say, their grandma passed or their brother or whatever the fuck. And so, like, it's not 100% every time. Sometimes it differs, but is this just the mind creating this? And it's just a part of fucking, I don't know, some kind of subconscious fucking projection or something. But I mean, to me, I can still remember it like to this day, and I probably remember it till the day I die. Like if you remember being on holiday or a club night out or something, and you can remember stuff or see it in your mind's eye, that's how I can see this just now, just as vivid as what it was when it fucking happened. Right? So as far as I feel, as far as I personally feel right now, it happened. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we got somebody new in the chat, so I'm just gonna announce those guys. We got Gishnoosh. Gishnoosh, I'm gonna mute you. Welcome, Gishnoosh.
Oh, hey, man.
How's it going?
Good. It's really late for me. I'm all the way from Australia. I just came to listen to like on things. That's all.
Australia.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Damn.
G'day.
Is all the blood rushing to your head? We know you're upside down.
Yeah, man. Of course.
So, hey, real quick, because I know it's late. All right, I just don't want to miss out on the fact to just have you introduce. Like, so, yeah, this. How did you get here, and like, what do you think about the topic of this server? You know, that kind of stuff.
Well, all right. Please don't like shame me for this, but I am someone who thinks the world is a round object, of course. But I'm actually more interested in just kind of like learning. I want to know what you guys think. That's all. Like I'm not, because I don't. It's kind of like religion, right? I don't judge people for what people believe in, right? So like I'm just kind of like listening. So I kind of find it more interesting, you know.
Do we want to draw straws on this one?
Because like
rock paper scissors.
I just add one thing. I just add one thing because I'll go and try and find another customer. But I would just to correct you a little bit, bro. We don't believe that the Earth appears to be flat and stationary. That is in reality for everyone. Where vice on the other sort of side of it, the globe story, that is a belief because we don't experience motion or any kind of curvature. So just if you say that to flat earthers, they will probably correct you. So that's all I wanted to say. But I'm going to find another customer. Cool. Sweet.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, it don't matter. I'm good. Like, if you and Elijah want to draw straws on that.
If I may say something small, I was just going to say that I commend you for being open-minded enough to join in a calm manner and not to attack people immediately.
Yeah,
And
no, I find that
be willing
just
to hear the
immature.
other
That's all.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if
However,
you're
you
just
can
willing to be
attack
an
if you
open
want
mind
to.
and
Nah, I'm
heard
good,
the
bro.
other side, if you want, you can also argue some points against the other side if you hear them. And
No,
then
but this is
just
the interesting
argue
thing
in good
because
faith, basically.
the thing is I
That's
can't really argue because I have no proof to prove if the world is round to begin with, right? So like that's why
You gotta make this fun for us, man. You gotta put up a little resistance, bro.
Well,
it's not fun if you don't put resistance.
There's two ways to go about. There's two ways to go about.
I've got my friend in here. His name's Soggy Bunning Snacks.
So check this out.
He'll probably
Check
argue.
this out.
He's a little bit young, so we'll see how he goes.
Where's Elijah?
I appreciate that introduction. That's really sweet of you guys. Thanks.
All right, so from this moment on, we're gonna do our best not to cut each other off. So if my voice is audible and I hear somebody else's voice, that's kind of disrespectful, you know. A lot of people don't have table manners, but we try to, have proper etiquette here when we can, when there's not like 1,000 people in here. So if you're ignorant about, the topic and don't really know and you want to see what we think, well, then you need an education real quick on what, the globe claims and what you should expect if you did live on a globe. So we like talking about the scientific method. We like talking about math and geometry. And we most certainly don't like to ridicule people for what they believe or what they think. We just like to put the information on the table and let that talk. Does that sound good?
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
All right, so Jedi, would you mind taking this actually? Because I'm out in the city right now. I'm trying to get me something to eat.
Where would you like me to start for you, Elijah?
Let's see.
Thank you.
You know what? You go ahead, or let the conversation go where it may.
All right. So, what's my Australian friend's name? What's your name, mate?
Gushnishku. That is my name. Just call me Gush. It'll be easier.
Yes. Yeah. No worries, man. So it must be interesting, right? In 2023, people still say that the Earth is flat. It's interesting, right? Especially when, you say that even though you can provide it, there is, quote unquote, lots of evidence, scientific evidence that the Earth is a ball, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you say that there is scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth?
If it's proved out there, then yeah, I guess.
Well, see, maybe this is one of the tricks that they use to convince us that they've proven the shape of the Earth. Because I would turn around to you and say there couldn't be scientific evidence to support the shape of the Earth because science doesn't answer that question. Science deals with the cause of things, what caused that to happen, like a scientific experiment where you manipulate something and you see if what you think causes something to happen, causes it to happen. When you're talking about shapes, you observe them and measure them, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So there couldn't be any scientific experiment for the shape of the Earth, whether it was flat or whether it was a globe, right?
Yeah, okay.
Science doesn't answer that question.
It's all about.
But hey, yeah. But I guess if we're given a model, say the Earth with a radius value of 3,959 miles, then we should be able to work with the surface of the Earth and see and measure to see if it is curved or not, shouldn't we?
Yeah, I agree with that one.
Cool. And we're told that over 70% of the Earth's surface is water, right?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and we know the natural physics of water. When it is contained, it's level on the surface, like your coffee cup in the morning, right?
Yeah, of course. Everything's flat still.
Yeah, exactly. So when we notice this coffee cup or bath or swimming pool or lake or ocean or sea, they appear to be level upon the surface. In actual fact, they reflect light from above like a perfectly flat mirrored surface, whether that be your coffee cup, your swimming pool, or the seaside that you go to or the beach, right? It's the same thing.
Yeah, you're right about that one.
Yeah, so that's just the observation. We see the Earth and it appears to be flat. Do you think you see curvature of the Earth?
No, I agree with you. I've been to the beach plenty of times. I've seen it just flat.
Yeah. So it's
But
kind of like a base action.
I've just kind of just presumed like the world was just it's super big, like really large, kind of like if you like zoomed in on a little rubber ball, and it's just like a straight line, that kind of thing. Yeah, but I understand that. That's actually smart. Yeah.
Have you had the kind of, I don't know, argument or debating point that ships disappear over the curvature of the Earth?
No, not really, no.
As in, I'm standing at a beach and I can't see that anymore because the curve of the Earth is in the way, right? That type of thing. Yeah, so this is kind of something that we got told from, say, ancient history. The Greeks, for example, they discovered the Earth was a ball because they observed ships disappear from bottom up as they got further away from sea. Now, I understand what you just said, that the Earth is so big we can't see curvature. I'm just going to point out we're not seeing left to right curvature here. We're talking about the curvature away from you, like standing on a hill, for example, or a mate on the other side of a hill. You understand that point, yeah?
Yes.
Cool. So when we're told the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, and we can use mathematical formula to figure out the surface of the Earth, we come up with two. One is there should be 8 inches per mile squared of curvature between point A and point B over the distance of the arc of the Earth. It's 8 inches per mile squared. Second of all, the physical geometric horizon, the thing that I said should be blocking your observation of boats and buildings at sea and so on, is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, me and everybody else are in this server because that 8 inches per mile squared and that 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, we don't observe or measure anywhere in practical reality. When we're making observation and measurements over distances of water, we do not measure any curvature. If a line's not curved, mate, what is it?
Right.
Yeah, it's flat, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if we don't observe or measure any curvature and the Earth's surface is not curved, it must be flat.
Holy, yeah, far out.
yeah. I mean, it's that simple.
I'm open-minded to these sort of things. That's awesome. Yeah, far out.
Yeah, I mean, we can go a lot further into this, but it's just where we start. We start by looking at the Earth. We don't observe any curvature. The surface of the Earth is primarily water, and that's flat then.
Yeah, far out.
Do you know what a triangle is? Not being facetious, but do you know what a triangle is?
Yes, I do. A three-sided object.
Yeah, three-sided object with 3 internal angles which must add up to 180 degrees, right?
That's the one.
Awesome. Can you have a triangle if one of those lines is curved?
A triangle with a curved line?
Yeah.
What, a cone?
Would you be able to measure an angle if one of those lines was curved?
Probably not.
No, you know what a protractor is, don't you? You find them in stationary sets at school, they measure angles. Yeah. If you were to put that protractor down on 2 lines and one of those lines was curved, you wouldn't be able to measure, say, 45 degrees, would you?
No, probably not.
No. Do you know what celestial navigation is? Or have you heard of navigating with the stars?
Navigation with stars? Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, that was in Moana.
Yeah, so basically that is elevation angles. So you look up to, say, Polaris, and it is 45 degrees above the horizon using a glorified protractor known as a sextant. Now, see, the thing is, to use the glorified protractor known as a sextant and to use celestial navigation elevation angles, then the Earth's surface must be flat because you can't measure angles if any, let alone one of those lines is curved, right?
Yes.
So, being as we've used celestial navigation for over 400 years, and the sextant's going to be pulled out when the GPS fails on the boat and in the captain's aircraft, he pulls the sextant out and measures angles to stars. He's going to require, when his life depends on it, the Earth to be flat, because you're not going to be measuring angles from curved lines, are you?
No, you're not.
Absolutely. Do you notice any motion to the Earth?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of ridiculous to say, isn't it? We don't see
like thousands of kilometers an hour, whatever it is.
Yeah. We don't notice or observe that anywhere, do we? The Earth does not act as if it was moving, right?
Yeah.
Right. So again, base action. We don't see curvature. We don't feel motion. There's two problems when we're supposed to be living on a ball that moves. We don't measure or observe the curvature. We don't actually take account for it. In actual fact, we practically use the surface of the Earth as level to navigate across it. And this motion bit, well, we don't see it. We don't feel it. In actual fact, do you think that's ever been measured to be true?
No idea, man. No idea.
Yeah, right. But I mean, if you say that you lived on a ball, you probably believed these things to be true, but kind of got no idea. Yeah, exactly. And that's primarily 99% of us. We all believed it to be true, but when we look for the evidence, we can't fucking find it. They just say it. And then they give us images from, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. But they give us kind of like cartoon CGI images of the Earth from space, right? That's primarily what they do. Yeah. What would happen if I was to tell you that the vacuum of space doesn't exist?
Vacuum of space doesn't exist?
Yeah. All that up there, the stories that they tell you what's up there and in the sky, that's not true. Can't be true. It's a lie. It has to be. Yeah. You know, Jupiter is a giant ball of gas, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And it's sitting within the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I was to have a football, you would understand that I would be able to keep the gas inside the football because
it's surrounded by the
yeah, exactly. And we understand that
it's not getting sucked into space because of the vacuum and all that kind of shit.
There you go. Exactly. So this is a natural law. Right, this stuff always happens. It's called entropy. High pressure environments disperse into lower pressure systems, because when you burst a football, your girlfriend gets pissed off of you and rips your tires, the gas, high pressure, comes out and disperses into the lower pressure environment, doesn't it? It's just a law of nature, that, isn't it? Yeah. So according to that law of nature, Jupiter, giant ball of gas, can't exist uncontained in the vacuum, and us, breathing gas pressure with nothing physical to press upon, this system that we're living in wouldn't exist. The Earth is declared to be an open system devoid of something physical for our gas to press upon. Therefore, we shouldn't have any gas pressure, and the gas would fill the space. Do you understand that?
No, that makes total sense.
So, with that making total sense, we just wave goodbye to every single story they've ever told us about space. The moon landings, for example, the remote-controlled cars that they sent out on Mars, and satellites that are shot through an asteroid field to take photographs of Saturn and Jupiter for you. Yeah, that can't happen. That's not true. That's bullshit, that is. Because natural law applies on the Earth, and according to that, you can't have an open system with gas pressure in it.
Yeah, far out.
So yeah, that's why we say the things that we say, because there's no measurable curvature to the Earth, there's no measurable motion to the Earth, and the bit where they get all their evidence from might as well be called Narnia at this point, because it can't exist.
Yeah, some things are just sounding stupid now. Yeah,
exactly. But I've spoken for a long time, so if you've got any other questions, mate, I'm sure loads of people will be willing to answer them for you.
No, actually, I got a few. So, what do you say? What do you think is on the outside? Because obviously, I just picture like Antarctica at the bottom of the globe, right? Do you guys? It's an ice wall, right? Is that how it works? From what you guys perceive?
Yeah. So, if we have an idea, and I can't claim this, mate, because I've never been to quote unquote Antarctica.
No, it's just like an idea.
Yeah. But some people think that if the Earth was flat, the continent of Antarctica, which used to sit on the bottom of the ball, would be the containers of the waters of the Earth. So the shoreline is the limitation of the waters, but how thick Antarctica was and what was possibly beyond Antarctica, no one knows. It's just a postulation to the containers of the waters of the Earth. The place we call Antarctica.
Yeah, right. No, I got no more questions, man. That's it.
Yeah.
No, I got a question.
Another thing that would be interesting about Antarctica is, which is also not personal experience, but a lot of sailors back in the 1870s and 1800s, they took the globe model, they took the measurements put on that model in terms of how far or how big Antarctica is, and they went on their ships and they tried to sail around it. And every day they found themselves miles and miles and miles off of what they were supposed to be. And basically, a lot of them reported 6 to 12 times longer distance than it should have been based on the globe model. And they were basically confused, like, how is this possible? So it's supposed to be closer, it's supposed to be smaller, and the directions are all off. So this is just an interesting note to indicate for me that it's more reality, or it's closer to reality, that it's a much bigger outer ring than it is as it's presented in the globe model, being a smaller at the bottom thing. Yeah.
Alright. So, like, what is, like, the motive of, lying, as you'd call it, about the Earth being round? Like, that's just, like, the main thing.
I'll take this one.
Yep.
So, I would submit to you that you're thinking about this question from the wrong frame of reference. So, I would say that your inability to see that it's not a globe is exactly where they want you. And what I mean by that is, think about this. Suspend your belief for a second, or suspend what you think you know. If we're right, if you were to double check the information that we've given you and you're like, holy shit, well, I thought it was funny, but there's nothing to refute. What they're saying is what the information is. And upon thinking about it, yeah, there actually is no curvature. Yeah, there's no way that the sky can be a second law of thermodynamics violation. At that point, you begin to think of how massive this thing is and how it's possible that it's escaping everyone. Well, at the same time, everyone is in the slave system. It's called a W-2 worker. Okay? Most people live paycheck to paycheck. Most people can only think about going back to work the next morning. So, all I'm saying is, when you don't know who you can become, how wealthy you can be, that you can have your own ideas, build businesses, and lift people out of poverty. If you can't logically think through scenarios and issues that get put your way, you really can't do anything other than what you're told. And so the result of that is people's inability to take reality for what it is, that being that the earth is not moving. Obviously, we don't observe any curvature, though they say it's moving, and though they say that there is curvature.
Another way of looking at it I would recommend is if you see actual criminal investigations when somebody gets murdered, the first thing the good investigators who want to have the evidence and want the prosecutor to have an open shut case immediately, they do not go and interview people and try to find out why the murder happened. They go and try to find out who did the murder, where is the DNA evidence, how is this blood spatter on the wall is indicating how the person was hit or whatever. And that is like physical, actual, reality-based evidence. And once they gather that, from that, they can determine who the murderer is. And that in itself alone is sufficient to go to the prosecutor and say, this is the evidence, now you can prosecute the guy and convict him of being a murderer. The icing on the cake that may or may not come, but that is not necessary in the court of law, which is, okay, we found out this is a murderer, let us ask him why in the interview. Let's say, why did you do the murder? Why did you lie? But if he doesn't say, or if he keeps lying, or you never get the confession out of him, it doesn't matter. The evidence is there. The evidence is based on reality. So I can give you tons of answers of why, but all of them don't really matter. Only factual realities that you can measure in the real world matter.
Rilo, what do you think about that? What's been told to you right now?
Well, so you don't actually have a massive clue of why they're doing it. It's just you have a
but did you hear what Elijah and what Devley was saying? Why it's important to look at it in the perspective where you're investigating the evidence first, because if you're looking into the motive, what's going to happen? Let's just scenario wise, right? If we were to say, hey, yeah, they're doing it for this reason, a person who doesn't know any evidence is not going to give the reason that we are going to give them a chance to actually resonate with themselves. You're going to be like, nah, that's not it. And so you won't see it because you haven't seen the evidence first. once you actually go through and research yourself, right, and you find out all the evidence, then when you come back to this question, anything that's proposed to you, be like, I could see that happening. That would be the case. You know, they could do it for power, for money, for hiding God or whatever. Then you could see that. But now, right now, if we say that to you and you're like, no, not for money. No, because what $1 billion is not a lot of money. So right now you wouldn't see it. You have to actually investigate into the evidence. Once you build the case up and you know that there is something wrong, then it would resonate with you to tell you the motive, or at least talk about it anyway.
Yeah, okay. I mean, like, I've been in the Discord for a while, so like I understand like a bit of the things of the reason why the Earth is flat in a way, but yeah, okay, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, like it because people try to fill the void. They're trying to, but you haven't used the muscle imagination. As a matter of fact, if you read any book on wealth, the first thing they tell you is to learn how to use your imagination. Now, why the hell would a grown ass person have to read a book that's prompting people to think about how to improve their ability to use their imagination? Because if your mind think it, your heart receive it, then it ends up in your hand. Okay? So let's go back to the whole why would they lie thing. No, before that, my bad. So the thing is, if you're trying to fill the void, you're never going to get there, because what we would have to do on a similar scale is replace the globe with some flat object that makes sense to you at least as much as all of the things that you've been told up to date about the globe. We would have to say, okay, this works like this works like this, blah, 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 blah. And for all you know, we could be fucking lying, but it makes perfect sense. Because regardless of what we say, where would the evidence be? Right? You're on Earth with us. We're not doing, deep excursions to the center of the Earth, or going to the edge, or going to the sky. We pretty much know just about as much as you do. The astrophysicist who came in here, who basically said that's the same position as an astronomer, he basically does the same shit we do. He has a telescope. I have Celestron binoculars for Stargate. But all we're doing is looking at the same thing, the same frame of reference. So if you're looking to fill that void, that's not going to really be anything that's possible. What you have to do is lose the imagery altogether and just accept the world for what it is. Now back to the whole why would they lie thing. I often point out when people ask why they, who is they? So the lie that I like to focus on, because people like to attribute everything that's been said about the globe to what we have now. Sure, what?
Silverage is muted. He's 7 muted. Oh, he doesn't have the BC verified.
Yeah,
could you unmute him?
I was gonna get to that, but I just wanted Elijah to finish his point. I'm gonna mute everybody who's in here brand new. I'm gonna mute, so don't worry. I just want Elijah to finish his point before we do that.
Yep. So really quick then, the why would they lie? The first thing is, who's lying?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? That seems to be a hot button issue on everyone's mind, huh? When they come in here. But why would they lie? I mean, why? I don't see why they would lie. There's no reason to lie. Weird. They're so weird. I don't understand. There's no reason to lie. Why would they lie? You so ignorant.
You mean everyone's lying? All the scientists?
It's weird, dude. Like, nah, you guys have to tell me why they would lie now. And you tell them why. look, man, they're trying to hide God. They're giving us a Big Bang Theory. Nah, that's not a good enough reason. Well, look, dude, because all the money they're siphoning out of the people, they're fleecing, the peoples of the countries of the world, that all over the world. Nah, that's not a good enough reason. No, it's not. That's not why. Well, fuck, dude. Every reason I give you, you're gonna just say no to. Like, what the fuck? Pointless. But why would they lie?
That's why I bring Santa Claus up with them. Like, why did your parents lie?
Yeah.
Well, they were just following what everybody else did. There you go.
Flat Lloyd, do you have the link to Rumble? I want to see if Rumble and I
Yeah.
don't know, and the YouTube link.
Got it pulled up right here.
Appreciate you, sir.
No problem.
All right, let me mute that. Where does it show what, like, oh, there's 9 people watching. We got 9 folks watching right now. Shout out to all the 9 people out there. You guys are awesome. This is Helio
YouTube, we
Skeptics.
got 13.
Oh, we got 13 on the YouTube. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified. Just hanging out in the morning, doing the thing in the morning. Flat Lord Wright's here. Flat Paul G's in the house. Johannes Midegard's in the house. What's up, y'all? Shout out to everybody out there.
What up?
The biggest problem within the conversation of the idea that this is a debate, that people come in here and they always question why would they lie. It's I don't know. I feel kind of like it's annoying at the same time, but yeah, you do kind of want to answer it. But when I do, like, I have a sufficient answer. There's usually, most of the time, people on the topic of flat Earth, they get annoyed by it and they're like, "Dude, doesn't matter," like, and all that stuff. And I kind of get that way sometimes, but it does have an answer. The question does have an answer, and the answer is to control your mind. That's it. To control your mind. They have the information. So they're gatekeeping, right? Like, so they have the information locked down. That information about what the Earth is, you have to learn it, right? You don't just know that the Earth is a globe. You have to learn that it is. You have to be told that it's a globe. And who's the people that are proposing that the Earth is? Because you're always saying, "Lord, who's they? Who are they?" Well, where did you get the information from? Go back to the source of the information. When and where were you taught or told that the Earth is a globe? Go back. Start to remember. Well, it was probably school for most of us, right? Or parents or something. But that's where it originated. It came from there. Like, that's the story. And then from there, it goes far back. I mean, you can go all the way back. You can regress all the way back to the point of the actual origin. But from where you specifically heard about it, it started from, like, probably, elementary. And then you started to think about things, and then they were telling you about planets and, evolution and all kinds of stuff, right? So your little young mind started to think about things that you've been told, and this epistemology started to form. So now you started, as a young person, started to, take in all this information that they were telling you, and then carry it forward. So now, as a critically thinking adult, well, you should be a critical thinker. But what happens is you're told to negate critical thought and then just to accept only what you've been told. So this is the problem, right? You're being told what to think. You think that you're a free thinker out there? You're not. Think about it. They tell you you can think freely. Oh, go ahead. No, think about the universe and everything as you will. Just contemplate all the kind of
imaginations that you can, and just think. But they're telling you you can think whatever you want within the parameters of how we tell you what to think. So anything can be possible within this universe that you can think of. But space still has to be there. All the things that we like are saying, the parameters in which we're telling you the reality exists, all that has to still be there. You can't go outside of that. So that's how you have to think. You're not free. You can only think how they're telling you. You're programmed to think exactly what they want you to think. So this "why would they lie" question is deeper, right? It's a thought controlling process. So they're teaching you what to think. They're telling you a narrative, a story, and then you just have to either capitulate to it. Oh, okay, I guess it has to be that, and then you can within that paradigm. Well, there's many other galaxies within this. You know what I mean? Like you start branching off of ideas from that same parameter. Like you can't leave the space or the confines of their construct. So you have to think within there. And then that's where you can come up with new ideas inside of the one they gave you. So they're controlling it and thus controlling you. Because you don't have the freedom to say, nah, bullshit, all of this is not able to be proven. So, yeah. And you can't do that. Because then once you do, you're just like, oh, what are you, some kind of weirdo? So you flat earth, you think the earth is flat? Like, and then, the peer pressure puts you back in line and you're just like, oh, shit, well, fuck it, man. I might as well just think that the earth is a globe because too much peer pressure and shit. Yeah, you're not a free thinker. Get your ass back in line where it belongs, right? Think like the rest of the sheeple. And there you go. So they're controlling you. The information controls you until you are able to say, wait a fucking minute, dude. Let me see if any of this checks out. How the fuck are you going to check out if Jupiter is a gas giant? Yeah, that's right. You can't. So if that's true, then how are you going to know anything that they're telling you? How the fuck is these guys, how are they getting away with it? Well, it's easy. They have a conglomerate of thugs that they congregate with, and those guys are saying the same fucking thing. And so they're all in agreement telling you, well, you got the brightest minds on top of this subject, all agreeing. Well, no shit. It's a club and you're not invited. And so they're just telling you what's what, and you're just having to believe them because they're the experts. And here you go with your dumbass self just believing whatever they say. How you like that? Yeah, they're controlling the information and thus controlling your dumbass. And so here you go, just believing whatever shit they tell you, and that's all it is. It's just a method of control, and you are the fucking end result of that. You're the byproduct of that bullshit. And so all you're going to do is spit out dumbass, idiotic facts that they've given you to say. These idiotic facts that don't mean anything, right? And so you come in here filled with your information of what they've told you to say, regurgitating that. Well, why would they lie? I mean, obviously, we got the brightest minds on top of all of this. There's no reason to lie. How the fuck do you know? You don't know your ass from a pipe wrench, and you're coming in here telling us that it's not possible that they're lying to you. That's weird. And we ask you guys the questions. You don't have any answers. Because there's nothing, they don't fucking give you answers. You think they want you to know? You're in the dark, my friends. All of you guys listening. You're in the fucking dark. You're going to continue to be. Because you allow it every day. You allow it. You want them to tell you what to do and where to go and what to say. Hey, it's like a robot. I don't know.
Oh, I tell them the same thing. I go, why would they lie? So that you'll ask that exact question.
Yep.
You're under control.
It's a lot of people say, well, we don't know why they would lie. We don't know. I do. Because they're controlling your dumb ass. It's easy to see when you come in here fighting for something you have no fucking knowledge on. I promise you, Globe Earther, You're sitting out there, you're listening, and you just hear me going, you're shaking your head probably like, man, this fucking guy. No, really. Seriously. You guys are all fucking dumbasses because you're taken by these guys. They're taking you guys for a ride, and they're fucking laughing at your dumbasses because it's easy to control you. It's the first person to get to you, that's who's gonna win. So if they were there first, right, and telling you a story, then in order for you to undo that story, you're gonna have to go through levels of cognitive dissonance, the epic levels of cognitive dissonance, because it's layered. That shit has been layered on your mind for years of your young life. And so you carry this dumbass idea of the cosmos being what it is and what they're telling you. And those idiots, they don't know themselves. They don't know the shit that they're telling you is true. And they even admit it to you. Well, because how do I know that? It's easy. They tell you, well, we're only 98% stupid of the entire universe, the information that's out there. And you'd probably like be agreeing with them. Yeah, of course. We're 98% stupid because how can we know what's out there? Dudes, we're fucking saying it to you, to your faces. Like they're saying it straight out. They're like, what is gravity? What it is? We don't know. And you know, bobblehead internet idiots come in here and they're like, well, we know what gravity is. Gravity is when you drop a pen. You know, like it's like, dude, you don't fucking know what you're saying, number one. And you come in here, you think that you're Joe Smarty Pants, you know, thinking that you know what you're saying. You don't fucking know anything. We don't, like, seriously. I wish that you guys, and if there's somebody out there that's, you know, air quoting, quote unquote, qualified to speak on the topic, get your ass in here and let's see if you know anything. You're some kind of fucking person in academia, or I don't know. You think you're smarter than the rest of the people? What's that, Vlad?
So that'd be great. Come on in.
Yeah, I invite you. Anybody in the fucking collegiate levels, you know, get your ass in here. I don't know why you guys are fucking candy asses. Be out there. If I'm calling you out and I want to expose that you don't have any information, it's really easy to do so. I can trip up all of your dumb asses because it's true. You don't think it. I don't give a fuck if you say you're a professor and whatever. Doesn't matter. Because the information is not true that to support the claim that the earth is a globe. It is not true. Therefore, every time you come in here, you will not have an answer to substantiate that information. It's that easy. So your dumbass is always going to be left with, well, I wouldn't know. I'm not a scientist. Or if you are a scientist, you're like, well, I wouldn't know. That's not my field of expertise. Because we've had dumbass astrophysicists come in here, on which they say they were astrophysicists, right, by their own regard, and ask them the question how they know. They're like, well, that has to deal with the study that I'm not, a field, a branch of study that I'm not in. Yeah, I know that. Then who the fuck, like what exact specific person can talk to us about it? Nobody. Because there isn't a fucking person that's living right now that could come in here and say, well, I know the vacuum of space is this and that. And we know that Jupiter is this and that. Now you don't fucking know. You don't. These are stories and you've believed them as a person. And you just, that's the thing, man. Like, this is a level playing field. You guys think that it's all about this hierarchy structure and you got smarter individuals and other, you know, they might have a better retention value than others, right? Who gives a fuck? The information itself is not true. What it supports doesn't stand to reason that it can be validated. So it's not real. It's fucking Candyland. All this shit that you learn about space and the cosmos and all that shit, it's not real. Do you get it? It is not real. I don't know. I like to go on because it's interesting. I don't know what these guys look. There's a link in the videos that you're looking at right now in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The description has a link to the Discord, so you can go to the description in each of these, either YouTube or Rumble, and then click on the link and join the Discord.
and you can have a conversation with me. But here's the thing. If you think you're somebody that, I know what's going on, honey, hold my beer. I'm going to go in there and tell this guy what's what. I promise you, been doing this for a minute, you're not going to get anywhere. You're just really going to be showing your ignorance about everything. Everything. You think you know some things. Well, I know about rockets. I know about math. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, all the information that supports the Earth being a globe is fucking fake, dude. None of it's real. You're not going to go test some bullshit you said about fucking rockets going to space, or how fucking Mercury has a fucking nickel iron core or some bullshit. You're not going to be able to know any of that shit. When I ask you at the end of the day, how do you know that? You're going to respond, well, that's what we've been told. Yeah, I know. And what the people that tell you, or the information where you gather it from, how do they fucking know? Nobody follows the information to its origin, to its source. That's what's happening here. Everybody's all confused. Everyone's confused. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. How the fuck? Yeah, nah. We know some shit. Yeah, you do? What do you know about the Earth being a globe? What? Oh, water's curving? At what rate? Oh, so when you look out into the ocean, is there any measurable curvature from a drop over distance from where you're standing to the horizon? Is there a drop over the distance? I wonder, what are the measurements for that? And how did you measure it? Right? Or on the horizontal. So if there's, if you see the horizontal, and then, obviously if there's any divergence from horizon, the being not horizontal, and it's like deviating from it, then what's the measurement for that? By how much? And how did you measure it? Like, you don't have any information to support that. There's none. Zero. Yeah. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with ignorant people in ignorant times. And on the daily, if you come in here, it's going to be the same thing. We're just going to keep exposing you. Just like I did with the guy yesterday, Homewrecker Phil. Every person that comes in here, I'm going to expose. Either you're going to understand that you don't have information to support the claim, or you're going to be exposed. Because we're not here to convince you. Fuck that. You can convince yourself. I'm here to expose each and every one of you that you don't know what you're talking about. And it's easy. It's really easy. Because all I got to do is quiz you on a few things, and your dumb ass ain't going to know up from down. That's kind of a pun intended, because on a globe Earth, up is actually out and down is actually in. You got all shit twisted up and inverted on the globe. Yeah, they call it outer space, not upper space. It's weird, man. They don't even know their own paradigm. That's how bad it is. Up and down is relative. Nah, it's not relative, bro. You think you live on a ball. That's what's going on. You don't fucking live on no ball. So yeah, I mean, I'm inviting all you guys to come in here, because it's real easy these days. You might think it's a debate for you guys out there listening. It's not a fucking debate. It never has been, and it never will be. All this is we're awaiting the next, I don't know what you want to call him, champion, next guy who wants to stand on all 10 toes and tell us that the Earth is a globe. I don't know. But lately we've been getting some weak ass beta fucking males coming in here, and all they do is say, well, I just want to hear what you guys have to think. I just want to hear what you guys have to say. Some bullshit like that, man. Nobody, like before, I mean, people used to come in here with a lot of ego and, nah, fuck that. The Earth's a globe. Nah, but not anymore. We took all the wind out of their sails, fucking deflated all their dumbasses. And all we got is these fucking candy ass fucking beta males coming in here. Fucking weak as fuck. I mean, it's ridiculous. Nobody wants to stand up and say proudly they know that the Earth is a globe. And that's fucked up. It used to be that way, not anymore. And I can keep exposing you as to why that is, because there's nobody anymore that can substantiate any information. And usually what it is with some of the most ignorant ones, the more ignorant guys, like Jesse Gordon and all the rest of those guys, they think that they have some kind of gotcha answer, to something, but they don't have anything. They're misusing tools. They're fucking fumbling around. They're amateurs. They're bumbling idiots. They don't even know what they're saying. They're contradicting themselves. And it's always that way when they come in here, all the time. Nobody has the courage anymore. And that's why since I would say, let's make it real. It was about maybe 4 years ago, 3 to 4 years ago from right now, where we've been actually doing this and showing these guys they don't know what they're talking about. And the most you get is some fucking idiot coming in here thinking he knows what he's saying, but it's never really anybody that knows what they're talking about. You don't have any experts coming in there. You don't got any people that are actually working with, surveying equipment. And there's maybe one out of the bunch. And everybody clings to their fucking jock like they're, they're almighty or some bullshit. But they're themselves are fucking fucktards, so